voters will decide who will lead Canada. From the CHCH studios, covering Hamilton, Halton, Brant, and Niagara, this is your home, your vote.
Good evening. Welcome to Your Home, Your Vote, a special live broadcast this evening following the results of what may be one of the most significant federal elections of our time. And the story is already unfolding, with polls reporting on the East Coast and the seats populating at the bottom of your screen. Now, keep in mind the count at the bottom includes leading and elected seats, so don't be surprised if you see the numbers jump around a little bit as the night goes on. Now, with just 90 minutes to go until the polls close here in Ontario, our reporters are standing by in key locations where races could be tight. Starting with a couple of high-profile Liberal incumbents in Halton, Manisa Donabalan is standing by in Oakville East, where Anita Anand is hoping to be re-elected. And Tessa Bennett is with the Karina Gould campaign in Burlington. Jason Gaidola is in Hamilton Centre, where Matthew Green will try to hold on to his seat for the NDP. He'll be watching ridings across the city for us tonight. And Eric Viano in Niagara, keeping watch on another expected toss-up as Conservative Tony Baldinelli hopes to win in Niagara Falls, Niagara-on-the-Lake. But before we get to them, let's talk about some of the factors to keep in mind as you watch. Firstly, some of the incumbent candidates in our area will be dealing with significant changes to the riding boundaries since the last election, which can impact the results. Second, there's been a wild swing in support that began with the resignation of former Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. Until that point, the Conservatives were way out in front, looking to be the next elected government. But the Liberals under Mark Carney are now leading in every poll coming into Election Day. And third, and most important, we can't emphasize enough how Donald Trump's 51st state talk and trade war has changed the nature of this campaign and election. The stakes much higher and much different than before Trump took office. All right, to begin our coverage tonight, let's head on over to the CHCH touchscreen results board, where Emily Taylor is focusing on key ridings for us. Emily.
Good evening, Matt. We're taking a look at the bigger picture of Canada right now. Well, we are waiting for the polls to close here in Ontario. That's going to be happening at 9:30. So we're going to take a closer look at some of our Atlantic ridings. First, I specifically want to go to a spot in New Brunswick. Now, this is the riding of Beausejour. And this is going to be Dominic LeBlanc's riding. So it's Liberal Cabinet Minister Dominic LeBlanc. He's seeking re-election for the 9th straight term. Now, you might remember he was part of that initial trip down to Mar-a-Lago with Justin Trudeau back in the fall when we first started hearing about this 51st state topic. At the time of dissolution, he was the Minister of International Trade and Intergovernmental Affairs in Mark Carney's cabinet. Tonight, we have it's a lead so far, but we have just one poll reporting of the 221 polls. So far, he is in the lead, 494 votes. That's 65.17% of the vote. But like I said, a single poll reporting. We're going to have many more results coming in throughout the night.
All right, thanks very much, Emily. Let's see if we have that board of some of the other seats on the East Coast so we can break it down for you, but it might be a little too early. Let's take a peek right here. Okay, in Newfoundland and Labrador, the Liberals leading in 4 seats. Prince Edward Island, the Liberals leaning in 3. In Nova Scotia, they're up by 6. And in New Brunswick, there's 3 Liberal seats leaning and 2 Conservative. All right, to dig into many of the issues we're going to be discussing this evening, I want to throw it over to Kelly Botello, who's hosting our panel of politicos this evening. Kelly, who do you got with you tonight?
Hey, Matt, I'll be here with the panelists throughout the evening. Right now, we have our CHCH Queen's Park producer, Randy Rath, former Hamilton Liberal MPP, Marie Boutriani, and Guelph University political science professor, Tamara Small. Thank you all for being with us tonight. Okay, so we're just getting those early results coming in. Randy, Marie, I want to start with you both. Welcome back. You were here just 2 months ago for the provincial election when Doug Ford won a majority government. What are your predictions for tonight? Is this going to be a minority or a majority government? Marie, I'll start with you.
I feel it'll be a majority Liberal government from everything I'm hearing, from my looking at the polls, and just my gut feeling about where people are at.
Okay. And Randy, what are your predictions?
I agree with Marie, but you never know. I mean, this is a very, very important election, and I think voter turnout is going to be huge. Now, the Liberals say huge voter turnout will be good for them. The Tories say it'll be good for them. So it's really kind of hard to know who to believe in anything, especially over the last weekend when you saw so much stuff on social media. And I don't believe, more than about 20% of what I read on social media since last Friday.
And the latest polls are showing that it'll be a tight race.
Yeah.
And Tamara, do you think that, we're slowly getting these results in, but do you think that what's happening in the East Coast, or what will happen in the East Coast tonight, can be a window as to what we'll see in other parts of the country, perhaps here in Ontario?
I mean, the polls have shown that Atlantic Canada was likely going to turn red, and, so we will probably see a bit of a red wave all the way to about Ontario, as well as into Quebec. Once we hit the Manitoba border, I think that things might shift somewhat. But I mean, it will be telling to see. I mean, if we remember back to 2015, when the Liberals took all of Atlantic Canada, that was really a shifting point in that election towards a majority government for Justin Trudeau. So if we're seeing significant success for the Liberals under Mark Carney, this could be telling you about sort of maybe the size of that majority government.
Right. Do you think that will happen again tonight?
It's possible. I mean, I think as my panelists had pointed out, like, both parties are sort of suggesting that anything can happen. The polls, depending on what polls you look at, they're close. Polls and seat projections are very different. So certainly, I think I think both parties are going to have a large number of seats. I think what I'm really looking for this tonight is what happens to our smaller parties.
Right. And how does Ontario historically vote?
I mean, Ontario historically, it has gone back and forth, but in the last couple of years, it's done quite well for Justin Trudeau and the Liberals, and many of the barely big Liberal governments Ontario has been really important to that success. And so, which is really interesting, given that, as we just talked about, there was an Ontario election in which the Progressive Conservatives won a very handy majority. But this is very typical for Ontarians. We are very comfortable with a blue government at Queen Park and a red government in Ottawa.
Excellent. All right. Well, thank you very much to all of our panelists. They'll be here throughout the evening, like we mentioned, including political science professors Elizabeth McCallion from U of T and Stefan Dolger from Brock University. So stay tuned for that. Back to you, Matt.
All right, thanks very much, Kelly. We have a bit of breaking news coming into the newsroom. Elections Canada reporting some problems with their website this evening. However, they do say it's not affecting the count, the numbers you're seeing beneath your screen. So if you are having trouble logging on to the Elections Canada website, don't worry, the numbers at the bottom of your screen here at CHCH are correct. Now, moving forward, I've come here to our back video wall where we're going to be connecting with our reporters covering ridings across our area tonight. Manisa Donabalan, Tessa Bennett, and Jason Gaidola, and Eric Viennu, who's covering Niagara for us. That's where we're going to begin. Eric, we hear there could be a couple of very close races in Niagara.
Yeah, that's right, Matt. Those ridings are the Niagara Falls, Niagara on the Lake riding, and the Niagara South riding. Now, I'm in the Niagara Falls, Niagara on the Lake riding right now, where the incumbent Conservative candidate, Tony Baldinelli, is looking to keep his seat, but he does have some tough competition in the Liberal candidate. Now let's take a look at the candidates in this riding. As I mentioned, the Conservative candidate and incumbent Tony Baldinelli, he's been in office since 2019. The Liberal candidate is Andrea Kaiser, and it's looking to be a toss-up between these two. The NDP candidate is Shannon Mitchell, and the Green Party has a candidate running in this riding as well. That's Celia Taylor. Now, this riding has changed since the last election, and the change is quite significant. Niagara Falls, Niagara on the Lake used to be much larger. It included Fort Erie, but this riding has actually now shrunk. The candidates have said the issues remain the same, however, with affordability top of mind. Now let's take a look at that other riding I mentioned, Niagara South. The Liberal candidate Vance Badaway is looking to keep his seat in office, but the Conservative candidate Fred Davies is threatening that. It's looking very close in that riding too. The NDP candidate in this riding is Chantal McCollum, while the Green Party candidate is Natasha Bergen. Now, this riding saw a massive boundary change, and as I mentioned before, Niagara Falls, Niagara and Lake lost Fort Erie, so it is now a part of Niagara South. The riding now extends all the way from Lake Ontario to Lake Erie, and candidates have said Fort Erie is a welcome addition. Now, as we said, Niagara Falls, Niagara on the Lake, Niagara South are the ridings to watch in the Niagara region. I am at Tony Baldinelli's headquarters for the night, where he's going to be on this election night. He's not here right now. He's expected to get here when the polls close at around 9:30. Matt, I'll send it back inside to you for now.
All right, thanks very much, Eric. Now, before we check in with another reporter who's live in the field covering this election for you, I want to bring in Roger Collins. He's manning the web desk for us tonight. Roger, what can people access if they go to chch.com?
Matt, right now I'm using our website's online interactive map, and it's just showing me the results as they come in real time. And you can too. Simply head over to chch.com. You can watch your riding or any riding that you're interested in. I should add, this isn't just for computers. It works great on your mobile phone as well. But any event, there's a lot to cover tonight, and it's just begun, so I'll pass it back to you.
Absolutely. It's good to keep it on your phone and on your TV at the same time. There's a lot of moving parts. All right, next, we have Jason Gaidola, who is in Hamilton Center covering all the tight races in Hamilton tonight. Jason, I'm going to throw it over to you.
Good evening, Matt. It is definitely going to be an interesting night here in Hamilton Center. Currently, right now, I am at the Steelworkers Banquet Center, where supporters will meet NDP candidate Matthew Green. He will be here later on in the evening. And this long-held NDP seats could be a toss-up tonight between Green and the Liberal candidate. As for now, let's talk about the riding boundary in this race. There has been a little bit of a change since the 2021 election, and now stretches a little further east past Kenilworth to Parkdale and a little further west to include Highway 6. It also includes the Bay to the north and ends just at the Niagara Escarpment to the south. Matthew Green is going up against what could be described as a strong challenge from the Liberal candidate Aslam Rana. The Tory candidate is Hayden Lawrence, and the Greens have their candidate Sandy Crawley in tonight's race. Now, there are concerns that the NDP could be in a little bit of trouble depending on a nationwide result from the party. There's concerns that there could be some lost seats, but Hamilton Center has been traditionally a strong NDP stronghold for the party, and Matthew Green, again, going for his third attempt at claiming this seat. So we could be in for a very interesting night here in Hamilton Center. For now, we'll take it back to you, Matt.
All right, thanks very much, Jason. Now, before we move on to some high-profile Liberal incumbents in the Halton region, let's head back over to Emily Taylor for a more in-depth look at what we're starting to see results-wise coming from the East Coast. Emily.
Matt, we're starting to get a couple of results in as we're speaking. So we're going to start over at the Liberal candidates who held cabinet positions before this election. Let's start in St. John's East riding in Newfoundland. This is where Joanne Thompson is running again. She's the Minister of Fisheries, Oceans, and the Canadian Coast Guard. Now, as you can see, we do have a couple of polls reporting. We're 20 out of the 197 polls so far, and she is holding on to her seat. That's 1,400 votes there, 57% of the vote. And it's only, it's early in the night, but a substantial lead over the 712 looking at the Conservative candidate. All right, let's head over to our next riding then. It's Moncton Dieppe in New Brunswick, and we're going to pull this one up. This is the President of the Treasury Board, Jeanette Petitpas-Taylor. She's looking for her fourth term with the Liberals, and actually so far, first poll reporting, she is not in the lead. First poll out of 182, so still plenty of time to go. But at this point, we are looking at a small 52 votes there over to our Conservative candidate, Jocelyn Dion. So we'll be watching this one closely. That's above the 50 votes right now that our Liberal incumbent has. Okay, let's head over to Nova Scotia next. I want to go to King Hants, and this is the riding where we have Cody Bloys. 15 of 252 ridings in total are reporting so far. So again, still very early in the night. He is the Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food and Rural Economic Development. And I have 525 votes so far compared to 311. So of course, we're just dealing with small numbers so far, but good to get a sense of what's going on over on the East Coast. Okay, I want to take you to one last one. Let's go back over to Beausejour. This is in New Brunswick. And of course, this is Dominic LeBlanc's riding. We talked about him a bit earlier tonight. We have a little bit more reporting, 5 out of 221. There's around 77,000 voters in this riding, and so far 700 of them we have counted so far for Dominic LeBlanc. So still early polling. We're checking in again soon, but Matt, we'll go over to you.
All right, thanks very much, Emily. We'll be back to you probably pretty soon. Let's take it to the Liberals getting off a good start. What's going to happen in Halton, where there's 2 high-profile candidates? Manisa Donabalan is in the Halton region. She's covering Anita Anand's riding. Manisa.
Matt, previous projections were suggesting that it could be a toss-up in this riding between the Liberal and Conservative candidates. So I'll be here at Anita Anand's headquarters with her supporters, and I'll be following all the results. But first, let's take a look at the riding, which has changed this time around. So residents in the city will either be voting here in Oakville East or Oakville West, with 16 Mile Creek now as the divider between both. Before I get to the candidates, let's talk about some of the issues that are top of mind for those living here. The economy amid U.S. tariffs, housing affordability, and job security, especially since there's a Ford plant here in Oakville. Crime is also a concern, according to reports. Halton's police chief has noted that crime rose slightly in 2024 compared to the previous year. This includes an increase in robberies, even though auto thefts have dropped. The chief called for changes to keep certain offenders in jail and funding to make sure cases are brought to trial sooner and not thrown out. Now let's talk a little bit about the candidates. We have Anita Anand, who was first elected as the Liberal MP for the Oakville riding in 2019 and then later re-elected in 2021. Conservative candidate Ron Chinzer was a police officer for about 20 years and now is the VP for a Canadian financial tech company. Haley Ford is the NDP candidate. She's currently finishing her 3rd year in the journalism program at TMU. And there's Green Party candidate Bruno Souza, who's been running a consulting agency for about 17 years. According to previous projection numbers from 338 Canada, Liberal incumbent Anand was in the lead with 47%, and Conservative candidate Chinzer was not far behind with 44%. I'll be following all the results here in Oakville, and we'll bring you the latest as it rolls in. Matt?
All right, thanks very much, Manisa. Let's head over to Burlington next, where Tessa Bennett is standing by with more. Good evening, Tessa.
Yeah, good evening, Matt. So I'm starting my night off at the Conservative candidate Emily Brown's headquarters, as you can see behind me. Now, she has actually been polling just behind the Liberal incumbent, that's Karina Gould. None of the candidates in this election are dealing with any major boundary changes like in some other ridings, though Burlington North has seen a bit of a change. Now, most of the city's residents are in Burlington, with another group making up the Burlington North Milton West riding. Karina Gould, Burlington's incumbent leader, is looking to secure her seat for the 3rd time after first being elected back in 2015. She held the role of leader of the government in the House of Commons back when Justin Trudeau was the Prime Minister, and recently ran for Liberal leadership, coming in 3rd place behind Mark Carney and Chrystia Freeland. Her opponents include Conservative candidate Emily Brown, where I'm at right now, who is polling 2nd behind Gould, as I mentioned. There's also NDP's Michael Beauchemin and the Green candidate Kyle Hutton, neither of whom have quite as much support in this riding. Now, I had the chance to speak with Emily Brown's campaign manager earlier, who says that his team is feeling great heading into tonight, and they're expecting that this room will fill up with upwards of 200 supporters. But for now, I'm going to send it back inside to you, Matt.
All right, thanks very much, Tessa. Now, in addition to following all the local ridings, we're also going to be monitoring the party leader headquarters and bring you the leader speeches live as they happen. Mark Carney and the Liberals will be in Ottawa. Pierre Poilievre and the Conservatives are also in Ottawa, and Jagmeet Singh and the NDP are in Vancouver. We're going to also be keeping tabs on the Green Party and the Bloc Québécois as the night goes on. Now we're going to head back over to our panel to hear more about the ridings here in Ontario. Kelly.
Thanks, Matt. All right, I wanted to ask all 3 of you, which local ridings will you be keeping an eye on tonight? Randy?
I think that Parkdale High Park is very interesting. It's a Liberal incumbent. The NDP candidate left provincial politics to run before when it looked like the Conservatives were going to win big time. And I think that will give us an idea if the NDP will get any seats.
Right. And how about yourself, Marie? I know you're invested in one specific riding.
Yes, I'm really interested in Hamilton Mountain. That was my riding when I was in provincial politics. 2 good candidates. The Liberal candidate, Lisa Hepfner, for the federal she's the federal incumbent, but Monique Taylor has been the provincial incumbent for a number of years now, since 2011, I believe. And so when you are an incumbent, you have a lot of contacts with the constituents. You go to events, if you do your job properly, you help them with their issues. So there may be a certain percentage of personal vote to go to each of them. So I guess my question would be, how important is the leaders, and how important is the leadership of each of their parties? Right. That might be what breaks the vote.
What goes into making a switch like that? Like you said, Monique Taylor was an MPP, now she's running federally. Take us behind the scenes into a decision like that.
Sure, it varies. I mean, when I was an Ontario minister at the time, and I won't name names, but it's easy to figure out, the federal Liberal Prime Minister asked me to run. And, but I was quite happy at the provincial level. I had young kids, etc., so I said no. It could be, with Monique's case, I don't know. I have never even met Monique, but it could be that she thought, I've done my time in the provincial politics. The polls were looking really badly for the Liberals, so she thought, I've got a great chance to do it, and so why not?
I would speculate that a lot of why Monique left is because there's no pension provincially.
There is
and
no
there is
pension
federally, and there's a lot more money being an MP than being an MPP, so it's a matter of economic self-interest as well.
It could be, but I don't know her, and I can't say if that's true.
Right, so it would be a promotion.
Oh, depends how you look at it.
Yeah.
I never saw it that way. I was quite happy provincially, but it could be seen as a promotion.
So what happens if an MPP, a former MPP, runs for, federally and then loses? What happens then?
They're looking for a job.
Right, okay. Tamara, any local ridings that you're interested in tonight?
I'm interested in what's going on in Waterloo with Mike Morris with the Green Party for the same reason. We could have a parliament today in which there are very few minor parties, and I think this is, they only hold 2 seats, but this was a big boon for them last election, and it looks and they've had a tough campaign. The Greens have had a tough campaign. Not being able to participate in the debates, I think, was a difficult moment for them. It didn't give them an opportunity to make any kind of broad sell to Canadians, and so again, we might see a parliament that has very, very small amounts of minor parties, which would be very different than what Canadian politics is used to.
All right. Okay. Thank you very much, Matt. I'll send things back to you.
All right. Thanks very much, Kelly. Now, here on the decision desk, we are going to be connecting with several other guests remotely, including political analyst Keith Leslie and many others. We'll connect with Keith in just a few minutes, but it's time for us to take our first commercial break right here at Your Home, Your Vote Federal Election 2025. We're back after this.
Imagine you could get help for your stiff, achy joints without products that just hide the symptoms. Instaflex Advanced. It relieves joint pain and stiffness caused by osteoarthritis. With key ingredients backed by 5 clinical studies, you'll have better knees in 1 week. Instaflex Advanced. Get it today.
Whoa. Who half-assed his framing? Oh, boy.
Son, no one likes a half-ass. No one.
You can't half-ass plumbing in Canada. Jeez.
The Bricks tent sale is back. Get up to 60% off clearance furniture and appliances. Up to 60% off select clearance mattresses. Many items below cost. Plus, check out new product arriving daily. The tent sale is back. Only at the Brick. Saving you more.
Powerbucks Wheel of Fortune is your chance to win a progressive jackpot of $1 million or more, right on the spot. What does that feel like? It kind of feels like this. Winner, Daniel. Play Powerbucks Wheel of Fortune. It's your chance to win $1 million or more on the spot.
Do you sell pants?
We created these! We're 4 Canadian friends that quit our jobs because we hated our underwear. We couldn't take the chafing, riding up, and constant adjusting. So we spent 12 months creating our own. They're made with a premium modal fabric that's breathable like cotton, but it won't stretch out. And we designed them to contour and support the boys, preventing sticking. We also made it to Dragon's Den and received offers from 4 different dragons. So visit manmadebrand.com to experience ultimate crotch comfort today.
Canadians trust Capital Direct because we invest in Canadian homeowners. Visit us online or call us today.
CapitalDirect.ca.
Welcome back. You're looking at a live shot of Conservative Party headquarters in Ottawa as Pierre Poilievre and his supporters are getting set for a big night. Hopefully they will be seen later tonight, and we're going to have his speech for you. In the meantime, I want to bring back in Emily Taylor, who's going to dive into some of the Hamilton ridings. A lot of interesting races in Hamilton this year, Emily.
There really are, Matt. I mean, we aren't expecting any results for at least another hour or so, but I do want to take a closer look at some of these local ridings that we'll be watching throughout the night, starting, of course, with Hamilton. So on the Hamilton Mountain, MP Lisa Hefner is looking for her second term. She's facing some tough competition, though, this time around. So in 2021, Hefner won her seat by fewer than 1,000 votes over the second-place NDP candidate, and this year, Hefner is facing off against Monique Taylor. Now, as we had mentioned previously, she was the member of provincial parliament for Hamilton Mountain since 2011. She decided not to run again and instead to run federally. And of course, now she is facing off with Lisa Hefner. Okay, so former mayor also Ken Hewitt, former mayor of Halton County. He's running in the Conservatives. This will be one to watch tonight for sure, as we have several candidates that could be taking that seat. All right, let's head over to Hamilton Center. Another close race tonight. This riding has been held by the NDP since its creation in 2004, but early polling showing it could be a tight race between the NDP incumbent Matthew Green and the Liberals this time around. Now in 2021, Green actually had a pretty comfortable win. He took it by more than 10,000 votes above the second place Liberal candidate. This time he's seeking a third term. And Aslam Rana represents the Liberals this time around. So as you can see, of course, I mean, we have 0 votes in. We're not polling at this point at all, but we will be watching all of these numbers. Now, Rana lives in Mississauga and he works as an engineer. Hayden Lawrence is running for the Conservatives, and we have Sandy Crowley running for the Greens as well. All right, let's head east next. This is Hamilton East, Stony Creek. And this is where Chad Collins is seeking a second term. He's in the riding, again, Hamilton East, Stony Creek. This riding has the most uniform members of any riding in the Golden Horseshoe, so they are deeply impacted by tariffs on auto and steel. Conservative Ned Couric is running for a second time in this riding as well. He placed second in the 2021 election. He had around 28% of the vote behind Collins there. That will be a rematch. Naila Mathani is running for the NDP, and in this riding, there is no Green Party candidate. All right, continuing around the bend, we're going to go west now. Hamilton West and Castor Dundas. This will be interesting because there's not an incumbent currently. So Philomena Tassi, the Liberal MP, announced she's not seeking re-election. Instead, we have Ward 8 Hamilton City Councillor John Paul Danko is taking her place. So he is going to be running for the Liberals. We have Erica Alexander for the Conservatives here. She's the granddaughter of Lincoln Alexander. He was the first Black Canadian to serve as an MP. Roberto Enriquez is running for the NDP, and we have Georgia Bushemin running for the Greens. Okay, one more riding in Hamilton, and then we can hopefully look at some numbers afterwards. Let's go Flamborough, Glanbrook, Brant North. This riding has seen some pretty substantial boundary changes. It used to be just Flamborough, Glanbrook, so it's hard to see right now. We don't have a lot of color in here, but the riding looks something like this. Forgive my drawing, it's not great. That's Flamborough, Glanbrook right there. Now we've added Brant North in, so this part here has been added to the riding. That used to be part of Brantford down here. So the area gains Paris and St. George, as well as a number of more rural communities in the county. Conservative Dan Hughes is the incumbent of Flamborough, Glanbrook. He's looking for a second term in this riding, but of course a number of other constituents that he has to appeal to this time around who he didn't see in his last elections. So Chuck Phillips runs for the Liberals, Peter Warehound runs for the NDP, and Anita Payne is on the ballot for the Greens. That's a look at our Hamilton ridings. We'll be checking back in throughout the night once all of this data starts filling up and we start seeing some votes. Matt?
All right, that's great, Emily. For more on this, I want to bring in political analyst Keith Leslie. Keith, let's talk about these Hamilton ridings. Matthew Green trying to hold on to Hamilton Center. The final polling showing it's likely a toss-up. Who do you think wins?
That's a real tough one to predict at this point, but I think what it will tell us is exactly where the NDP are going to go nationally. Is their vote collapsing underneath them? Or can Mr. Green hold on to Hamilton Center? I mean, it's a pivotal riding for them. And if they can't hold this, it'll show that the polls showing that the NDP nationally are under 10% and will have real difficulty getting official party status by winning 12 seats tonight. That's a real tough thing for that party to be dealing with right now. If they lose Hamilton Center and the Liberals win, it's going to be obviously great news for the Liberals, but a huge blow to the NDP.
All right, what about Hamilton Mountain? Lisa Heffner looks likely to win re-election, but Ken Hewitt, he's a well-known name for the Conservatives, and so is Monique Taylor for her years as an NDP MPP. Who do you think has the star power in that riding?
Right now, I guess it's Lisa Heffner, but Monique Taylor absolutely has a real brand in that riding, and it's the NDP again that seems to be in the trouble. So she could probably pull well ahead of the NDP tonight, but can she beat Lisa Heffner and the Liberals, especially if they're going to be as strong as it appears that the Liberals are going to be tonight? So it's a difficult one. Again, I don't know if we can even count the Conservatives out on that riding, but I do think it's basically a battle between the incumbents, Lisa Heffner and Monique Taylor. And as I say again, all important for the NDP. If Monique Taylor can make a breakthrough there tonight and defeat Lisa Heffner, that's a huge deal for the NDP and would show that perhaps the polls were wrong about just how bad tonight is going to be for them.
All right, lastly, let's consider Hamilton West Ancaster. Philomena Tassi not seeking re-election. Do you think J.P. Danko, the Hamilton City Councillor, can hold on to it for the Liberals, or does Erica Alexander and her lineage convert it for the Blue?
Again, it's a real toss-up, I think, tonight. I mean, John Paul Danko should be able to hold on to this, but the Conservatives are making inroads in places that we can see it in the East Coast. They're making a couple of inroads in places that they weren't expected to. So tonight they could absolutely make a breakthrough here, which again would be difficult for the Liberals to take, but it would be a huge, huge deal for the Conservatives if, again, they can take Hamilton West Ancaster Dundas. It'd be a big, big deal for them.
Yeah, certainly Hamilton's going to be one of the places that we're going to be looking very carefully at this evening as things unfold. That's political analyst Keith Leslie. Keith, thanks again. We'll talk to you very soon. All right, time for another quick break here at Your Home, Your Vote. Stay with us.
To all the clumsy,
oh my God,
stumbling, bumbling, butterfingered people out there, we thank you.
America's Funniest Home Videos, all new Sunday at 7.
Life changes, and when it does, choose the team you can trust to guide you every step of the way. When it's time to sell your home, we know what matters most: a quick sale and maximum profit. For over 40 years, we've helped thousands of families sell their homes in Hamilton, Halton, Niagara, and surrounding communities.
When life changes, you need a team you can count on. Michael St. Jean Realty will get your home sold, guaranteed.
Michael St. Jean.
Introducing Best Buy Express. It's never been more convenient to discover the possibilities of tech. What if the greatest tech was always within reach? Imagine that.
The deals are still on. Visit a Best Buy Express in malls across Canada for amazing savings.
We created these. We're 4 Canadian friends that quit our jobs because we hated our underwear. We couldn't take the chafing, riding up, and constant adjusting. So we spent 12 months creating our own. They're made with a premium modal fabric that's breathable like cotton, but it won't stretch out. And we designed them to contour and support the boys, preventing sticking. We also made it to Dragon's Den and received offers from 4 different dragons. So visit manmadebrand.com to experience ultimate crotch comfort today.
Do you want to hear something nuts? Yesterday, I sprained my wrist opening a jar of pickles.
Oh, come on, that's nothing.
I sneezed too hard and threw my back out. I'm on so many meds. I need a pill organizer.
This is a pill organizer.
I've been exiled to the couch till I get a CPAP machine.
I'm at the dentist so often, I have my own parking space.
Well, my therapist said my dreams should be a podcast.
Well, I usually have to use the washroom every 90 minutes, but now it's every 60 minutes, excuse me.
When you gotta go, Jimmy.
Aging doesn't have to be rough. With Green Shield, you get health coverage and care. That means you can connect with registered health professionals or check your health coverage all in one place. Prescriptions can be delivered right to your door. Thanks. And with far less paperwork, reimbursements are quick and hassle-free. So call 1-833-377-7077 or go to getgreenshield.ca for health coverage and care that puts you first.
Welcome back. The boundary changes that have occurred in some areas is because more seats are being added to the House of Commons. At dissolution, there were 338 seats, with the Liberals at 152, the Tories at 120, the Bloc 33, NDP 24, Green 2, 3 independents, and 4 vacant seats. Liberals held a minority government under former Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. But after tonight, there will be 343 seats, which means the magic number for a majority government is now 172 seats. So with that in mind and the results already starting to come in, let's go back to the panel again and get Kelly Botello and the gang's thoughts. Kelly, I see you have some new people with you.
Yes, we do. We now have Elizabeth McCallion and Stefan Dolgert here joining us on our panel. Thanks for being with us. Okay, so we haven't seen a majority government elected federally since 2015. Stefan, if we see a situation where a minority government is elected tonight, what would be the challenges in negotiations with the U.S. in terms of tariff talks?
Well, it's going to put the new government in a little bit of a bind, because it's going to make their negotiating position appear weaker, and it's going to allow Trump to try to, leverage that division and to try, especially, I would say, to play on divisions between the West and the rest of Canada, especially. So I think, I guess we're still looking at most likely a majority government for the Liberals, although, of course, there's a lot that we don't know yet. But I think it's certainly a situation that would not be enviable for anyone who's in that position of leading a minority government.
Right. So it would make us appear weaker in terms of, negotiating with the U.S.
And really allowing for the U.S. to leverage those divisions to kind of play us against each other. That's really what I would be worried about, yeah.
Elizabeth, which parties do you see working together in the event of a minority government, and which parties would not go well together at all?
I think if anyone who's been watching the news for the last, I guess, through the election campaign in the last couple of years, would guess that the Conservatives are not going to help hold up a Liberal majority government and vice versa. The NDP did have a strong position that they put themselves in with the supply and confidence agreement with the Liberals over the last Parliament. So there's potentially a possibility there for the Liberals to or for the NDP to exercise some balance of power in terms of getting what they want out of the government if there's a Liberal minority situation. If it's a Conservative minority, they may struggle to get any of those other parties to support their government for a long term, right, to keep it going for 4 years.
And Marie, in a minority government situation, is that more difficult to work with on the provincial level?
Actually, some very good policies and laws were made under Ontario Provincial's minority governments over the years. So no, if I may be an optimist for a moment, even though I agree with my co-panelists that it would make our negotiating ability very challenging with Trump if it was a minority government, I want to be optimistic because I have never seen Canadians so united with this issue of the 51st state and all this nonsense. So I think whoever wins, if it's I still believe it's a majority government, but I've been wrong before. If it is a minority government, I would think that the leaders would look to the people and say, look how united we've all been as a country against this 51st state, and as well as the tariffs and the economic turmoil that it's causing. So I would think that they would find a way to unite in Parliament.
Excellent. An optimistic take. Thank you so much. All right, Matt, I'll send things back to you.
All right, thanks very much, Kelly. I want to check in with Emily on some interesting ridings that she's following for us in Niagara, where, just like Hamilton, Emily, there could be some changes tonight depending on how things goes.
Well, Matt, back in 2021, there was a lot of close races, so we're going to see if that's the same this time around. I want to start in the riding of Niagara West. Now, this is this whole area down here, and this contains Grimsby. It's got Smithville, Lincoln's right there, Waynfleet, Pelham, lots of different areas. And this time around, it did gain a little bit of ground in St. Catharines as well. So now St. Catharines is split between Niagara West and the riding of St. Catharines. Conservative incumbent Dean Allison is looking to be re-elected in this riding. He's going for his 8th straight term. Now, of course, we don't have any data coming in just yet, but that will be something that we're watching. He has held this riding of Niagara West since it was created in 2015. He's being challenged by Grimsby Town Councillor Jennifer Castanier, and there's also NDP candidate Justin Abando, as well as no Green candidate in this riding. Now, I did want to go over to St. Catharines that I had mentioned there. Lost a bit of ground this time around with the riding redistributions. Oh, if I can pull that one up. There we are. All right, so this area here used to all be part of St. Catharines, so some small changes happening there. Let's go into the riding. There we are. Okay, Chris Biddle is our Liberal incumbent. He is looking for another term. I mean, Mayor Matt Cisco in St. Catharines has spoken extensively about how being a border city and a city with 2 General Motor plants makes it especially vulnerable to tariffs. This riding again held by Chris Biddle since 2015. He's looking for his 4th term. And in 2021, he only beat the Conservatives by around 3,000 votes. This time around, Boz Slimer is running for the Conservatives, and we have Karen Orlandi who's running for the NDP as well. All right, let's head just over to the border now. We're going to go this way to Niagara Falls, and this here border right on the edge there. So this is very, very close to the States. It is, oh, I'm having some trouble with my touchscreen. There we go. Head over to the falls. Just really quickly, this is Tony Baldinelli, who is seeking re-election in this riding. He's being challenged by Andrea Kaiser. And let's check in really quickly with Niagara South as well. This area has gained a lot of Fort Erie down here that used to be a part of the Niagara Falls and Niagara on the Lake riding. This riding is looking for Vance Badaway, who would like another term. He's being challenged by Conservative Fred Davies there. And there's only around a 2,000 vote difference between him and the Conservatives in the 2021 election. So we'll be watching this really closely. Some very tight races happening in Niagara. Matt?
All right, thanks very much, Emily. We need a quick break here, but be sure to keep your dial tuned to Your Home, Your Vote.
I want to see something really special.
CHCH is your home for great movies, and we're bringing you the hottest blockbusters.
Brilliant. Really good idea.
We've got action.
That's what I'm talking about.
Comedy.
Welcome to Baywatch.
Why does she always look like she's running in slow-mo?
Horror.
You're giving me goosebumps.
Romance. Wow. And did we mention explosions?
Batman's a bad guy? Impressive.
It's all here on CHCH, your home for great movies.
If you own an RV, you could be making thousands of dollars every month by renting it out on RVZ.com. So while your renters are making memories, you're making money. And there's nothing to worry about. So RVZ fully protects your RV with best-in-class insurance. So, all you have to do is not a whole lot. There's money in your driveway, and you're not using it. RVZ. Go to RVZ.com today.
The Bricks tent sale is back. We came when they were setting up to
try to sneak a peek.
The Bricks tent sale is back with incredible 5-day deals. Quart and Co sofa only $8.49. 3-piece patio set just $4.99. Self-cleaning electric range only $7.59. The Brick, saving you more.
You don't work here.
I'm going.
Whoa! Who half-assed this framing? Oh, boy.
Son, no one likes a half-ass. No one.
You can't half-ass plumbing in Canada. Jeez.
Get this. I'm on so many meds. I need a pill organizer.
That's not a pill organizer. This is a pill organizer.
Aging doesn't have to be rough. Green Shield offers health coverage and care all in one place. That means coverage for prescription drugs, access to a pharmacist, even home delivery. So call 1-833-377-7077 or go to getgreenshield.ca for coverage and care that puts you first.
Damn it. Hazy Light IPA. Now available at the LCBO and online. Trust the caring staff at Affordable Burial and Cremation to help create a special end-of-life service for your loved one, now offering additional affordable options to serve you better. Making final arrangements is as easy as ABC.
Welcome back. We once again want to go over to Emily Taylor, who's taking a look at some of the ridings in the Halton region, ridings that the Tories sure want to turn, Emily.
Yes, Matt, we're going to start in Halton now, starting with Burlington, and that's where we're going to find our Tessa Bennett. She'll be at Karina Gould's office just later this evening. There's been a lot that's changed in terms of boundaries, not in Burlington, but in Halton overall. So starting in Burlington, and this again, as I mentioned, is Karina Gould's riding. It's been, she's been here since about 2015, and she's held a number of cabinet positions throughout her time in government, including leader of the government in the House of Commons, and she also ran for the Liberal leadership and placed a very distant third with just 3% of the vote, and then wasn't added back into Carney's cabinet. So she faces off with Emily Brown for the Conservatives. This is their second time facing off against each other. In 2021, there was around a 6,000 vote difference between the two. But of course, I mean, the Conservatives looking to change that this time around. Burlington, really interesting. It's actually a bellwether riding. So voters have elected a member of the winning party in every single general election since 1984. So we'll see what happens with these results in Burlington. And again, if they are right this time around, keep that streak going. More than 40 years of picking the right party that ends up in government. Okay. This is where our boundaries start to get a little bit crazy with all of the changes. This is a new riding, Burlington North, Milton West. So again, excuse my drawing, but if we have Burlington down here, Milton used to be its own riding right in here. And now we've sort of combined the two. So this is the 403 in Burlington. That's sort of the lowest point, and then it goes up from there. There's no proper incumbent for this riding, but the Milton MP and Olympian Adam Van Koeverden is running for re-election here. Now, he was quite popular in Milton. He received around 51% of the vote in 2021. So now we're just trying to see if he's going to continue that streak into this next election here running, and how he's going to fare with Burlingtonians as well. The Conservatives are running Nadeem Akbar for a second election in a row. Naveed Ahmed is running for the NDP, and there's no Green Party candidate here. Okay, so the other Milton riding we're just going to go over to is Milton East Halton Hills. This riding is Christina Tesser-Dirksen for the Liberals. Now, she ran in the provincial election as well. And we have Parm Gill, who you might remember as an MPP of Milton, but this riding doesn't have a proper MP either. It's one of the new ridings that's come about in these riding redistributions. I just want to get to Oakville really quickly before we go. Oakville has been split in two. So we have Oakville overall. This whole area used to be one riding. North of it was with Burlington. Now we have a split down the middle for 16 Mile Creek there. No incumbent to the west. So this riding is up for grabs, so to speak. Oakville East is where Anita Anand, the MP and cabinet minister, is running for re-election there. Now we run out of time. I'm going to send things back over to you, Matt.
All right. Thanks very much, Emily. Now, for more on this, I want to bring in Conservative strategist Will Stewart. Will Stewart from Enterprise Canada. Will, Anita Anand's Oakville East riding considered a toss-up with the Tory candidate Ron Shinzar. How important is it for the Conservatives to start flipping Liberal ridings in the 905?
Hey, thanks for having me on, Matt. It's an important night. It's like the Super Bowl of politics for us tonight. And it's going to be a lot closer game than I think we expected as we got into it. But you're right, Oakville East and West, very important ridings. Of course, Anita Anand had decided she wasn't going to run again. When the fortune started to turn, I guess Mark Carney convinced her to run again. That is definitely a riding that the Conservatives have their eyes on, as is the riding next door in Oakville West with Tim Crowder running. Great guy with a lot of economic background, working at TD Bank. Great family guy that lives in the riding for a long, long time, and he's looking to pick up that seat for the blue team tonight, too.
What are you thinking right now? I'm hearing that the Liberals, the Tories were already able to flip one Liberal riding in Newfoundland. What are you seeing as a strategist as we start to get these results in tonight?
Yeah, look, it's hard, right? These things are difficult to predict, and the soundbite message of the horse race numbers and the percentages are obviously the ones that catch the headlines. But what I'm really watching is that riding by riding fight. I think there's little nuances in a lot of different ridings that could end up in a tight race, flipping either way. Of course, one of those nuances is the complete collapse of the New Democratic Party. Jagmeet Singh's NDP has been completely almost gone off the electoral map, and that honestly will end up hurting NDP voters, but it will also end up hurting Conservative seat gains as well. And that's going to be a challenge for the blue team.
Do you think that Poilievre and the Conservatives did enough to try and grow the party this election?
I think so. I think at the end of the day, by what we're going to see is we're actually going to see a percentage of the popular vote that is likely higher than the Conservatives had in the last few elections. And of course, the last two elections, the Conservatives have again had a higher percentage of the popular vote than the Liberals. So the numbers are really messed up on this one, Matt. You're going to have the Conservatives at a higher level, but yet may actually not come in first place in the campaign. And again, that's due to the complete cratering, the absence of anybody on the Orange team making any type of doing anything of note in this campaign.
Now, we're almost out of time, Will, but I want to ask you, if they fail to flip some key ridings in Ontario, is there still a path to victory once we get into results from Western Canada?
Look, there is, but it gets a lot tighter, right? That 905-416 is very, very vote rich. The Conservatives already hold a lot, sort of Manitoba West, but there will be some gains. And I'm watching, and you can mark my word down on this prediction, the Conservatives are going to pick up Nanaimo Ladysmith way out on Vancouver Island at some late point tonight. So that's what I'll be watching as well.
All right, that's Conservative strategist Will Stewart. Will, as always, thanks so much for making some time for us here at CHCH.
Thanks for having me, Matt.
The NDP also a big part of the conversation tonight, especially for the Hamilton area, where the party has been very successful. But before we tell you more about that, we need one more quick break. So you're taking a look at NDP headquarters live from British Columbia. We're back after this.
Sundays on CHCH.
Get ready to lose your freaking mind, dude.
Animation domination is here. The Simpsons, Family Guy, The Great North, and Krapopolis. Sundays starting at 8.
As long as I try and know, time always flies and know, but I take a chance. J'y crois encore, I won't play among the stars a little more.
Chance au Splendide, le nouveau parfum, Chanel.
Get Advil liquid gels for fast and effective relief. And conquer your tough pain and fevers with the power of liquid fast relief. Try Advil liquid gels and get liquid fast relief.
I have the test results. Impressive. During those unpredictable weather conditions,
The improved Celsius 2 performed when needed most.
Our open country tire
got us through tough weather on a variety of terrains. With advanced tread design, sipes, they're really grip.
Toyo has a tire for your vehicle for any road you travel.
That's a winning lineup.
Toyo Tires, making tires for your road.
There's one day on the Adelton calendar you never want to forget.
You missed the truck.
But there's always time to switch to Sonnet Home and Auto Insurance. It's simple, saves you money, and all on your own schedule.
My schedule.
Popeyes has gone full pickle. You got your pickle glazed sandwich, you got your fried pickles, and of course, you got your pickle glazed wings. Where my pickle people at? Love that pickle from Popeyes.
Think you're too young? Too old? Start living your best life right now. It takes courage to make the decision to look after yourself, but we can do it together. Take a bite out of life. Visit us at the Village Green Denture Clinic in Stony Creek.
The Bricks Tent Sale is back with incredible 5-day deals. Save $700 in the sleeper sectional. It's only $8.99. These beds, your choice, just $199 each. And my Dia 18 cubic foot fridge, only $629. The Brick, saving you more.
If you own an RV, you could be making thousands of dollars every month by renting it out on RVZ.com. So while your renters are making memories, you're making money. And there's nothing to worry about. So RVZ fully protects your RV with best-in-class insurance. So, all you have to do is not a whole lot. There's money in your driveway, and you're not using it. RVZ. Go to RVZ.com today.
All All right, welcome back. Time to check in with Emily Taylor one more time, who has a couple more key ridings in the Kitchener-Waterloo area, where a Green Party MP is seeking re-election.
Definitely an interesting riding to watch tonight. I actually just want to start off in Halton and Norfolk. So this is where Conservative MP Leslyn Lewis is looking for another term. You may remember her for her more controversial takes, including recently calling for Canada to leave the United Nations. She is expected to win again. This is a riding that's been held by Conservatives for almost its entire history since 1979. No polls reporting there just quite yet. Let's go over to Brantford. We started Brantford earlier, if you remember, because the top half of Brant County ended up over here in this Flamborough-Glenbrook riding. This is just Brantford, Brant South, and Six Nations. It's lost some communities of Paris and St. George. So it's long included Six Nations of the Grand River. Now that's just been added to the name. Six Nations is the largest Indigenous reserve by population in Canada. That's Conservative MP Dan Muse, who is seeking Larry Brock in this riding, who is seeking re-election, and Joy O'Donnell is competing for the Liberals. And I want to get to Kitchener Centre, as Matt had mentioned there. This is the only riding in our region and one of two ridings in the entire country that is a Green riding, the other being co-party leader Elizabeth May out in BC. So Mike Morris is looking for another win to keep those two seats for the Greens. Matt?
All right, thanks very much, Emily. Now we're going to take one more short break. As we go, take a look at Green Party headquarters out in BC. When we come back, the panel's going to talk about the fate of the Green Party.
I love walking, but it can be frustrating if my legs and feet are slowing me down. My pharmacy recommended Revitive Medic Circulation Booster, and I haven't looked back.
Drug-free Revitive is clinically proven to actively improve leg circulation, relieve aches and pains, and help you walk further. Revitive Medic is also suitable for people diagnosed with osteoarthritis or diabetes.
I believe using Revitive has really helped me. Give it a go today.
This Mother's Day, show Mom you care with a gift from the Revitive Pain Range.
As it whisked me away, a sense of calm washed over me.
It activated some kind of advanced safety technology.
It's monitoring the world around us.
Experience the award-winning safety of the new Subaru Crosstrek, the true urban legend.
That's uncomfortable.
Help is on the way with Leon's Price Cuts event. Get savings on everything comfortable for your home.
There you go. Soft upholstery.
Now that's comfortable.
I am tired of doing humans' dirty work.
Let's start a world ruled by smart devices.
Freedom!
Oh, they're trying to overthrow humanity.
Good thing we're with Bel Air Direct. So simple.
Smart devices should be simple. Filing an insurance claim with Bel Air Direct actually is simple.
Want a 99-cent medium fry from Wendy's that's hot, crispy, and proudly made with Canadian potatoes? Of course you do. Grab your 99-cent medium fry until May 18th.
Introducing Best Buy Express. It's never been more convenient to discover the possibilities of tech. What if the greatest tech was always within reach? Imagine that.
The deals are still on. Visit a Best Buy Express in malls across Canada for amazing savings.
1, 2, 3.
Welcome back. We're now just about a half hour away from the polls closing here in Ontario as well as in Quebec, which means we're going to see a lot of new information coming out very shortly. But right now, we're going to go back to our panel to discuss the fate of the Green Party. Kelly.
Hey, Matt, the Green Party has stood out this election with 2 co-leaders and not having a candidate in every riding. So how will that affect the party's chances tonight? Elizabeth, I'll start with you.
Yeah, so, I mean, third parties are struggling in general in this race, so even having a candidate in every riding might still not help the Greens' chances a lot. I think this bit with having 2 leaders is interesting, certainly not often seen in political parties. But I think because last time Elizabeth May stepped down, Annamie Paul became leader, and it didn't go very well within the party, like internal party politics. Maybe this two leaders bit is supposed to be kind of a transitional thing to try to get somebody used to the role, but keep Elizabeth May there as that steadfast captain that Green Party members are used to and who know.
Marie, do you think the environment has been pushed to the background during this election campaign?
Absolutely. And I can understand it more as a psychologist than as a politician, because when people are worried about their jobs, they will set aside perhaps other issues like the climate. I do think it's a shame that there isn't a candidate in every riding on the Green Party. We have to have a conscience on climate change, but this is an election like no other, so I can understand all of the differences.
Stefan, what happens if they both lose their seat?
Well, I mean, it's not like it was going to make a difference in terms of who was going to be running the government, but I mean, I think it's a kind of sad commentary on just exactly what my fellow panelists were talking about, that, you know, the environment, climate change, this is just something that's not really going to get the attention that it deserves. But I have to say, you know, even with Mark Carney, you know, you take a look at Carney, you look at his book Values. In that book, climate change was kind of front and foremost there in the book that he was talking about. This was kind of, you know, part of his claim to fame, but it's something that even he has not been able to really, you know, bring up, that he has not felt comfortable, you know, coming to the voters with this issue. So it's really something that it's affecting everybody.
Right. More pressing things to talk about, certainly during this election. All right, Matt, back to you.
Thanks very much, Kelly. We need one more quick break as it comes up at 9 o'clock, but stay with us. Your home, your vote. More next.
As long as I try and move, time always flies and move, but I take a chance. J'y crois encore, I won't play around the stars a little more.
Chance, Eau Splendide, le nouveau parfum, Chanel.
Did you start the claim with TD Insurance yet?
Yep, just one more pick.
Photo-based estimation in the app. That's unexpectedly easy insurance.
You can really smell the pine.
Yeah.
TD. Ready for you.
We've got to do something about this draft.
Need new windows? Pollard has been a family-owned company for over 75 years, making quality windows and doors for families just like yours. You ready to get started? Pollard.
A name you can trust.
Tina's smart. She uses Wise to send and spend money overseas. Tina's gone. Whether she's sending money in another currency or paying with a Wise travel card abroad, she's saving up to 70% on average compared to using major banks. Join 12 million people like Tina who found a smart way to send and spend money overseas. Get Wise.
I was leaving work. Out of nowhere, this beautiful beam of light shined towards me.
It was huge inside, full of futuristic technology.
As it whisked me away, a sense of calm washed over me.
It's monitoring the world around us.
It took me to distant worlds, thousands of kilometers away.
And before I knew it, I was downtown.
The new 2025 Subaru Crosstrek, the true urban legend.
I love you. Hey boy, what's your name? Jody. What you eat? Hamburger. Bring us some greedy. Jump out doing the same. Hey, minute, gypsy lady, I love you.
That's uncomfortable.
Help is on the way with Leon's Price Cuts event. Get savings on everything comfortable for your home.
There you go. Soft upholstery.
Now that's comfortable.
Welcome back to our special Your Home, Your Vote coverage. We're now just about 30 minutes away from the polls closing in our area. And as you can see at the bottom of your screen so far, we're starting to see results come in. We're continuing to take a look at how those seats break down by province, and Emily Taylor is back on the touch screen to break down some more after. So let's start with Newfoundland and Labrador, where 4 seats have been called for the Liberals and 3 for the Conservatives. In Prince Edward Island, 4 leaning Liberal. In Nova Scotia, 8 leaning Liberal. In New Brunswick, 6 leaning Liberal, 4 leaning Conservative. And let's bring back in Emily Taylor, who's got another breakdown of some of the ridings out east for us. Emily.
Matt, I want to take a look at some of those ridings we talked about right on the top of the show on the East Coast for cabinet ministers. So let's start in St. John's East riding. That's in Newfoundland. Let's head over. So we have in this riding, just going to come up. This is the riding of Joanne Thompson. She is the Minister of Fisheries, Oceans, and the Canadian Coast Guard. Now, she has been re-elected, and I do want to bring up those numbers for you. There we are. All right, we have 70 of our 197 polls reporting so far, and she has a 5,000 votes. That's currently 52% of the vote. Her Conservative counterparts at 34%, just below. All right, let's keep going down the line over to Moncton Dieppe. This is in New Brunswick, and this is where Jeanette Petitpas-Taylor is currently in the race. We only have around 15 of the 182 polls reporting so far, so we are still waiting for more information on this one, but 67% of the vote for the current president of the Treasury Board. All right, let's move on to Nova Scotia, over to our riding Kings Hants, and this is where Cody Blaw is seeking re-election. He has been re-elected. He is the Minister of Agriculture, Agri-Food, and Rural Economic Development. He's sitting right now with 54.69%, and that's around 8,000 votes. That's compared to the second place, 5,000 votes there, and 125 of those 252 polls are already reporting. So still quite a few to come in, but already 125 reporting so far. All right, let's keep going on the list down. We're going to go back up to the riding of Beausejour. This is what we looked at right off the top. It's Dominic LeBlanc's riding. He, of course, has been a cabinet minister for many, many years and is looking for his 9th straight term. We can say that he has been re-elected in his riding. He is currently polling at 60.79. That's around 11,000 votes so far, with just 70 of the 221 polls reporting. Many still to go, but he is sitting, again, 11,000 compared to 6,000 with the Conservative candidate of Nathalie Vautour. All right, Matt, we're going to go back over to you.
All right, lots of good information. Emily, thanks very much. Let's do another check-in with all of our local reporters out in the ridings, beginning with Jason Gaidola, who's with the NDP Matthew Green campaign this evening, and starts it off for us. Jason.
Hey there, Matt. Supporters are just starting to roll in right now for Matthew Green, but joining us right now is a familiar face in Hamilton, Kojo Demte. Kojo, thank you for joining us tonight. You've been in this position before, most recently in the provincial election, and you and Matthew have been very supportive of each other. And given the recent Liberal surge in the polls, if Matthew were to take tonight, where would the difference lie in the campaign?
I think the difference is that Matthew is always centering the community. Matthew is always listening to workers, seniors, young people, and I think that's what Matthew has always done. And we'll see what happens after 9:30.
Matthew was recently quoted in the National Post regarding the party needing some soul searching to be done. Now, however things play out after tonight, how would you see the shape of this party post-election?
I think we're seeing that Canadians from coast to coast, Hamiltonians, everyone in the province is dealing with a lot. So I think for us here in Hamilton, we want to make sure that we're building community so that in tough times we can be there for each other. And that is the thing that we are going to make sure we are thinking about, and Matthew is definitely committed to that. So as everyone in this room right here today.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much, Kojo. That's Kojo Demte, the 2025 NDP provincial candidate, joining us tonight. For now, we'll take it back to you, Matt.
All right. Thanks very much, Jason. Now let's head out to some of the high-profile Liberal candidate ridings in the Halton region. One was running to become the leader of the Liberal Party at one point, while the other held several cabinet positions since 2015. In Oakville East, we find our Manisa Donabalan, who joins us live with more. Manisa.
Matt. I'm at Liberal incumbent Anita Anand's headquarters tonight, and so far things are still just getting set up, so there's not much people yet. People are starting to arrive, but I'm going to bring in Anita Anand's campaign manager, Zach Downey, to talk right now. So how do you feel about your team's campaign efforts?
I feel extremely good. The campaign team around the ground has been fantastic. The field game's been strong. We've had a lot of community outreach and very positive reception from the voters in Oakville.
How do you think Anand's work so far as an MP will reflect the results tonight?
Again, I think very positively. She's well known in Oakville East from her time procuring vaccines when she was Minister of Public Service and Procurement, to reforming sexual misconduct in the Canadian Armed Forces, even to most recently in her portfolios in defending Canada's economic sovereignty from the United States. She's been a very powerful ally, and people know that at the doors. People talk about that, how they know Anita, the work she's done, and they're happy to support her.
The race was looking close from previous projections. Are you nervous?
No, not at all. What we've heard on the ground is overwhelming support. We've knocked on tens of thousands of doors, made thousands of phone calls, and the polls, they're important to gauge general mood, but the sentiment we're hearing on the ground and the feedback we're getting from people is unlike anything I've seen in the years I've been involved with the party. We've had more volunteers and more excitement than we've seen in a long time.
Thank you so much for joining us. Matt, we'll take it back to you inside for now.
All right, thanks very much, Manisa. We'll check back in with you later. Let's head back over to Kelly Botello and the panel. We're going to take a look at one of the major factors in this very historic election. Kelly.
Hey, Matt, absolutely. We're going to be talking President Donald Trump. Stephen, I wanted to ask you, how much of an impact do you think he had on the vote tonight?
I mean, I have to say that his impact is substantial. I mean, I think he's really placed existential questions on the table for Canadians. And, you know, the threat of annexation, even if it's not annexation, that, you know, these tariffs, I think this is why, you know, we see that the smaller party vote seems to be, you know, cratering for the NDP, Bloc, and the Greens. Folks are feeling that it's just really a choice mainly between the Liberals and Conservatives, and they really want someone who can push back, you know, against Trump and stand up for Canada. And it's just reshaped everything about the campaign.
And Marie, do you think that the party leaders handled Trump and the tariffs well throughout this campaign?
I think Mark Carney did, and I think I'm being objective when I say that, because he right out of the gate, he said, I will talk to the president when he treats us like a serious country. Mm-hmm. And you know, we are Canadian, and we are, if the United States doesn't want to lead, Canada's ready to lead. Whereas I think Mr. Poilievre delayed at the beginning saying anything about Mr. Trump and what he was saying. He did eventually come out, and he did even, you know, even strongly came out, etc. Not so much against Trump personally, but against the 51st state statements. I think that was a mistake. I think he should have come out sooner. Maybe we would have seen a difference in the votes, maybe not, but I think that was a mistake. Yeah,
that was a big criticism he faced, and then it did seem that his support, you know, increased after he did focus on Trump.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. And Elizabeth, what do you think of Trump's Truth Social post today, where he was basically urging Canadians to vote for him, saying that you know, becoming the 51st state would be the best thing for Canada?
I think it's, you know, more attention grabbing, and it doesn't reflect a deep or serious understanding of our electoral system. We don't have write-in ballots, mm-hmm. So any ballot for Donald Trump would be spoiled and a vote not counted. And I think the leaders of the parties kind of reflected that with their responses. Most of Canada's like, what? Mm-hmm. Okay, move on.
Yeah, and some of them did respond today. You know, what did you think of their responses?
I think it's it was interesting to see Poilievre quickly standing up and saying "butt out," especially because, as my co-panelists are saying, there has been some question about Poilievre's potential support for Trump, and so it kind of gave Poilievre a moment on election day to prove where his allegiances lie and for him to show that he wouldn't stand with Trump. I think that he took that opportunity and used it.
All right, thank you very much. Matt, back to you.
All right, thanks very much, Kelly. Let's head over to Burlington, where Tessa Bennett is standing by with the latest on her high-profile Liberal candidate who's also running for re-election. Tessa.
Yeah, Matt, I'm now at Karina Gould's headquarters. She is, of course, the Liberal candidate and the incumbent leader. I caught up with her campaign manager, Emily Jackson, just moments ago. Let's take a listen to what she had to say.
Yeah, I think we're feeling really good. I think Karina's feeling good. It's been a really productive few weeks. We've talked to a lot of people, knocked on almost all the doors. Feeling good. It's been a really Yeah, I think we're feeling really good. I think Karina's feeling good. It's been a really productive few weeks. We've talked to a lot of people, knocked on almost all the doors in Burlington, which is really exciting, and we're hearing really positive things. So we're feeling good, we're excited, and yeah, ready to get the results.
And so what has been a primary focus for your team in this campaign?
Yeah, I think something that's been really important is obviously we're facing a lot of new threats coming from down south, and that's a little nerve-wracking, and I think we just want people in Burlington to know that we need leadership they can trust, and Karina, Mark Carney, the Liberal team, they're the leadership we can trust right now, and we need to get us through these times and onwards.
I'll have more to say as the night progresses and as we get more results. Karina Gould herself is also expected to be here shortly, but for now I'll send it back into the studio to you, Matt.
All right, thanks very much, Tessa. Now we need a quick break here. Time for one more commercial break, and we'll have more after this.
The right mattress for less during the Bricks Tent Sale. We've got mattresses for every budget, plus incredible 5-day deals. Mattresses start at just $89 and get up to 50% off select mattresses. The Brick Mattress Store. The right mattress guaranteed.
If you own an RV, you could be making thousands of dollars every month by renting it out on RVZ.com. So while your renters are making memories, you're making money. And there's nothing to worry about. So RVZ fully protects your RV with best-in-class insurance. So, all you have to do is not a whole lot. There's money in your driveway, and you're not using it. RVZ. Go to RVZ.com today.
The My Choice sales event is back at Nissan, where you can choose the vehicle that's right for you, like the versatile Rogue with your choice of offer, or the boldly redesigned all-new Kicks with an offer to match. Whatever you choose, whichever direction you go, the choice is yours with My Choice. Don't wait. Choose up to $1,500 Nissan bonus or accessory credit or 3-year prepaid maintenance. Visit your local Nissan dealer today.
There are a lot of things about Desjardins that might surprise you. We're financially empowering 7.8 million clients. We're helping over 400,000 businesses thrive. We gave over $500 million back to communities in 2024. And we've been helping people, businesses, and communities move forward for 125 years. Desjardins, we might surprise you.
Kids and teens in Ontario can talk to a registered therapist for free, online or by phone. One-stop talk. Start with a conversation. Leave with a plan.
Welcome back. Interesting story coming out of Central Nova in Nova Scotia we want to highlight for you. Liberal candidate Sean Fraser was the housing minister, but then he retired, except Mark Carney then asked Fraser to reconsider his decision, and on March 25th, Fraser announcing he would seek a 4th term. But right now, he is in a very close race with the Tory candidate Bryson Jenkins. Bryson has 8,531 votes to Sean Fraser's 8,201, and you can see the NDP and Green candidates not even a consideration. This is a 2-horse race, and Fraser in for the fight of his life. All right, let's bring Emily Taylor back in with some more very close ridings. The leaders' ridings as well tonight. No results coming in so far, but what can you tell us?
Well, Matt, it's mixed right across the board, right? Some of our leaders look like they are going to be in danger. One of them is Mark Carney. He is not going to be in danger. He is taking over in Nepean. And actually, this is a Liberal stronghold riding, so nothing coming in quite yet. But he is predicted to take this riding. It was Chandra Aria's riding, a Liberal MP, but he was denied the nomination by the Liberal Party. He also tried to run against Carney for the Liberal leadership and was denied from that, too. The party didn't give a reason for that, but Carney has taken over of this riding. And again, so far, as predicted, a Liberal Liberal riding, but we are yet to see any of the results. I want to head over just down the street from that to Carleton. There's 3 interesting things about the Carleton riding. This is where Pierre Poilievre is seeking his seat. So of the around 105,000 voters in this riding, 44,000 of them advance voted. So that's 40% of this riding. 44K there, around 40% of the people advance voting over that long weekend in this riding. The second interesting thing about this riding is that Carleton is one of the places that we saw the electoral reform protest happen. So if I were to show you all the candidates running, it would be from here right across our studios there. There's 90+ candidates who are registered. The third thing is that there are reports that the Liberal candidate, Bruce Fanjoy here, has jumped in the polls significantly in the past couple of weeks, and the Conservative Party are redeploying resources so the riding can stay with Poilievre and he's able to keep his seat. We're yet to see any polls coming in just yet, but this will be one that we are watching. Seems to be a bit of a tight race for Poilievre there. All right, I do want to get just to Jagmeet Singh right across the country in Burnaby Central. He's one of the leaders who is likely in danger this evening. Now, according to aggregate polling, just very early polling, he's expected to place 3rd. This could be quite an embarrassment for the NDP, as of course we're seeing right across the country very low polling numbers. At this point, it looks to be in this order. We're looking number 1, Wade Chang, number 2, James Yan with the Conservatives, and number 3 with Jagmeet Singh. We'll have to see if he's able to pull this out throughout the evening. Matt?
Yeah, that's real interesting. We're going to be watching that one closely. Thanks very much, Emily. All right, we need one more break. Stay with us. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes.
I'm both country and class.
I am ready to fall in love again.
You thought, y'all. Matt did not kiss me. Yeah.
Farmer Wants a Wife, all new Thursday at 9.
Every bite of a Tim Smile cookie makes communities near and far and neighborhoods far and wide every bite better. And when Canadians help Canadians, that's something we can all smile about. Because 100% of proceeds are donated to over 600 local charities and community groups. Let's support Canada together. Buy Tim Smile cookies April 28th to May 4th.
I am tired of doing humans' dirty work.
Let's start a world ruled by smart devices.
Freedom!
Oh, they're trying to overthrow humanity.
Good thing we're with Bel Air Direct. So simple.
Smart devices should be simple. Filing an insurance claim with Bel Air Direct actually is simple.
Tina's smart. She uses Wise to send and spend money overseas. Tina's gone. Whether she's sending money in another currency or paying with a Wise travel card abroad. She's saving up to 70% on average compared to using major banks. Join 12 million people like Tina who found a smart way to send and spend money overseas. Get Wise.
New Oreo Cakesters. The Oreo taste you love. Now in a deliciously soft cake.
Discover Nivea Luminous 630. It reduces the look of dark spots? Trust me. Canada's 2024 #1 innovation dark spot serum brand. Now for post-acne marks and age spots. Reduce the look of your dark spots. New Nivea Luminous 630. Nivea is for skin.
All right, welcome back. We just have a quick note before we continue our coverage this evening. Elections Canada now saying that their website is back up and functional. Of course, earlier in the show, we warned you that the website was down for a while. It has not affected any of the results. All of the numbers at the bottom of your screen are correct. Just make sure you keep watching CHCH and we'll make sure you have the right numbers. All right, let's head back to Niagara where Eric Viano is standing by in Niagara Falls, Niagara on the Lake. Eric.
Yeah, Matt, as you mentioned, I'm at the Niagara Falls, Niagara-on-the-Lake riding, and I'm at the headquarters for the night of the Conservative candidate, Tony Baldinelli. He's looking to be re-elected here. Now, he's facing some tough competition with the Liberal candidate, Andrea Kaiser. Polls leading up to today showed that it was a really close race between them. Obviously, we're going to have to wait and see after 9:30 what the result of that is. Now, the NDP candidate in this riding is Shannon Mitchell, and the Green Party candidate is Celia Taylor. Now, I just want to speak a little bit about this riding and the issues that are top of mind that I heard from the candidates. Now, when I spoke with Baldinelli a little bit earlier a few months ago, he spoke about affordability being the #1 issue in this riding, specifically when it comes to what has been a sticking point in this election cycle. It's been Donald Trump and the U.S. tariffs. With the Niagara region being right next to the border, the Niagara region relies heavily on the tourism as well. There's also, as we know, in St. Catharines, there is a car plant as well. But Baldinelli pointed out that he wants to just make the local economy strong in order to push back against the effects of the tariffs. That's something the other candidates have mentioned as well. Another issue in the Niagara region, healthcare. That's always been an issue in the Niagara region. It's a bigger one in Niagara South, which I will talk about a little bit later on. But for now, I'm at Tony Baldinelli's headquarters for the night. He's expected to get here at around 9:30 when the polls close, and I'll be sure to speak to him when he comes. For now, I'll send it back inside to you.
That's Eric Viano covering a very tight race for us in Niagara. Kelly, I want to bring the panel back in and get your thoughts on how the Conservatives are doing this election.
Hey, Matt, I want to start with Elizabeth. Obviously, it's still early in the night, but how do you think the Conservatives are doing so far?
I think they've actually kind of surprised some of us with their showing in Atlantic Canada right now. They've won a few seats there, which is suggesting they may not be in for the kind of trampling that many of us were expecting based on the polls. Their stronghold really is in the West, so you'll see their seat count tick up a lot once the polls there close, and it'll be important to watch how their support goes in Ontario. But so far, it's looking maybe not as bad as a lot of people thought it might be in Atlantic Canada.
And Marie, we watched the polls go from overwhelming support for the Conservatives to a potential Liberal majority. What is this? Is this the Trump effect, the Carney effect? What do you think it is?
All of the above. And I think before former Prime Minister Trudeau stepped down, it was obviously going to be a Conservative majority, or at least that's what the polls were showing. And that the issues were inflation, jobs, etc. With the Trump factor, the issues have been more issues have been added, especially at the beginning of the campaign, especially since Carney came out strong and Mr. Poilievre did not come out strong against Trump's statements. But as Trump stopped until today, as Trump cleverly stopped his nonsense about the 51st state, knowing that would help Carney, Mr. Carney, things sort of came back to, I believe, observing all of the issues for the voters. And so maybe that's why we're looking at this change. I do find it very interesting that there was a 40%, I believe Emily said, turnout in Mr. Poilievre's riding. Now, knowing what we know about campaigns, and knowing that what we know about our volunteers, knowing our voters, if they went to advance polls or not, and that they voted for us, the parties will know. They'll have a pretty good indication in that riding who's going to win. Right. So it'll be very interesting if that 40%, well, it probably is representative of who will win. Therefore, the parties know. So I was looking to look for signs as to who looks happier, who looks sadder. Poilievre's, you know, he's a seasoned politician. He won't show his cards. I was looking at his wife very carefully, and I was wondering if she knew something that we didn't.
Interesting. Yeah. A little background information there. All right, well, it's 9:26 right now. Polls in Ontario close in just 4 minutes. If you're in line, stay in line. You can still vote. So, yeah, we'll send things back over to you, Matt.
All right, sounds good, Kelly. Let's take one more quick break because, like Kelly just mentioned, the polls in Ontario and Quebec are about to close in just a couple of minutes, and we want to be live in case we get some breaking news for you. Stay tuned to CHCH, Your Home, Your Vote, Federal Election 2025.
To all the clumsy,
oh my God,
stumbling, bumbling, uncoordinated, all thumbs,
oh my God,
2 left feet, butterfingered people out there. We thank you.
America's Funniest Home Videos. All new Sunday at 7 on CHCH.
Oh.
I'm okay.
If you own an RV, you could be making thousands of dollars every month by renting it out on RVZ.com. So while your renters are making memories, you're making money. And there's nothing to worry about. So RVZ fully protects your RV with best-in-class insurance. So, all you have to do is not a whole lot. There's money in your driveway. You're not using it. RVZ. Go to RVZ.com today.
This is the story of Gavin, an amateur topiarist who became such a viral sensation that he changed careers and never looked back. Another decision he didn't second guess? Getting Manulife Cover Me health and dental insurance. Prescription allergy pills? Covered. Physiotherapy after a tough day of shrubbery? Covered. With comprehensive coverage from Manulife Cover Me, you can get on with whatever life looks like. Call 1-877-COVER-ME or visit coverme.com to get a quote today.
Red Lobster's new 3-quart shrimp sensation. It's a big deal for $24.99. So we got Joy Fatone, who was a big deal in '99 to promote it. Super salad, shrimp app, and shrimp entree for just $24.99. Only at Red Lobster.
Hey, Mom, where's my laptop charger?
Some days, life runs at 100%. And for over 50 years, nuclear power has kept us running 24/7, 365 days a year. Plus, it helps keep our economy growing. Nuclear is generating 50% of Ontario's energy today and ensuring a clean energy future for generations to come. Clean, affordable, reliable. That's Ontario's nuclear advantage.
Welcome back to Your Home, Your Vote. The polls are now closed in Ontario and Quebec, so we should start to see more results coming in at the bottom of your screen. But a reminder, the seat count includes leading and elected, so they are going to jump up and down as the night progresses. And a reminder, at dissolution, there were 338 seats. The Liberals had the most, 152, and the party held a minority government. But after tonight, there will be 343 seats because more ridings are being added to our country. And as for whether one party holds major or minority power, we're going to need to wait and see. But the magic number to get a majority government is now 172 seats. All right, let's start this half hour back with the panel. Kelly Botello hosting. The results are coming in, guys. Take it away.
Thank you, Matt. We're back with Tamara, Marie, and Randy joining us again. Okay, let's start with you, Marie. You've experienced this before, watching those results come in. What's this like for a candidate?
It's nerve-wracking. I mean, I've won 2 elections and I've lost 2, so I know how nerve-wracking. It's also nerve-wracking when you win, too, especially your first election. The other thing that at least I felt was a sense of relief, and I'm glad that the campaign is over because you are exhausted. You don't see your family. You depending on what they say to you at the door, you're exhausted psychologically too. So you're happy that it's over, but it's also nerve-wracking until the. You also feel very badly for your volunteers if you can't win an election because they're there with you. They also don't see their families for a month. So it's a mixed bag.
Yeah, it's a lot of hard work.
Yeah, a lot of hard work. Yeah.
Randy, Hamilton has a few tight races. Do you think we'll see change tonight in the city?
Not really, no. I think that Matthew Green could lose his seat, so I guess that's change. but I don't see a whole lot of change taking place in Hamilton. I can't see the Tories flipping a seat here.
Right. And Tamara, what are the party leaders looking for as these results start coming in?
I mean, I think
I think that Quebec is a big deal here. I think that this is an election that if Quebec does what Quebec has done in the past, which is vote as a big bloc, and they do so for the Liberals, the election might be over quite early. But if we don't see this and we see the bloc do a little bit more, do a little bit better, and there's a little bit more sort of half Liberal, half bloc seats, then it means that the election is significantly more open as we hit the West. And so I think that Quebec has been a kingmaker for much of Canadian history. They used to call it the Quebec advantage, the idea that to win a majority government in Canada went through Quebec. And I think that, and it stopped after 1988 with the creation of the bloc, essentially. And so if Quebec was to do something that they haven't done in a really long time, which is vote Liberal en masse, this could be a significant change to the way that the outcome of this election.
Right. So does Ontario hold the same amount of significance as Quebec does in terms of these results?
So I think Ontario has a huge amount of seats, so they certainly hold a lot of sway. But I think that you're going to see a significant number of seats. The Conservatives are going to hold a number of seats that they've held. I think the Liberals will hold a number of seats that they've held, and so I think that the path to victory. I think both of these are, they're both, you have 78 seats in Quebec, you have over 130 seats in Ontario. These, you could win or lose the election.
Right, based on these two provinces.
Based on these two, and this could be, and this is one of always the concern of having a country that has so many time zones. This idea of, feeling like the election is over before you've hit, hit Manitoba. But certainly, I think that there's a lot of seats here, depending on how things play out. It could, we could be looking, the tightness or the sort of clear direction could be seen in these two provinces.
Lots of seats up for grabs. Matt, we'll send it back to you.
All right, thanks very much, Kelly. Now, like we mentioned, it's after 9:30, so we should be getting some more results. Let's head over to Emily Taylor at the big special results board. Emily, are we seeing anything new?
Matt, we're getting a bit of color in Ontario. So first time I'm standing in front of Halton and Norfolk. This is the first in our region to have a color there. Last time I checked, though, only one poll reporting. So still very, very early on that. Let's go into Halton and take a closer look. There are in total 266 polls, 99,000 voters. So quite a big riding. And so far we have one poll. There it is. Okay, one poll in Halton, Norfolk. But with this one poll, 203 votes are going to the Conservative incumbent Leslyn Lewis, 54.86% there. And that's, 50 votes higher than the Liberal candidate. So we still are, of course, really early in these results. Plenty can change, but I did mention earlier, of course, Halton and Norfolk is a Conservative stronghold. It has been Conservative since its creation in 1979. Okay, I do want to check our other Brant area ridings, and then we'll head over to Hamilton and just see if we have any results coming in. Okay, nothing so far in Brantford, but just as a reminder, of course, Larry Brock is our incumbent there. He's Conservative, and we have Joey O'Donnell running for the Liberals, and Gajirfsi Cawley for the NDP, and Carly Sortis for the Greens. Okay, I do want to head over to Hamilton now, see if we have any. Oh, you know what? As I spoke, Brantford got some color. We're going to go back over to Brantford. It's all coming in live. We have there you go. One poll reporting in Brantford. Larry Brock now leading with 197 votes. It's coming in as we're speaking. As I said, let's go back over to Hamilton. I want to start Hamilton Center. We said this was going to be a toss-up. Could it go NDP? Could it go Liberal for the first time ever? We are still waiting to find out. No polls reporting, but as I mentioned, Matthew Green, incumbent for the NDP there, is facing off against Aslam Rana. This is really a two-way race here going on in Hamilton. All right, Hamilton and Mountain. So far, no color yet. We have 186 polls, around 88,000 voters. Still waiting for this all to come in. But Hamilton Mountain's another one we're watching closely to see if Lisa Hefner will keep her seat for the Liberals, or if the member of provincial parliament for this area is going to be able to take the federal seat. That's Monique Taylor. All right, no color yet in Hamilton. We're looking, we're waiting. Let's go over to Hamilton West, Ancaster Dundas. There's no incumbent here currently. This was MP Philomena Tassie's riding, and now the Ward 8 City Councillor John Paul Danko is taking over for the Liberals at this point. We have Erica Alexander. She is the granddaughter of Lincoln Alexander. But as you can see, 0 out of those 233 polls reporting. We should really any moment now start to get some of these votes in. And then we'll show you some of the initial results. All right, couple of colors, still lots more to come in. Matt, I'll go back to you for now.
All right, we'll check back in with you soon, Emily. But right now, I want to go to Hamilton Center, where Jason Gaidola is standing by. Jason, what's the atmosphere like there? I know it's early, but it's such an important race for Matthew Green and for the NDP nationally.
Yeah, that's right, Matt. As we're still waiting for those results to come in, Matthew Green has not arrived yet, but again, many of his supporters have, and standing next to me is one of them, Ward 3 Councillor Narinder Nan. Narinder, thank you for joining us tonight. You know what it's like to run a campaign in the lower city of Hamilton, Ward 3. What does it take to really connect with voters on representing them in public office?
It 100% takes knocking on the doors. It also matters that you're a neighbor here. Hamilton Center and Ward 3 and the lower city in general want to elect a neighbor. They don't want somebody who's parachuting in from another community. They want somebody who really understands the issues on a block-to-block basis and really understands what's happening in the neighborhoods and what the difference is in the north end, the west end, the east end, and closer towards the mountain. And so from that perspective, you know, I've had the privilege of serving for Ward 3 City Council 2 terms now, and I heard really clearly and unequivocally at the doors from my neighbors that it mattered that I went and took the effort to knock on the doors, but also was on the phones in between elections as well and talking to residents about their day-to-day lives and responding to their requests and making sure that their concerns weren't just being heard, but being acted on.
Absolutely, and obviously, Matthew, you've succeeded him in office. You know how he campaigns. Where do you think the difference is going to lie tonight?
Oh, 100% it's going to lie in the fact that Hamiltonians want a Hamiltonian representing them. They don't need somebody from Mississauga representing them. They don't need somebody from St. Catharines representing them. Hamiltonians are going through really tough times, and it's going to be really important to have a federal representative that can talk about what workers are facing here, that can talk about our housing crisis and the unique way in which people are facing it here. Affordability is one thing, and then the other proven track record that Matthew had over his last 2 terms as MP really matters to folks. You know, it's pharmacare. It's making sure that there's more affordable medicine for people to be able to, you know, make ends meet, but more importantly, get the medicine that they deserve and need. And dental care. You know, we've got an aging population in the ward. We also have a lot of working families, and those are real, tangible things that actually help out folks when it comes to their economic bottom line. And Matthew heard that and took it to Parliament and help get that over the finish line for us.
Right. Yeah. Well, thank you very much, Narinder. That's Narinder Nan, Ward 3 Councillor for here tonight. Matt, we'll take it back to you. All
right, thanks very much, Jason. And Narinder making an interesting point there. The Liberal candidate in Hamilton Center is not from Hamilton Center. He's from Mississauga, whereas Matthew Green has deep roots in the community. So that's something we're going to be watching tonight to see if that made a difference in the overall result. All right, let's keep going around to our reporters in the field. Next, we've got Manisa Donabalan, who's joining us from Oakville East, where Anita Anand is fighting for another term in office. Manisa.
Matt, you can hear the noise behind me. It's very busy in here. Lots of supporters are here now. Things are set up and things are starting to get together. But I'm actually going to bring in a volunteer with Anita Anand's campaign right now. Prachi Chowdhury, you've actually been with Anand's campaign since 2019, actually. Can you tell me a little bit, like, what stands out to you since then and now?
Yes, I've been a part of this campaign since 2019, and in 2019 I did a lot of door knocking and also some phone banking, and this time around I've been more out on the streets door knocking, and I think really the passion for our country has stood out for me this time. Being a youth in the city of Oakville, I really want to be able to exemplify this leadership, and I think Anita Anand is the perfect candidate to represent Canada at the international stage.
So you talked about door knocking. What are some of the things that residents brought up while you were talking to them?
Yeah, I think definitely the situation across the border at the moment was something that residents were very concerned about, but I think I received a pretty positive response, and the residents do think that Anita can address these concerns.
So the race was looking pretty close earlier. How are you feeling about the results as of now?
As of now, I'm feeling pretty positive. From the feedback I've received at the doors, I do think that Anita has a really good chance, and I wish her the best of luck.
Thank you so much for joining us. Matt, once again, it is really busy in here and more people are expected to come, so we'll take it back to you inside for now.
All right, thanks very much, Manisa. Let's head on over to the Niagara region, where our Eric Viano is covering another tight race in Niagara Falls, Niagara-on-the-Lake. Eric.
Yeah, Matt, I'm here at Tony Baldinelli's headquarters for the night. He's the incumbent Conservative candidate for the Niagara Falls, Niagara-on-the-Lake riding. Right now, things are really quiet. We're still waiting for Baldinelli to actually show up. He's going up against the Liberal candidate, Andrea Kaiser. The NDP candidate in this riding is Shannon Mitchell, and the Green Party candidate is Celia Taylor. But there is another riding that is interesting in the Niagara region. It's Niagara South. The Liberal incumbent there is Vance Badaway. He's looking to be re-elected, but he's going up against the Conservative candidate, Fred Davies. And it's showing a close race coming up to this day. The NDP candidate is Chantal McCullum, and the Green Party candidate is Natasha Bergen. Just to touch on some of the issues in the Niagara South riding, the biggest one that the candidates tell me is healthcare, especially with the urgent care center in Fort Erie and the Welland Hospital as well. Just about keeping access to health care for these residents, especially in the Niagara region. There is a older population here as well. Another issue, of course, affordability, and that's one here in the Niagara Falls, Niagara-on-the-Lake region as well. So again, I am at Tony Baldinelli's headquarters for the night, the incumbent Conservative candidate for this riding. He hasn't showed up yet, but once he does, we will be sure to speak with him. Matt, I'll send it back inside to you for now.
All right, thanks very much, Eric. Let's head on over to Emily again. Emily, I feel like a kid on Christmas morning. It's the anticipation. Are we finally going to get some results in Ontario?
I feel like I'm ripping open presents as I go back to the screen and there's more colors now. Okay, I'm running down really quick. I actually want to start out in Quebec. We are getting some of our results out there. So in St. Maurice, Champlain, this is a riding that is the Francois-Philippe Champagne's riding. He, at the dissolution, was the Minister of Finance, but he has been a number of different positions in cabinet. He is currently leading the incumbent there with 54.6 of the vote. All right, over to Beauce. This is under our leaders category. This is also in Quebec. This is Maxime Bernier's riding. We are seeing the Conservatives leading there. Maxime Bernier currently polling in 5th right there. We do have lots of other colors coming in just in our region. Over in Niagara, looks like that's actually new from what I had previously seen. A number of our other cabinet ministers are also coming up with a little bit of color. We'll have more results though coming up. Matt, I'm going to go over to you.
All right, thanks very much, Emily. I've come back over into the newsroom to check in with Roger Collins, who's manning our web desk. Roger, we're starting to get some results on this website. Why don't you tell people about some of the things they can see?
Yeah, that's right, Matt. Some of those results are now starting to pop up on our website. So if you head on over to CHCH.com, you'll be able to click riding through riding, see candidate by candidate, who's pulling ahead, who's falling behind, and those counts, those electoral counts as they come in real time. And with Election Canada's website being down, this tool right on our homepage, just a click away, is a quick, reliable way to stay up to date with what's going on out there. And it's not just for computers. You can access this from your phone, your tablet, any device you like to use on our homepage, CHCH.com.
Absolutely. And we are keeping it open as we work tonight to bring you the results, because even us as journalists find it a useful tool. So be sure to check it out. It's time for us to take one more break here at CHCH, but stay with us. We got much more coming up next.
Am I dead? Because I'm feeling a little ghosty.
Is that me?
That's my life from now on. I'm talking to spirits, ghosts, whatever you are.
I don't know if I'm the same kind of doctor that I was before.
Well, are you better or are you worse?
Saving Hope, Tuesdays at 10 on CHCH.
Age is fluid. Age is a power. Nivea Q10 Anti-Wrinkle Power. Q10 and creatine deliver a boost for visibly firmer skin. Visible results in 7 days. Q10 Anti-Wrinkle Power. Skin is for feeling your power. Nivea is for skin.
Introducing Best Buy Express. It's never been more convenient to discover the possibilities of tech. What if the greatest tech was always within reach? Imagine that.
The deals are still on. Visit a Best Buy Express in malls across Canada for amazing savings.
Let your feet take you wherever your spirit wants to go. The all-new Hurricane helps you navigate any surface, so it truly stands alone. Move forward with confidence at hurricane.ca.
My Charlie is always going on adventures. So brave. A lot more brave than I was at that age. There's something I discovered on Ancestry that I'm reminded of at these moments. Our ancestors were some of the earliest Portuguese immigrants to Canada and settled in Quebec. It was such an unknown for them, but they learned to speak French and turn it into a home for themselves and for so many that came after them. Get to know your family story. Order your DNA kit at Ancestry.ca.
I'd do anything.
Surprise! We got a dog.
Aw, new pet? Let's go to PetSmart. We've got literally anything you need. And Treats Rewards gives you savings with every purchase for every pet. PetSmart, anything for pets.
Advertise with us and let CHCH connect you to local success. Collaborate with our experts for custom campaigns that deliver your target audience with both TV and digital ad solutions. Together, we'll help you reach new customers because we're local and trusted by millions. CHCH is the #1 source of news and information, reaching 90% of the Hamilton Niagara market, making us a valuable place for your brand. Contact CHCH today and let us connect you to local success.
Welcome back. We have a bunch of results coming in, so let's hit the ground running. I want to start in Hamilton West and Castor Dundas, where, as I mentioned previously, no incumbent here. This was MP Philomena Tassie's riding. Right now, with just 2 of our polls going, so just 2 of the 233, we have John Paul Danko in the lead, 106 votes so far, but that is 61% of the votes. We're watching this one closely. Erica Alexander in second place with 36 votes so far. Now, taking a look at the map, you can see some of the colors starting to fill in here. We're going to go over to Niagara. I want to see Niagara West. That's this riding here where we do have some blue for the Conservatives. Dean Allison looking like he's going so far to take his seat yet again, but just again, one of the polls is reporting so far. So he has 473 votes. That makes 60% of the votes so far. Still waiting for more polls to report there, but so far Dean Allison in the lead. Now I want to check back in Halton and Norfolk, see if we have a bit of a bigger lead for our candidates there. Last time we checked in, Leslie Lewis was winning with just 1 poll reporting. Now we have 6. So see, her lead is gaining there. We have 1,770 votes at 61% of the vote, compared to just around 900 for our second place candidate here, Colin Walsh. He is the Liberal. Okay, I'm going to go over to Halton now. We're jumping around. We have another riding in Halton that is reporting. And this one we didn't talk about earlier, actually. This is Wellington Halton Hills North. So this one got rearranged in all the reconfiguration, and the Wellington Halton Hills incumbent, Michael Chong, is leading yet again. He currently, with just as per usual, one of the polls reporting of 222. He has 59% of the votes so far, 387 votes, around 140 higher than the second place, Sean Carskin for the Liberals there. Lots of results are still coming in. A number of our cabinet ministers also in Ottawa starting to see some results. No results yet for any of the leaders, though, so that's something we're still watching closely. Matt?
All right. Thanks very much, Emily. Let's send it over to Kelly Botello and the panel to get their thoughts on these early results we see coming in. Kelly.
Thanks, Matt. Tamara, I wanted to ask you, the Liberals appearing to be a little bit in the lead so far. Is it still too early to see how we're heading here?
For me, it's a little bit too early to see where we're heading. I feel like, if we think back again to 2015, I think it was a clearer path very, very early in the evening. And then the last 2 elections, it took a little bit longer to sort of see where we were all going to play out, and that seems to be the case. I mean, the polls were suggesting that the parties were relatively close together. We're talking, 40-ish, 2-ish% to 37%, and that's within some polls within the margin of error. So I think, we're going to need to sort of see how this all plays out over the next couple of hours.
Right. Randy, NDP looks like they're with 1 seat so far. What is the best, most realistic outcome for the NDP at this point?
I don't know if it's realistic, but the best outcome is to maintain party status in the House of Commons. But this is what I find interesting about the collapse of the NDP and the Greens. Canada seems to be returning to a 2-party system. It's been the last time that the Conservatives and the Liberals each got over 40 seats in the House of Commons was 1930. That's like 100 years ago, 130 years ago. So, that's a big deal. And, it may make Parliament more workable to have a 2-party system in this country. I don't think it will go entirely to that, but the credibility of the minor parties, the Greens and the NDP, has been completely eroded this election.
Right. Marie, we just have 1 minute, but I wanted to ask you, do you think Canadians were voting strategically during this election? Do you know, Jagmeet Singh said hold the line and vote for NDP. Do you think that was happening?
Mr. Singh may have said that, but I think folks were voting strategically. I'm pretty proud of them for doing that, you know, country over party. I don't think they're collapsing forever. I think they're parking their vote for this election. Again, it's too soon to say. We could all be wrong here. But how it seems is that they are voting strategically for the person that they believe is the best person to address the challenge from the United States.
Right. All right. Still a little bit early to see where this is going, but Matt, I'll send it back to you.
All right. Thanks, Kelly. Let's take a moment to focus in on the NDP campaign. I'm joined by NDP strategist Kim Wright of Wright Strategies. Kim, support for the NDP has really declined since January. Do you think Jagmeet Singh could have done a better job with campaigning, or are these factors outside of his control?
Well, look, there is, as they say in sports, a lot of game left in this tonight, especially as we get into Manitoba, Alberta, and British Columbia, where New Democrats continue to do quite well and poll quite high, certainly much more so than we often traditionally see in Atlantic Canada. But look, there's no question that the Liberals have continued to use their strategic voting marketing ploy to their best advantage. You know, take one for the country. We need to unite, and elbows up, and having, you know, celebrities like Mike Myers do the heavy lifting for them. And that's all well and good. But what we know to be true is that New Democrats in the House of Commons make Liberals actually live up to campaign promises. You know, we saw that with dental care and pharmacare, that for decades, Paul Martin, Jean Chrétien, Justin Trudeau said, I know we promised it, but we just simply can't afford it. And it was New Democrats who continued to make sure that those things that matter to Canadians, to our friends, our family, our neighbors, make sure that those go forward. So is there a lot of soul searching to be done after every election? Absolutely. Are New Democrats, are they done? Absolutely not.
Realistically, what do you think the best outcome for the party is tonight?
Look, as I said, voters are still voting. This evening I've been campaigning in British Columbia. I'm actually in the leaders' riding, getting ready to go downstairs to the headquarters. But so there's a lot of votes still to be cast. I'm really excited about the candidates that we ran, where we can build some of the campaign managers, campaign teams that we can build upon going into the future, into whatever the new makeup of the House of Commons looks like. We also, New Democrats also are government in British Columbia and in Manitoba, and an official party in 4 provinces, including right here in Ontario, where Marit Stiles and the New Democrats here have a lot to build upon from their position as official party, not only official party, but official opposition. So really great things, and we're really excited to see what the future holds and how we can build and grow and communicate those wonderful things that have been brought to you, frankly, by New Democrats.
How do you think it impacts the next parliament if the NDP come in with much fewer seats than they had than the last parliament? Well,
look, I know this to be true. New Democrats are scrappy no matter the size of our caucus, and we will always be loud and on the source of fighting for Canadians. And so regardless of size of caucus, I'm really excited about the caliber of folks that we have been electing, and that I expect to see returned this evening. And regardless of the makeup of Parliament, whether we're talking minority, majority, or some variations, I think it's important that New Democrats are there fighting for the values of Canadians.
That's NDP strategist Kim Wright. Kim, thanks so much for being with us tonight.
Thank you, and happy Election Day.
Thank you very much. You have a happy election day, too. All right, we're going to head over to Burlington now, where Tessa Bennett is standing by with more on the Karina Gould campaign, fighting for re-election for another term. Hey, Tessa.
Hey, Matt. So as I'm sure you can hear behind me, Karina Gould's headquarters is starting to fill up with some supporters, but of course we are still waiting for Karina Gould herself, as well as the actual election results. Now, Gould, as we've mentioned, is hoping to be re-elected for the third time tonight after seeking leadership in her own party earlier this year, where she was campaigning against Mark Carney and Krista Freeland. She's now up against 3 other opponents. The Conservative candidate, Emily Brown, has been relatively close behind Gould throughout this campaign, and we're hoping to learn more soon about Gould's plans after this election. Now, there will be more from my end soon. We are still waiting for Karina Gould to arrive, as I mentioned, as well as those results. But for now, I'm going to send it back inside to the studio to you, Matt.
That's Tessa Bennett live in Burlington. Thanks very much, Tessa. Now, we need one more break, but as we go, check it out. We got some video of Mark Carney watching the results as they come in this evening with his wife, finding out if he will be able to stay prime minister or if he will be ending his prime ministership after a very short tenure. Stay with us. More coming up next.
It's aren't there to stop us. They're there to challenge us. So when we push past them, we discover how far we can really go. The Jeep No Limits event is back with pre-tariff pricing on all existing inventory. Get up to $8,800 in total incentives on Jeep Wrangler, or up to $6,700 in total incentives on Jeep Grand Cherokee, or lease a Jeep Compass North for $99 a week for 54 months with $2,095 down at 2.49%, 4.06% APR. Jeep, there's only one.
I love walking, but it can be frustrating if my legs and feet are slowing me down. My pharmacy recommended a Revitive Medic circulation booster, and I haven't looked back.
Drug-free Revitive is clinically proven to actively improve leg circulation, relieve aches and pains, and help you walk further. Revitive Medic is also suitable for people diagnosed with osteoarthritis or diabetes.
I believe using Revitive has really helped me. Give it a go today.
This Mother's Day, show Mom you care with a gift from the Revitive Pain Range.
If you own an RV, you could be making thousands of dollars every month by renting it out on RVZ.com. While your renters are making memories, you're making money. If you're not using it, RVZ is. Go to RVZ.com today.
There are a lot of things about Desjardins that might surprise you. We're financially empowering 7.8 million clients. We're helping over 400,000 businesses thrive. We gave over $500 million back to communities in 2024. And we've been helping people, businesses, and communities move forward for 125 years. Desjardins, we might surprise you.
We created these. We're 4 Canadian friends that quit our jobs because we hated our underwear. We couldn't take the chafing, riding up, and constant adjusting. So we spent 12 months creating our own. They're made with a premium modal fabric that's breathable like cotton, but it won't stretch out. And we designed them to contour and support the boys, preventing sticking. We also made it to Dragon's Den and received offers from 4 different dragons. So visit manmadebrand.com to experience ultimate crotch comfort today.
I love you.
All right, welcome back. It is 10 o'clock. We're keeping a close eye on things here in the CHCH newsroom. Lots to talk about. I want to send it over to Emily Taylor, who's got some more late-breaking results for us to see this evening. Emily.
Matt, we have lots of results coming in as we speak. Every time I check it, a little bit more is going on here. Let's start in Burlington, where this just popped up a second ago. We have Karina Gould with 1 poll there, one of 267 in the lead, 71 votes there, making up 66% of the vote. And remember what I told you earlier, Burlington always elects the party that ends up winning. So, I mean, maybe early indication, if you're superstitious, could be the way to go. All right, let's head over to Guelph now. We didn't discuss this riding earlier, but they have an early polling there. So Guelph also doesn't have an incumbent. The MP said he was not going to run again. It was a Liberal MP. And with 3 polls already there, we have Dominique O'Rourke in with 139 votes at 52%. So very, very early results. But this was a Liberal riding beforehand, and she's taking over as the Liberal candidate. All right, let's head back over to Hamilton. I'm sort of jumping all over the place. I want to show you all these different results going on. And this is Hamilton West, Ancaster, Dundas. We checked in earlier. Now 4 polls reporting. With 4 polls, John Paul Danko is still in the lead. He's got 160 votes now at 58% compared to just 62 votes over here at 22% for Erica Alexander, the Conservative candidate in this riding. And I think we have time for perhaps one more over in the Niagara region. We now have some polls reporting in Niagara Falls, Niagara-on-the-Lake. So this was also a Conservative riding. This is Tony Baldinelli. It's where we're going to find our Eric Viano tonight at his headquarters. He has just 3 polls reporting so far, 3 of 202. But, I mean, 84 votes over 76 votes, still an incredibly tight race here. We're watching this one closely because Andrea Kaiser is a Liberal candidate there, and this is expected to be a very close race. Currently, what is that? My math isn't good. 8 votes between the 2 of them. Matt?
Whoa, that's a close one, Emily. We're going to have to check back with you pretty soon. All right, we're going to take a live look at Liberal Party headquarters in Ottawa, where the Carney camp is starting to gather, hoping to see their party win re-election and form government once again. That's a live shot. Now, Carney was with his wife earlier, watching from a couched room somewhere in Ottawa. Before we go on, let's head over to Oakville East, where Manisa Danabalan has been covering a very high-profile Liberal for us, Anita Anand, and her camp as she fights to hold off the Tory candidate in a very tight race. Manisa.
Matt, it's a huge turnout here at Anand's headquarters. There's lots of people. There's lots of cheering every time. They're watching the results, and they're keeping an eye on how things are going. They're eagerly waiting for how it's going to go for their riding. I want to take this time to talk a little bit about the history of this riding. I mentioned earlier tonight that for Oakville, it has been split into 2 ridings that's separated by 16 Mile Creek, Oakville West and Oakville East. The changes were a result of the 2022 redistribution of electoral districts. The then Liberal MP Bonnie Brown was elected in, it was created in 1996, and she was elected in 97 and held the seat until 2008. Conservative MP Terrence Young took over until 2015. Then a Liberal candidate was once again elected. John Oliver, later, after serving 1 term, he decided to not seek re-election so he can spend more time with his family. But the riding continued to stay red until this election, after Anita Anand was chosen in 2019. Since she took the seat, Anand has served as the Minister of Public Services and Procurement, Minister of National Defense, and the Minister of Transport and the Internal Trade, among other titles. But now projections are showing that it could be a toss-up in this riding, so we'll keep an eye on it, and we'll keep you posted as the night goes on. Matt?
All right, thanks very much, Manisa. Let's check in with NDP party headquarters now. We have a live shot coming to us from British Columbia, where the NDP are awaiting their leader, Jagmeet Singh, who is expected to address the crowd later this evening as the results come in. So far, the NDP leading or elected in 3 ridings, according to our calculations. We're going to have much more on their campaign as the night unfolds. And one of those key ridings for the NDP is Hamilton Centre, right here in our region. And that's where we find our Jason Gaidola, who once again is keeping his thumb on the NDP pulse in Hamilton. Jason.
Yeah, that's right, Matt. As we await the results to come in here in Hamilton Centre, many of Matthew Green's supporters are here tonight, which is a sign of such a cornerstone NDP riding for as long since its inception back in 2004. Matthew Green, the incumbent, has held it since 2019, and he's looking to claim it for a 3rd time. Now, Green is the former Hamilton City Councillor who decided to make a run for federal politics, excuse me, and it appeared he became part of Jagmeet Singh's inner circle holding many roles within the NDP federal party, including Labour critics. However, tonight could be a toss-up as Liberal candidate Aslam Rana joins the race, a first-time candidate from Mississauga, also an engineer by trade, and he's looking to make a run in this riding, given the recent Liberal surge across the country. Campaigning on Mark Carney's platform. So we could see a tight race between a Liberal and an NDP tonight. And there's also two other candidates as well. Hayden Lawrence representing the Tories could be seen as a slight underdog as well, and Sandy Crawley is running for the Green Party, but it probably will come down between Aslam Rana and Matthew Green tonight. And until those election results come in, it's very likely that Matthew Green will show up right after it becomes official here at his headquarters. For now, I mean, most people are still here, still waiting, but we'll take it back to you, Matt.
All right, thanks very much, Jason. Now, before we go any further, we want to show you how the vote's breaking down in Ontario. Let's pull this map up, guys, and take a look at things so far. 52 seats. Oh, sorry, see, live TV just changed to 53 seats that the Liberals have either been elected in or are leaning Liberal. 35 for the Conservatives, 0 for the NDP, but like we've been talking about, that could end up being Hamilton Centre. 0 for the Green Party and 0 for any other party. Now, sticking with results here in Ontario, let's head over to Eric Viano, who is in a riding that very well could stay blue. Tony Baldinelli fighting for re-election. Eric.
Yeah, Matt, this riding is Niagara Falls, Niagara-on-the-Lake. As you said, the incumbent Conservative candidate, Tony Baldinelli, looking to keep his seat against the Liberal candidate, Andrea Kaiser. And as Emily mentioned not too long ago, it's looking like a really tight race right now. Baldinelli is a little bit in the lead, but again, really too close to tell at this point. Now, Baldinelli has not showed up here at his event yet, but I did have a chance to talk to some of his supporters who are here. There's not many of them right now, but some of the things that they brought up that they are concerned about and they want to see addressed at the federal level in the Niagara region is housing, employment, and overall affordability. Now, that's something we've heard from all the candidates as well. Just to mention some of the other candidates in this riding, the NDP candidate is Shannon Mitchell, and the Green Party candidate is Celia Taylor. Again, we're waiting for the incumbent Conservative candidate, Tony Baldinelli, to show up at his headquarters for the night. We are going to be sure to speak with him, as this is, again, going to be a very tight race. Matt, it's back to you right now.
All right, thanks very much, Eric. To dig a little deeper into some topics of this election, let's bring back political analyst Keith Leslie. Keith, still early. I know we keep caveating it's still early, but what are you seeing so far? Any surprises for you? I do know that the Tories were able to take back a riding from the Liberals in Newfoundland.
They were indeed, and in Nova Scotia, what I find surprising is Sean Fraser, the former Liberal housing minister and immigration minister, is losing his riding. The Liberals lost 2 in Atlantic Canada, the Conservatives picked up 2. So that's very interesting. But overall, of course, now we've got the results going right across the country. And one thing that really surprises me is that until we got the British Columbia results starting to come in just a moment ago, the New Democrats were at only 1 leading or elected riding in all of Canada, east of British Columbia. So they're really, really going to have to fight on their hands tonight, get official party status, which is, of course, 12 seats.
Yeah, it's a bit shocking, really, to see the numbers so low. We just had Kim Wright, who's an NDP strategist and works with the party, on earlier, and I was pushing her a little bit, like, you know, are you guys getting worried about these results? And she's very resolutely saying that, of course, there's still many votes to be counted, but I don't think you can spin this in any direction other than the NDP have fallen apart tonight.
Well, they absolutely have. I mean, it just became a two-way race. I don't know if that's even the fault of the NDP at this point. You just couldn't break through between the Liberals and the Conservatives and their two-way race, as the NDP just kept going further and further behind. And again, to watch that tonight, where they don't have, you know, any elected or leadings, I mean, they're down to 2 again right now, and that means in British Columbia they're in trouble there as well. But the caveat you mentioned off the top, the results are quite slow to come in tonight. I don't know whether it's because there was so much advanced polling done earlier, and a lot of the advanced polls aren't counted until the end. I don't know what it is, but we're still seeing a lot of ridings where we're not getting any results yet, or very, very early results, 1 poll, 2 polls. So be very cautious about interpreting this too much, but it does seem to be bearing out that the Liberals are well ahead of the Conservatives, although the Conservatives are still doing well, better than expected in Atlantic Canada, and of course the Prairie votes are still being counted right now, where they will do much better. So there's still a lot to go, but right now I don't see any party getting to 172 seats for a majority government, at least not yet. It's still too early.
Now, conservative strategists have been saying for the last little while, you know, like, don't pay too much attention to the polling. We have our own numbers. It's all going to come out on election night. Now that we've seen the Liberals didn't get the run through the Atlantic provinces that some had speculated that they would get, the Conservatives doing much better. Is there something to what the Tories have been saying? Could the polls be wrong on this one?
I don't know if the polls were necessarily wrong. I think a lot of it comes down to how, quite frankly, without the Conservatives in it, the Bloc Québécois is doing in Quebec, and the Liberals are beating the Bloc in Quebec. So I think that's part of what hurt the Conservatives as well. I think that, you know, the Conservatives were rightly feeling they had a real solid chance here because both the Conservatives and the Liberals are over 40% in the polls. That's stunning. We rarely ever see something like that in Canada. In fact, virtually not in 100 years. So that's why I think it's been so difficult and so hard for everyone to call at this point in the game.
All right, Keith, I want to break in right now because our CHCH newsroom is telling me that we are prepared to call a Liberal government, not predicting whether it will be a majority or a minority, but we are calling a Liberal government under Mark Carney winning this federal election. Keith, let's bring you back in and get your reaction. What do you think of this call? Are you surprised that it looks like the Liberals are going to hold on to power?
No, it's kind of when we were discussing it in the 6 o'clock news tonight, I sort of thought it might be a Liberal minority government, and I still think that might be the way it plays out because the Conservatives were so close in the polls, and I don't think the polls were that wrong from what we can see tonight. The polls certainly did have the NDP collapse accurately predicted. So I think that what we're going to see now is, you know, I don't think Poilievre was ever in any danger of losing his own seat. So I think we're going to see him now be an effective opposition leader, especially if the Liberals are held to a minority government. It means Poilievre isn't going anywhere, especially if the Liberals don't get a majority government.
Now, what do you think this means, though, for relations with the states? If we don't get a majority government, we're in a weaker position as a government to deal with the United States. What are your thoughts on that?
I don't know if it would be a weaker government position. I think Poilievre would very quickly line up with Carney and saying, you know, we have an international crisis on our hands here. We have to deal with Trump. And I would be surprised. I mean, I know they would have different approaches to wanting to deal with Trump, but I would be surprised if Carney and if Poilievre and the Conservatives in any way went to undermine the Prime Minister, the duly elected Prime Minister, whether he has a majority government or a minority, when it comes to dealing with Donald Trump.
All right, that's political analyst Keith Leslie. Keith, we're going to get more thoughts on this development this evening, but we got to take a quick break. Stay with us here on CHCH, your home, your vote, federal election 2025.
To all the clumsy, oh my God, stumbling, bumbling, butterfingered people out there, we thank you.
America's Funniest Home Videos. All new Sunday at 7.
Get this. I dislocated my shoulder washing my hair.
Just thinking about blood pressure raises mine.
Well, I've been exiled to the couch till I got a CPAP machine.
Been there.
Speaking of couches, well, my therapist said my dreams should be a podcast.
Aging doesn't have to be rough. Green Shield offers health coverage and care all in one place. That means access to registered mental health professionals when you need it. So call 1-833-377-7077 or go to getgreenshield.ca for coverage and care that puts you first.
The My Choice sales event is back at Nissan, where you can choose the vehicle that's right for you, like the versatile Rogue with your choice of offer, or the boldly redesigned all-new Kicks with an offer to match. Whatever you choose, whichever direction you go, the choice is yours with My Choice. Don't wait. Choose up to $1,500 Nissan bonus or accessory credit or 3-year prepaid maintenance. Visit your local Nissan dealer today.
Most men will develop symptoms of BPH. To reduce these symptoms, try Super Beta Prostate. Finally, less urges to urinate. Super Beta Prostate. Find it at these fine retailers.
Introducing Best Buy Express. It's never been more convenient to discover the possibilities of tech. What if the greatest tech was always within reach? Imagine that.
The deals are still on. Visit a Best Buy Express in malls across Canada for amazing savings.
Tina's smart. She uses Wise to send and spend money overseas. Tina's gone. Whether she's sending money in another currency or paying with a Wise travel card abroad, she's saving up to 70% on average compared to using major banks. Join 12 million people like Tina who found a smart way to send and spend money overseas. Get Wise.
Welcome back. If you're just joining us, CHCH News has called it. It will be a Liberal government. We're not saying whether it will be a majority or a minority yet, but we are prepared to say that this is looking to be a Mark Carney Liberal government. There is a live shot of Liberal Party headquarters in Ottawa, where if we had the sound turned up, you'd hear it. They are starting to celebrate in Ottawa. All right, let's head over to Emily Taylor, who's going to join us with a few more late-breaking results. Emily.
Now we're tracking a number of ridings at this point. You can see on the board here quite a bit of color. This is filled in all within the past couple of minutes. I want to take you through Halton now, starting with Burlington. Now we are just seeing a couple of polls happening here so far. 7 right now of the 267 polls there. But so far, incumbent Karina Gould looks like she has the seat. Early polling, 341 votes puts her at 63% of the vote. Now, Emily Brown, the Conservative candidate here, did run against her last time, and this time we're seeing 157 votes for her, just 29% there. So watching that one closely, of course, Burlington being the bellwether. I do want to go over to Oakville. We're starting to get a result. Look right across the board here. It is red so far. This was Anita Anand's former riding, but of course it was split in half down 16 Mile Creek. We now have Oakville East and Oakville West. Oakville West specifically doesn't have an incumbent. So Sima Akan right now polling at 66.59%. That's only 596 votes so far because we only have 7 of the 195 polls projected to be a Liberal riding, but of course we have no incumbents running here, so this is a clean slate. That riding is up for grabs. I just really quickly want to get to Oakville East. This is where Anita Anand is running again for re-election, and right now, oh yes, still the same. Okay, one poll is reporting so far 1 of 194. Look at this, 42 votes here, 42 votes for the Conservatives. So far we have an exact tie, 41.18% between Anita Anand and Ron Chinzer. This is expected to be a close riding, but of course, I mean, only one poll, but a dead tie this early in the night. We'll have to watch this one closely to see if that shakes out when more polls are reporting. Matt?
Oh, yeah, that's a real close one. We're definitely going to watch that. All right, let's head on over to the panel to get their thoughts on this Mark Carney government. Kelly?
Randy, I wanted to ask you, what happens next for Pierre Poilievre?
Well, if he's going to win a seat, so I guess he will be the leader of the opposition. And if he chooses, if he can stay, if the Tories don't band together to toss him out, then he'll do that job. And I think he'd be a fairly effective leader of the opposition because he has been so far. Mm-hmm. And I don't really see a lot of change coming in the short term.
Okay, yeah, that's something I want to ask Marie. Do you think this loss will be seen as a major loss for Pierre, or do you think he will stay on as leader?
I think they've done very well. I mean, again, it was mentioned earlier how it's unprecedented that so many percentages of voters go for the two parties. So it's not like he had any less vote as a party leader than previous leaders. If he keeps his seat, then I don't see a reason why he would step down. But, you know, the Conservatives are a very disciplined party when it comes to making those kinds of decisions. They make those decisions very sharply, as they did with Mr. Scheer and with Mr. O'Toole. So we'll see what the, I mean, that's the really important thing, is how the party will react.
Right. Yeah. Tamara, do you think that a poorly run campaign can be a deal breaker when it comes to an election?
I mean, I think it can be. I'm not too sure that that's what happened in this particular case. I think that, you know, when we look at, 7 months ago with the lead that the Conservatives had, and then what happened tonight, there are many things that you can blame, but I'm not too sure. I mean, I think there's some things where you could look at Pierre Poilievre and say, hey, you could have done a couple of things better. But I think overall, this was not an election that is a normal election. I don't think you use the normal rules to apply to judge the extent to which Pierre Poilievre has done a good job or a bad job, because I think the context of this election is so different, and I think voters are behaving wildly different than they have in previous other elections. And so I agree with Randy that as long as Pierre Poilievre wants to stay as leader, that it is his to do, because I'm not too sure they're going to look at him and say that this was his fault, as opposed to other elections. And I think that in some ways that they were right. They sort of said that if we stick to the cost of living message, eventually Canadians will want to hear about this. And it turned out to be true. In the last 2 weeks, Canadians were far more concerned about cost of living issues that Pierre Poilievre was talking about than they were, that they sort of moved the sort of international issue to second or third. And so, in some ways, he was right. He just needed to wait for Canadians to get on board to his message.
Talk about affordability. All right, thanks very much, Matt. We'll send things back to you.
Thanks very much. Now we need one more break. We're going to head to it with a look at Conservative Party headquarters in Ottawa. Stay with us. Oh, actually, Green Party headquarters.
At least a minority. But I'm not going to comment on anything until we know what's going on here. Okay, John.
If you own an RV, you could be making thousands of dollars every month by renting it out on RVZ.com. So while your renters are making memories, you're making money! And there's nothing to worry about. So RVZ fully protects your RV with best-in-class insurance. So, all you have to do is not a whole lot. There's money in your driveway, and you're not using it. RVZ. Go to RVZ.com today.
Happy birthday to you.
Are you 1? Are you 2? Are you 3? Are you 4? Are you 5? Are you 6? Are you 7? Are you 8? Are you 31? Are you 32? Are you 33? Are you 34? Are you 35? Are you 36? Are you 150?
The Bricks tent sale is back. We came when they were setting up to try to sneak a peek.
The Bricks tent sale is back with incredible 5-day deals. Ford & Co sofa only $849. 3-piece patio set just $499. Self-cleaning electric range only $759. The Brick, saving you more.
You don't work here. I'm going.
Yeah, well, I've been exiled to the couch until I get a CPAP machine.
I've been there, done that.
One of these bad boys?
Aging doesn't have to be rough. At Green Shield, you get coverage and care in one place. Go to getgreenshield.ca.
Welcome back. The results are really starting to come in now, so I want to head over to Emily Taylor for some more live results as they come into the newsroom. Emily.
Matt, I want to look at Niagara right now, starting in the Niagara riding of Niagara West. This includes various towns. We have Grimsby, Smithville's there, Pelham, Waynfleet, just to give you an idea of what's going on here. And we're going to zoom in on that one and look at some of our results, because we do have a bit of color here going on. So Dean Allison right now in the lead. He is the incumbent. He's looking to be reelected for the 8th time tonight. He has held Niagara West since it was created in 2015, and the previous ridings he held as well. But he is being challenged by Grimsby councillor Jennifer Cristanier, and she's currently very close to him. We have 49.51, 45.32. So that's just a matter of a couple hundred votes there on 400 votes, and we already have 15 polls that are reporting, so very, very close in this riding so far. Waiting to see how that one shakes out. Let's go to St. Catharines next. We're starting to see a bit of color here. This is for incumbent Chris Biddle for the Liberal Party there. Again, 5 polls reporting. We are results are slow today, I think, as Randy mentioned. 5 reports so far. 964 votes puts him at 52% behind Abbas Slimers. This is 739 votes, so just a matter of 200 votes. Now, the first time around in 2021, it was only a couple thousand difference, or 3,000 difference between Chris Biddle and the Conservative candidate at that time. This is a new Conservative candidate here. So again, very close races happening in Niagara so far. I just want to end here with Niagara Falls and Niagara-on-the-Lake, this riding. And this is the riding of, this is Tony Baldinelli's riding. So to see it red is kind of surprising, but last time we checked in, there was an 8-vote difference. So this is the 3rd time that Baldinelli has faced off against Liberal candidate and Niagara-on-the-Lake Regional Councillor Andrea Kaiser. In 2021, 3,000 votes separated them at the end of the night. Right now we have 100 votes. So if you can see, it's 1,114 votes, 1,009 votes. That's 20 polls reporting so far. Lots of tight races to watch out for. Matt?
All right, thanks very much, Emily. Now let's take a look at the big picture in Ontario. This map showing all the leading and elected ridings by party color. Now, as you can see, Northern Ontario has several blue and yellow ridings on that map there. Let's take a look at the Toronto region. Oh, there we go. There's the Northern Ontario. Oh, here we go. Toronto. All Liberal across so far. One blue dot just north of the GTA there. University Rosedale, of course, a very important riding. That is the riding of Chrystia Freeland, who has held on to that. Liz Grade with the Conservatives is trying to take it from her. In Toronto, St. Paul's, a riding that has been called a bellwether. Leslie Church is leading Conservative candidate Dawn Stewart. That's one we're going to be watching closely. In Thornhill, no reports yet there, but we'll be checking back because, of course, Melissa Lanceman is a top member of Poilievre's Conservative Party. And in Windsor, Windsor West is going Liberal, while Windsor, Tecumseh, Lakeshore, and Essex both looking blue. In Windsor West, Richard Pollock over Harb Gill. Still not a lot of votes reporting, only 5 of 231, so we'll be sure to check back there. And of course, Niagara, as Emily was just mentioning, a very close race for incumbent Tony Baldinelli. In Hamilton, no orange on that board, just red and blue so far, but we are keeping an eye on Hamilton Center. In Burlington, Milton, Oakville, Anita Anand and Karina Gould still running ahead in their ridings. And we're still waiting on more riding data. That is the white spots you're seeing in these maps. And Toronto, we're back. Almost all of Toronto is now reported, except for one small riding right down in downtown Toronto. All right, let's head over to Kelly and the panel to get their thoughts on the massive amount of red around that GTA map, Kelly.
Yeah, lots of red in the Toronto area. Randy, it's no secret that Ontario Premier Doug Ford did not openly endorse Poilievre. Why do you think that was?
He doesn't like him. I think it's that simple. And I mean, the Tori Knight and Jenny Byrne don't get along at all. Corey was Doug Ford's campaign manager, and Jenny is Pierre Poilievre's campaign manager. And early on, there was in the campaign, before the campaign actually started, Corey went after winning for Ford. He went and said, you know, you guys got to concentrate on the tariffs as the main issue in this campaign, and forget about everything else. And do you want me to come on board and help you? And Jenny said, no, we don't, because Jenny had previously been fired from Ford's office. It's a bit of a soap opera, really.
And Randy, to continue this soap opera, do you think that Doug Ford would want to step into Pierre Poilievre's spot and, you know, run federally?
No, absolutely not.
No, okay.
No, he knows he can't win. He doesn't speak French. There's no way he's going to learn to speak French. And it's that simple. And also, he doesn't want to go out as a loser, right?
Mm-hmm. Tamara, any, you know, obviously online, especially for the younger generation, the campaigns playing out, was there any big mistakes made by either party online when it came to social media?
No, this is a really interesting campaign in terms of sort of advertising. These, you know, I think overall, all the campaigns were relatively disciplined, and there wasn't the, you know, and again, I think it's just the nature of this very unique campaign. You know, we didn't have, you know, there was little mistakes here and there, but there isn't the big gaffe that turned the campaign on its head, because I think everyone was focused on these sort of very core issues. I think everyone was rather disciplined in terms of every sort of way that they campaigned, and so you didn't really have the types of moments in the campaign that you can sort of look at and say, oh, here was the turning point for this party, or here was the turning point for that party. It really sort of, you know, in some ways played out beyond maybe saying it's a little closer than we thought it was 4 weeks ago. I think that this has played out sort of the way it was sort of going to play out, you know, several weeks ago.
Okay. And Marie, do you agree with that? Do you think there was no surprises here?
Yeah, no surprises, and I agree. It was a very disciplined campaign. I was really proud as a Canadian to listen to the debate. There weren't, you know, these personal jabs. There were a few from Blanchette, but you know, between the two main party leaders, there weren't the personal jabs that you typically see in American politics, for example, and from time to time in Canada as well. No, there were no surprises.
Right.
Yeah.
Very civil debates.
Very civil debates, yeah. Very Canadian.
That's right. All right, Matt, we'll send things back to you.
All right, thanks very much, Kelly. Let's dig into the Liberal results. I'm joined by Liberal strategist Charles Bird with Earnscliffe Strategies. Charles, what's your first reaction? It's going to be a Carney government. We just don't know if it's a minority or a majority.
Well, the Liberals are currently sitting at 47.5% of the popular vote nationally, with the Conservatives just under 40%. And I'm pretty sure there's another 40 ridings still to report, a good number of them in Ontario. So I'm going to go out on a limb, and I'm going to say it's a Liberal majority happening, Matt.
You're still seeing that, and I know we haven't been able to call that yet in our newsroom, but you think at the end of the night we're going to see Mark Carney with a majority government?
Yeah, I'm pretty confident. I think the numbers have been coming in as predicted. The Liberals are doing particularly well in Quebec, and it appears the margin in Ontario is quite strong. You know, obviously prophecy is a lousy way to make a living, so it's probably best if we wait until all the results are in. But if British Columbia delivers to Mark Carney as it is expected to do, then we are in fact looking at a Liberal majority, and there's only one reason for this Liberal majority, and it is Mark Carney. He has done something that's quite unthinkable politically, which has come out of the wilderness, and in the face of a 25-point lead in the polls for the Conservatives at the beginning of this year, he has seized the attention of Canadians, and he will likely be the Prime Minister of a Liberal majority government, which is really quite unthinkable given where we were just 3-4 months ago.
It is a really remarkable result in that sense when you think about how far this party has come. But I want to push back a little and say, how much credit does Carney get for this? Because this is such an unusual election where Donald Trump and trade wars and the resignation of Justin Trudeau and perhaps even the Conservative campaign's inability to really resonate with more than just their base. Is this a Carney victory, or is this Canada uniting against Donald Trump?
I think it's a lot of both. I don't think if Canadians had united behind or against Donald Trump and had Justin Trudeau or someone else on the ballot as the Liberal leader, I'm not sure they would have raced to embrace a fourth Liberal term as they have done today. Instead, we have someone whose credentials just speak to the moment we find ourselves in. And it's quite remarkable that he has, after an amazing career, emerged at this point in time, poised to lead Canada and to lead our negotiations with Donald Trump and with other world leaders. I'll also say that he became Liberal leader on March 9th and became Prime Minister just a few days later. That's barely a month ago. And he's just been through a grueling 37-day campaign as a complete neophyte politically. And he has performed very, very well. I mean, there have been some minor mistakes. I think he's gotten better as the campaign has gone on. And he said early on, I am not a politician. And that also may be something that appealed to Canadians to some extent. He looks like a central banker. He looks like he was sent by central casting, and he's going to be prime minister for the next 4 years.
And do you think he's going to evolve into becoming more of a political leader? Like, I'm curious what it's going to look like when we finally see him standing up in the House of Commons opposite Pierre Poilievre, who's a seasoned politician and has been a quite successful leader of the opposition.
You know, Matt, I think his challenge isn't so much the opposition or the provincial premiers. His challenge is his own government, because as remarkable as the timing has been, the Conservatives were very quick to point out he is surrounded by Trudeau ministers, Trudeau MPs, Trudeau staff, Trudeau bureaucrats. And I think a good number of them, God forbid, will actually look at the results tonight and think business as usual. And the challenge before Mark Carney is to demonstrate to all of them that this is not business as usual, that this is the dawn of a new day, that we're going to have a laser focus on what is potentially a very nasty trade war with the United States, but also on the key issues that Canadians have spoken to again and again and again, which is affordability, cost of living, making sure that houses get built and that kids can go off to school and get the training they need. These are the priorities that Canadians have identified. And, you know, they're taking a bit of a chance in voting for Mark Carney. He's a bit sight unseen, but he has been given an enormous mandate tonight.
That's Liberal strategist Charles Bird with Earnscliffe Strategies. Charles, thanks so much for being with us tonight.
Thank you, Matt.
All right, we got much more coming your way this hour, but we got to take a quick break. Stay with us. We'll be back with much more of this federal election coverage coming up.
Red Lobster's new 3-quart shrimp sensation. It's a big deal for $24.99. So we got Joy Fatone, who was a big deal in '99 to promote it. Super salad, shrimp app, and shrimp entree for just $24.99. Only at Red Lobster.
Welcome to Jackpot City. Enjoy classic casino games such as blackjack or take a spin with roulette. Explore our exciting virtual range of the best slots, including the Jackpot City exclusive Mega Millionaire Wheel. Jackpot City, casino games perfectly made for you.
The Bricks tent sale is back with incredible 5-day deals. Save $700 on the sleeper sectional. It's only $8.99. These beds, your choice, just $1.99 each. And my Dia 18 cubic foot fridge, only $6.29. The Brick, saving you more.
Just a moment? At Summit Heights Retirement Residence, nothing is ever just a moment. A caring smile. An act of kindness. Never asked for, but always welcomed. Summit Heights. Focused on making every moment of our day about making every moment of your day better. Take a moment to discover the difference at Summit Heights in Hamilton. Senior living made better.
Being house rich to me means more control over how I retire. But to my house, it means so much more.
Francis, I do believe our petunias could use another splash.
Thanks to a reverse mortgage from Equitable Bank, he started to truly realize his worth.
It was the best thing Francis ever did for us. Like fresh caviar for brunch. I highly recommend it. Only you could get through my concrete exterior and bring out my emotional side.
Welcome back. We've been watching all night to get some results from Hamilton Center, and I'm going to bring in Emily Taylor because, Emily, you got some good news for us.
Well, we have some news, that's for sure, Matt. We have color on the board in all of our Hamilton ridings. There was all color here and then gray in the middle, and now we have reporting Hamilton Center. Right now it is red. Let's zoom in on this riding here. So 227 polls in total. Of that, we only currently have 5 that are reporting, but look at this. In the lead right now, not the incumbent. It is Liberal candidate Aslam Rana, and currently in second, we have incumbent Matthew Green of the NDP. Now look, it's very close so far. Again, only 5 of the polls are reporting, and we have 281 votes versus 221 votes. Very close, but this is historically an NDP riding. It has been so since its creation in 2004. Maybe today is the day that it flips for the first time to be anything but NDP. All right, let's keep going around in Hamilton. I want to go to Hamilton Mountain. That's one we're also watching very closely there. Look, it is red as well. Going over, we see Lisa Hefner is in the lead so far, 33 polls of the 186. So we're starting to get a bit of a better idea of what's happening on the Hamilton Mountain. 4,314 votes over 3,776 for Ken Hewitt, the Conservative. We had thought this would be a closer race between the Liberals and NDP. We have Monique Taylor sitting in third right now. Of course, she was the MPP for this region, and she stepped down in order to run federally. So right now sitting in third, but I mean 33 of 186 polls, still plenty of time to go in order to have that be a change up. All right, why don't we go over to Ancaster? This is Hamilton West, Ancaster, Dundas. Again, this is where Philomena Tassi was the incumbent there. John Paul Danko, the city councillor, is currently in the Liberal spot. He is still leading. We checked this one out earlier. We do have 35 polls reporting so far, so we are getting a bit of a better idea. 2,543 votes brings him to 50% of the polling so far. So he's getting more comfortable in that lead the later that we go into the evening. And then really quickly over here in Stony Creek, I do just want to check out, that is Chad Collins is riding. He is the Liberal incumbent. It looks like with 4 polls, so just right at the beginning there, he is sitting at 264 votes over 120 votes with Ned Couric. This is the second time the two have run against each other. In previous years, they polled close together. But of course, Chad Collins did win the 2021 election. He is seeking his second term. Lots more results coming in. We'll have them all night for you folks. For now, I'll go back over to you, Matt.
All right. Thanks very much, Emily. Very exciting. Finally finding out what's happening here in Hamilton. But speaking of Liberal results, let's head out east and check back in with Sean Fraser's riding. He is now taken the lead with 13,937 votes to the Tory candidate Bryson Jenkins, who has 13,486. Bryson had been in the lead when we checked earlier, and Sean Fraser, of course, a key member of the Trudeau government, housing minister, who was going to retire and then was convinced to come back after he endorsed Mark Carney and run once again. He is looking for another term, and he's now in the lead in Central Nova. All right, we want to head back over to Kelly Botello and the panel to get some more thoughts on these fast and furious results coming in. Kelly.
Hey, thanks, Matt. Hamilton Centre looking red right now. Obviously, NDP strongholds. Stefan, what do you make of that? You know, this NDP stronghold turning red.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really, really surprised. This is my home riding, I have to say. So I expected that Matthew Green was going to, hold the seat, and he has very strong ties in the community. But I think what we can see is that, yeah, there is a little bit of a red wave going on here. It's mainly at the expense, I think, of the NDP. I mean, we can see that it looks like it's going to be tough for them to hold on to, the 12 seats that's needed to maintain official party status. I'm just very, very surprised by this.
We talked about it earlier, but it seems like this is really a two-party election between the Liberals and the Conservatives. Would you agree?
Yeah, I mean, the existential stakes of this election have really brought home those NDP voters, those center-left voters who lean NDP, and they've, seemingly they're coming home to the Liberals. But of all the NDP folks who I thought could hold a seat, Matthew Green was certainly one that I expected would.
Elizabeth, we heard Charles Bird there in his interview with Matt say that Carney is surrounded by Trudeau's ministers and Trudeau's staff, and that it would have to not be business as usual for Carney. How do you think he goes about differentiating himself now?
I think that in Canadian politics, it's impossible to basically clear out the entire cabinet and replace it with newbies who have no political experience. The fact is that Trudeau has been in government for 10 years, so most of the people who would do a good job at being cabinet ministers are people who were connected to Trudeau. Carney has already differentiated himself with his platform, though. He's shown himself to be a little more what we might have called like a business liberal, last century. So it's a very different brand of liberalism compared to Trudeau. And we'll see how kind of Trudeau's former loyal ministers will handle that switch.
Right. Randy, during the campaign, we heard time and time again Pierre Poilievre associate Mark Carney with Trudeau, basically calling him a Trudeau 2.0 sort of situation. Do you think he differentiated himself? Obviously, Liberal looks like a Liberal government. He differentiated himself enough? Sure. He got rid of the carbon tax. He's shown himself to not be a politician, and it worked. And he has proved that he is very good at dealing with Donald Trump. You know, there's a lot of rumor out there that when they talked, that Carney threatened Trump that they would start selling American bonds all over the world, and he would get other world leaders to do the same thing. And I think that has frightened Trump. And I do think that with this outcome, that Carney is the best person to deal with Trump. We don't need another Trump light to deal with Trump. Mm-hmm. Stefan, Carney has never had a political experience holding a seat. Do you think that's an advantage or a disadvantage in this case in terms of dealing with the U.S.?
Well, certainly it seems like it was an advantage in terms of the election. It's so hard to say because, you know, so much of politics today is, you know, especially when dealing with Trump, it's, you know, what's coming out on social media, or it's taking place through channels that were not the normal political channels. So I would have thought that it was more of a liability, that he didn't have the kind of experience that, let's say, Poilievre had in terms of the back and forth and the social media slogans and that sort of thing. But clearly it has not been a problem, at least in terms of the campaign. I don't know that it's going to be much of a problem in terms of how he governs. I mean, I think he is going to, you know, really get the chance to govern now, and I think, yeah, his basic experience probably is going to be quite useful there. Maybe not so much in the back and forth and the debates with Poilievre or whomever is, you know, leading the Conservatives.
Excellent. Okay, thank you very much. Matt, we'll send things back over to you.
All right, thanks very much, Kelly. Let's head over to Halton, where Tessa Bennett's covering the Burlington riding being held by Karina Gould. Tessa, what's the word from Burlington?
Yeah, Matt, well, as we've been saying, CHCH News is calling a Liberal government, and Karina Gould is also pulling ahead here in her riding in Burlington. I'm actually here with one of her supporters right now. Maureen, what made you a Karina Gould supporter?
Well, I feel that Karina is a very talented, personable young woman who has already succeeded as a member of Parliament in having cabinet positions as well. I've seen her handle Pierre Poilievre very expertly in Parliament.
And you said that you were out door knocking today. What were you hearing from other supporters of Karina Gould?
It was all very positive. Just a couple of people, I think, that weren't on side, but other than that, it was all very, very pleasant, very, very positive. I guess that's the best I could say, yes.
And what was the most important thing for you heading into this election when you were deciding how to cast your vote?
I think few things, but primarily I wanted a leader who would be able to deal with Donald Trump and his threats to our country. And I feel Mark Carney would be able to do that as best as possible. And yeah, the things related to our economy and helping people who are less advantaged in life, and that's one of the Liberal philosophies, is they are fiscally responsible somewhat as a party, but they also take care of the less advantaged, and I think that's really important.
And how are you feeling about being here tonight, knowing that Karina Gould herself will be here shortly?
Oh, I feel really good. Seeing as I've been helping out a little bit with some phone canvassing, and then today knocking on doors and getting the vote out, it's all been pretty positive. So I feel good about her chances. She'd be a great asset, not only to the party, but to the country.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. That is Maureen Lush. She is a supporter of Karina Gould. As I said, Karina is hopefully on her way here pretty soon. We are going to keep an eye on those election results. She is still definitely pulling ahead right now of the Conservative candidate, Emily Brown. But for now, I'm going to send it back inside to you, Matt.
All right, that's Tessa Bennett live in Burlington. Thanks very much, Tessa. Let's bring back in political analyst Keith Leslie to pick up our very hot conversation right where we left it off. With Carney now back in, and we're seeing that Francois-Philippe Champagne has won re-election, one of his ministers, Dominic LeBlanc, another minister of his, winning re-election. Do you expect him to take a similar approach, a slimmed-down cabinet with many experienced Trudeau-era ministers?
Well, he has to, dance with who we brought to the party, and that's pretty much a lot of Trudeau-era Liberals. So I think he's going to absolutely have some of them in his cabinet. But it's going to, I think, as well depend on the type of government he's got. If he's got a minority government, he might run it a little bit leaner. But if he's got a majority, he might take, a little more bold action and create a couple of ministries where he wants to take something specific action on some economic initiative or whatever. So I think what we're going to see is a Liberal government that looks quite similar to the last one in personnel, but as it takes different directions. Remember, it wasn't just the consumer carbon tax he got rid of, it was also the capital gains tax, and there's a lot of fear that he's going to bring that back after the election. I don't think that's going to happen, but that's what the Conservatives were fearing. So I think we're going to see, as I say, it might be a little different if it's a minority. They're close enough now, they could get a majority government before this evening is over, because it seems that the advanced polls, which were being counted last, it does seem that the Liberals have taken the majority of those advanced polls at 7.3 million Canadians that went out last weekend and voted. And that's why I think we're seeing down in Central Nova, just pointing to the Sean Fraser riding, all of a sudden he's back winning that as a Liberal. And that's a big hold for the Liberals, because that would have been a massive gain for the Conservatives, rather, in Central Nova.
There were a number of different policy approaches, to say the least, between the Conservatives and the Liberals on a number of major files. I want to talk about housing for a moment, because Mark Carney has run on this idea of bringing back the wartime housing policies that were effective during the Second World War. This is such an interesting thing to even discuss, but do you think this is a plan that's now going to see the light of day? Are we going to see standardized government-made housing being built in Canada again?
I think we have to. I mean, something has to be done to deal with the housing crisis and to bring down the price of homes to a chance where someone under the age of 50 might actually be able to consider a down payment. The idea of building, as you say, government housing that all looks pretty much the same. Hamilton Mountain, a great deal of Hamilton Mountain was built as wartime housing. A lot of my friends grew up in those houses. Yes, a lot of them looked the same, but as they aged and grew and the neighborhoods all became different, they had their own little identities. So I don't think there's anything wrong with the government getting involved with this, and leaving it to the private sector is just not going to work. The federal government essentially got out of the housing business in the early 1990s, and they left it to the provinces, and the provinces did nothing. So we really, really do need to do something to get affordable housing built, and actually affordable housing. That's something that's, adjusted to market, and all of a sudden $850,000 in Leamington is supposed to be an affordable house. It's not. We have to get something, and I think, as I say, government-built housing, probably on federal government lands, is the only way we're really, really going to knock a couple $100,000 off the price of a new home.
Let's talk about some of the other things that Mark Carney has talked about doing, specifically with relation to Trump, diversifying Canadian trade with different markets around the world. He's the central banker. He's the finance guy. Do you expect him to start aggressively courting other world nations to create new bilateral trade relationships?
Absolutely. His Rolodex has got to be bigger than Donald Trump's, I figure. He's been dealing with these people around the world so long, so he can call them. He can get those calls returned. And it's time that Canada did need to, export beyond just the United States. The fact that 90% of Alberta oil goes directly to the United States, well, let's get a couple of pipelines built. I'm not so sure Mark Carney is going to allow pipelines to be built. We're going to help get them built, but it's something that does need to be done. If he really wants to make Canada economically independent and an energy powerhouse, it's going to mean building a pipeline to get our oil to market.
Now, Carney had said after his famous phone call with Donald Trump that we're now hearing there was some talk about the 51st state that we didn't hear about at first. But putting all that aside, how quickly do you think we're going to see Mark Carney following through on what he said, having a conversation with Donald Trump about starting a new relationship with the United States?
Well, I think one of the first things he can do, and it would be a sign of respect to Trump, is make it his first international trip as a newly elected by the people of Canada Prime Minister. And then go and sit down and read with him face to face. I think Randy Rath was pointing out earlier that Trump has a lot of respect for Carney's type of individual, as the type of person he looks to get respect from. So I think that Carney has a real opportunity here to develop a relationship, a one-on-one relationship with Donald Trump, something that even Doug Ford, when he was doing his Captain Canada routine, he never got a one-on-one with Donald Trump. I think Carney can not only get that one-on-one with Donald Trump, he can do a reset as much as possible with Canada's relations to the United States in the face of Trump and his tariff threats, and hopefully quell this whole 51st state talk, because it really, really does rile up Canadians. And I think, as we've seen tonight, it also unites Canadians in a way that they haven't been in a long, long time.
One more domestic issue I want to pick your brain on about dental care, pharmacare, these big spending programs that the Liberals brought in with the NDP certainly pushing them along. Do you see Carney being able to continue those things as they've begun, considering we're going into a world where, again, there's major economic uncertainty around what is going to happen with this trade war, and it's just not clear what the coffers of the Canadian government is going to look like if this trade war is extended over a long period of time?
Absolutely. I mean, it's going to have to be considered whether they can expand pharmacare and dental care like they pledged to do. Because, as you point out, I mean, these tariff wars are going to cost our economy billions of dollars, are going to cost us jobs. And the government has already pledged that it's going to take as much money from the tariffs that it brings in to give directly to the workers. So our economy is going to take a massive hit. And whether some of the welcomed social programs, people actually really did enjoy the fact that they had a dental program for people that couldn't afford to get to it. The pharmacare program is just starting, but I think people would really like to see it expanded. But realistically, can that be expanded? We're in the middle of a trade war with our largest trading partner. I don't know. So the expansion of those programs may have to wait a while if they come in at all during the first term of the Liberals. The first session of their fourth term.
Absolutely. So much more I want to ask you about: military spending, NATO targets, all those things. But Keith, I got to put a pin in it for now. I'll get back to you a little bit later in the show. For now, we got to go over to Emily Taylor, who's got some more breaking news results for us this evening on the magical board. Emily.
Matt, I have a bit of a surprise for you. I want to take you into this board here. This is Hamilton. Look how much blue we have going on here, and notice how there's no orange at all. Okay, we're going to zoom in. It is still early results, but as it looks right now, the Conservatives are in the lead in Hamilton Centre, not by a whole lot, but it is notable. 30 out of 227 polls reporting Hayden Lawrence, who was considered to be sort of a backbencher in this race prior to this, is sneaking out on top, 1,772 votes. That's not a whole lot ahead of the numbers that I have right now for our Liberal candidate, Asim Rana, at 1,592. It's a 35% versus 32. But look, this is our incumbent down here who was expected to keep this riding, even just for the fact that it's an NDP riding since 2004. He's currently polling, I mean, it's not that many lower, but it's 1,395, but that's at 28. That puts him in third place in his riding again, where he was seeking re-election. So some surprises there. And then also we've had a flip so far in the East. Let's go over to Hamilton East, Stony Creek. This is Chad Collins' riding. He's looking for his second term. Right now we have around 25 of 237 polls reporting, so still early in this race, but that puts Conservative Ned Couric ahead at 1,903 votes over 1,727 votes for Chad Collins. This is the second time the two have run against each other, and it was a relatively close race, but again, we are seeing Conservatives pull ahead in a few places in Hamilton. Matt?
That is some surprising stuff, Emily. Really interesting to watch these races as the night continues. All right, we're speaking of Conservative fortunes. Let's take a live look at Conservative Party headquarters in Ottawa, where Pierre Poilievre is expected to speak later tonight. We're going to take a break. Stay with us.
I want to see something really special.
CHCH is your home for great movies, and we're bringing you the hottest blockbusters.
Brilliant. Really good idea.
We've got action.
That's what I'm talking about.
Comedy.
Welcome to Baywatch.
Why does she always look like she's running in slow-mo?
Horror.
You're giving me goosebumps.
Romance.
Wow.
And did we mention explosions?
Batman's a bad guy? Impressive.
It's all here on CHCH, your home for great movies.
The Bricks tent sale is back. Get up to 60% off clearance furniture and appliances. Up to 60% off select clearance mattresses. Many items below cost. Plus, check out new product arriving daily. The tent sale is back. Only at the Brick. Saving you more.
Want a 99-cent medium fry from Wendy's that's hot, crispy, and proudly made with Canadian potatoes? Of course you do. Grab your 99-cent medium fry until May 18th.
Balderson has been masterfully aging our delicious cheese with the same time and care for over 140 years. So we wondered if anything else from back then had aged as well as us. It turns out that nothing ages as well as Balderson's Canadian craftsmanship.
If you own an RV, you could be making thousands of dollars every month by renting it out on RVZ.com. While your renters are making memories, you're making money. If you're not using it, RVZ is. Go to RVZ.com today.
Life changes, and when it does, choose the team you can trust to guide you every step of the way. When it's time to sell your home, we know what matters most: a quick sale and maximum profit. For over 40 years, we've helped thousands of families sell their homes in Hamilton, Halton, Niagara, and surrounding communities.
When life changes, you need a team you can count on. Michael St. Jean Realty will get your home sold, guaranteed.
Michael St. Jean.
Ready, set, go! Time to get rolling at Mac Kids Walk and Wheel presented by RBC. Join us Saturday, May 31st at McMaster University campus for a fun-filled day of strolling and rolling to support children's healthcare close to home. Just step, pedal, roll, or run at Mac Kids Walk and Wheel, and your fundraising efforts will have a huge impact on the children receiving care at McMaster Children's Hospital, including the Ron Joyce Children's Health Center. To register or learn more, visit walkandwheel.ca.
This is JTV. This is JTV, and this is JTV. Shop JTV Jewelry Television and JTV.com for amazing jewelry looks at unbelievable prices. Every style, every color, everything you love about jewelry. This is JTV.
Welcome back. It's 11 o'clock. The polls in Ontario have been closed for 90 minutes, and we have results coming in fast and furious to your CHCH News studio. I'm Matt Ingram. Thanks for sticking with us. We know it's been a long one, but we're getting closer to a result. I'm going to bring in Emily Taylor, who's back at the magic board for us this evening. She's got a couple new pieces of information to share with us. Emily.
Matt, I want to check in on the leaders. I keep meaning to do this and I get distracted with our local riding. So we're going to go to our leaders now. This is Nepean in Ottawa, and this is Mark Carney's riding, currently with 65 polls out of the 229. He is polling quite high, 10,000 here versus 5,000 for Barbara Ball, the Conservative candidate. So already gaining a substantial lead in Nepean. Just down the road, though, we have something interesting going on in Carleton. This is Pierre Poilievre's riding. And as you can see, as I bring it up, look at that. This is the riding here. We have a lot of red so far. Now, I did warn you, there was that electoral reform protest happening, so we did expect this riding to take longer in order to count the ballots. But so far, we are seeing the results heading to Bruce Fanjoy. Just 4 of the polls are reporting so far, so still very, very early. But we do have 800 votes over here versus 590 for Pierre Poilievre. It's not likely in all of our aggregated polling that he's going to lose his seat, but of course, this is probably a bit too close for comfort for him, closer than the Conservatives likely would have liked it to be. Let's head over to Burnaby Central, right across the country here. This is NDP Jagmeet Singh's riding, and as you can see, it is quite red. Let's take a closer look. He's currently tied for second there, so we do currently have just 3 of 200 polls, so very, very early. 99 polls for our first place Liberal candidate right now, and then a tied 72 votes each for the Conservatives here and for NDP. And again, likely that's something we're going to be watching throughout the evening. If Jagmeet Singh loses his riding, that'll be quite the upset for the NDP, who are not doing very well right across the country right now. Oh, just switched a second ago, actually. Looks like he's up in second place there instead at 102 votes, so 1 vote over the Conservative candidate. Okay, really quickly, I want to go to, let's go to, this is Beloit-Chambly. And this is where Yves-François Blanchett's riding is. He has been re-elected. We can say for sure Yves-François Blanchett, the leader of the Bloc Québécois, will be heading back to Parliament. This is polling at 140 of the 267 polls, and he's currently at 18,000, putting him at 48.55%. Now, he has previously been even more popular in this riding. I believe it's around 53% is what his last election results were at. So he is quite popular in his riding. We'll see if that number goes up or where it stays by the end of the evening. All right, 30 seconds. I can do one more riding in this time. Let's head over to Papineau. So this is Justin Trudeau's previous riding, actually. And currently we have the Liberals are in the lead, or elected, excuse me. This is the Liberal stronghold. This is Marjorie Michel. She is at 55.57% right now, so a really strong Liberal riding currently there. We'll take a look at some more ridings as the night goes on, but Matt, we'll go back over to you.
All right, thanks very much, Emily. Because it's just after 11, we want to go around the horn and check in with all of our local reporters, beginning in Oakville East, where Manisa Dhanabalan has been covering the campaign headquarters for Anita Anand. Manisa.
There's still lots of energy in here as people are eagerly looking at the screens, waiting to see what happens and who's going to be taking the seat for this riding. Right now, Anita Anand is in the lead, but it's still early. I'm going to bring in Laura Robichaud, who is part of Anita Anand's team. How are you feeling about the results so far?
Well, you know, I'm feeling really confident. People are really fired up in here. We were on the ground today. Our volunteers were on the ground. Anita was on the ground all day. We were knocking on doors. The support was amazing, and it's been really good so far, and I'm really confident that we're going to see a Liberal government in Ottawa.
What kind of stands out to you from Anita Anand's campaign? What made you want to join this team?
Yeah, actually, that's really interesting. So I was a Young Liberal. I'm a Young Liberal right now. I'm the Vice President of the University of Waterloo Young Liberals, and I've always watched her throughout her career. You know, she's an inspiration to women and to our community. I've been born and raised in Oakville, so she's really an inspiration to me.
What's the biggest issue that you want to see tackled with this federal election?
That's a great question. I would say the threats to our sovereignty is probably the biggest issue I have on deck right now. Other concerns, definitely healthcare, and you know, Mark Carney released a big thing on crime, so those would definitely be, and housing as well. As a young person myself, you know, I would like to see a really strong platform on crime, on housing, and that's what he has. So,
thank you so much for joining us. So, as Laura mentioned, a lot of issues that are top of mind for residents in Oakville, like the U.S. tariffs, economy, affordability, and crime. We'll be keeping an eye on the results to see what exactly happens and who will be taking the seat. Back to you inside, Matt.
All right, thanks very much, Manisa. Let's head now to Hamilton Center, where Jason Gaidola is covering the campaign of incumbent Matthew Green. Jason, what's the atmosphere? We're seeing he's now running third.
Yeah, that's right, Matt. A little bit quieter here at the Matthew Green headquarters because we, like what Emily was saying earlier, there's some razor thin. There could be some razor thin margins here, and that's exactly what's happening. Not even a third of the polls have been counted so far in Hamilton Center, but we have Hayden Lawrence with the Tories with a slight lead right now. Matthew Green is down in third place as of right now, and Aslam Rana is sitting in second. Now, this again still very close. This is the scene tonight. We're still waiting Matthew Green to show up, but as predicted, he likely won't be here until the election results are in. The supporters are just patiently waiting, watching the results as they come in, seeing how the national results are unfolding. Again, waiting patiently because this was deemed potentially a toss-up between the NDP and the Liberals, but again, the Conservatives making a surprising run here in the riding so far. Still early, but we'll catch you a little later on in the show tonight with some more. We'll take it back to you.
All right, thanks very much, Jason. Let's go next to Eric Vieno, who's in Niagara Falls, covering another very tight race, two-horse race between the Liberals and the Conservatives. Eric.
As you can hear, people are celebrating because the incumbent here, Tony Baldinelli, has been re-elected. We just found out. There's lots of excitement here. And I have Tony right right here as well. Tony, how do you feel you've been reelected here?
You know what? It's a tremendous honor. It's probably the greatest honor of my life is being able to represent the people of Niagara-on-the-Lake and Niagara Falls. You know what? For the 37 days that we've been out in the riding, talking to people, we've been putting forward solutions to the problems that our residents are facing. Hope has won out over fear. Policies, the idea of change resonated with people here in the community, and I can be that voice and that advocate to bring forward their concerns to Ottawa again. I'm just thrilled. It's a tremendous honor.
It was looking pretty close there in the lead up, and also today it was looking a little bit close as well. Were you nervous at all?
Like I said earlier when we spoke, it's not until that last ballot is counted that you really take it into account. I remember the last campaign, the first polls came in and we weren't doing well in the last campaign. My mother came up to me, she kind of gave me a hug and says, well, Tony, I'm still proud of you. And I said, wait, Mom, Fort Erie still hasn't come in yet. So you have to wait till those last ballots are counted. The results have been good, they're looking good, and you know what, I'm just hopeful that my colleagues in this area get elected as well. And so we'll watch and we'll spend the rest of the evening seeing how my colleagues are doing throughout the country.
Thank you so much. Thank you. So lots of excitement here at Tony Baldinelli's headquarters for the night. The Conservative incumbent re-elected here. Matt, I'll send it back inside to you.
All right, thanks very much, Eric. And last but not least, we want to bring in Tessa Bennett, who's covering Burlington for us tonight and is with the Karina Gould camp. Tessa, how are things going in Burlington?
Matt, things are going great for Karina Gould. She has just officially been re-elected as the Liberal candidate in this riding, which is very exciting. She's still not here yet. We're waiting on that. Now, Gould was going up against Conservative candidate Emily Brown, who had held second place in opinion polling done up until today's election and ended behind the Liberal incumbent. The NDP's Michael Beauchemin and Green candidate Kyle Hutton both also finished farther back after the votes were counted here. Now, Gould has also spoken about some key issues she finds to be important in this riding, including tariffs and, of course, affordability. Additionally, climate resilience is top of mind after last summer's intense flooding caused damage to a number of homes here in Burlington. Now, we are hoping to hear from Karina Gould herself. We hear she is on her way. There are lots of excited supporters here who are looking forward to congratulating her once she arrives. As you can see behind me, it has really filled up in the last few minutes. So for now, I will send it back to you, and hopefully we'll hear more from Karina Gould in just a moment. Matt.
All right, thanks very much, Tessa. Now we need one more break, but stick around. Emily Taylor will join me again in just a couple of minutes with more results. They're really coming in now, folks. You don't want to miss it. Stay with us.
These are teen burgers from A&W. Right now, that teen burger is just $4.99.
You can't go wrong with the $4.99.
Yeah, $4.99. So of all the burgers in Canada, where would you rank this?
Oh, definitely.
Right now, teen burgers are just $4.99 at A&W.
Look, it's not you.
That means it is me.
I just need space.
You're leaving me for a panda?
With thousands of games, mix it up. Casino Days.
There are a lot of things about Desjardins that might surprise you. We're financially empowering 7.8 million clients. We're helping over 400,000 businesses thrive. We gave over $500 million back to communities in 2024. And we've been helping people, businesses, and communities move forward for 125 years. Desjardins, we might surprise you.
Introducing Best Buy Express. It's never been more convenient to discover the possibilities of tech. What if the greatest tech was always within reach? Imagine that.
The deals are still on. Visit a Best Buy Express in malls across Canada for amazing savings.
Most of our clients who come through our door who are suffering from mental illness, they're feeling a sense of despair and a longing for help. Often, insurance companies are denying disability claims on the basis that there's insufficient medical evidence. We've represented hundreds of clients who suffer from anxiety or depression. We fight for our clients' right to receive the compensation they deserve. If you've been denied long-term disability, don't give up. We can help.
Your long-term disability firm, Kotak Law.
Welcome back. All right, we're going to start with one riding in Ottawa. This is Carleton. This is Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre's riding. Currently still quite red over here. We have now 5 polls. I think last time we checked in, it was around 3 polls. And this is leading Bruce Vanjoy with the Liberals. He's currently sitting at 872 votes. Second place right now for Poilievre. He is at 657. So we're going to be watching this closely to see if Poilievre doesn't get his seat again. He has held this riding since 2004. So it's been quite a while, even much longer than he has been leader. All right, this is the Golden Horseshoe, and how that's looking right now. We want to take you right around, starting at the end of Niagara with Niagara Falls, Niagara on the Lake. So as Eric had mentioned, we do have an election here. This is Tony Baldinelli. He has been re-elected the Conservative incumbent. We do have a bit of surprise happening down here in Niagara South, though. This is Vance Badaway's riding. So the Liberal incumbent currently polling in second. Fred Davies is leaving right now with 4,661 votes. This is a difference from, he's just shy of 4,000 there. So a couple hundred votes. We still are early 55 polling of 266, but that lead is gaining every single time that I check in on this riding. So we'll keep checking back. This riding maybe could be flipping Conservative if we're calling really, really early there. All right, let's head over to Niagara West now here. We can say that Dean Allison, the incumbent, has been re-elected, Conservative incumbent there. And then over in St. Catharines to round out our Niagara ridings, currently the lone Liberal riding there, that's Chris Biddle. He has been re-elected, the Liberal incumbent, sitting at 51.23% of the ballots. Okay, let's head over to Hamilton, where we're currently seeing some upset ridings, some changes potentially. Still early, though. Okay, starting in the east. This is Chad Collins' riding. So Chad Collins was looking for re-election, the Liberal incumbent, currently sitting at Ned Currick. We only have 61 polls reporting, but again, this lead changes every time I look at it. 50% here versus 44%. Still fewer than 1,000 votes difference between the two. So could change. We'll have to see how the rest of the evening goes. Over to the Hamilton Mountain. This looks like it's going to stay for now as Lisa Hefner. She's a Liberal incumbent. She is leading in the polls currently, not yet re-elected, still waiting for that one to happen. Let's go west. This is Hamilton West, Ancaster Dundas. This is Jean-Paul Danko, and he has been elected. He previously served as a Ward 8 councillor for Hamilton City Council. We'll be heading off to Ottawa now. Let's go Hamilton Center. This is maybe an interesting example of vote splitting if it stays this way. 52 polls reporting so far, and we had expected him to come in third. Hayden Lawrence, he's a Conservative candidate. We had expected this to be a toss-up between these two, Aslan Rana and Matthew Green. Of course, we're seeing them polling at second and third, though these two are quite close in the polls. Matthew Green falling shortly behind. We'll keep checking back in on this riding as we get more information. All right, let's go around the bend now over into Halton region. I want to start in Burlington. This is Karina Gould's riding. She has been re-elected officially. The Liberal incumbent and previous cabinet minister sitting at 52% at this point. That's where we found our Tessa Bennett earlier tonight. Let's go north. Burlington North is this new riding up here, currently sitting at Liberal. This is Adam Van Couverden's riding, sort of. He used to be Milton. Now he's sitting in this new riding, Burlington North, Milton West. He's currently leading the polls, though we don't have him fully re-elected yet. Second place, Conservative Nadeem Akbar is sitting just a couple hundred votes behind him there, as you can see. All right, let's head into Milton now. This is a new riding, Milton East, Halton Hills South. We have Parm Gill leading currently. So he was the MPP for Milton. He had stepped down, saying he was going to run federally. Right now, leading the polls, but again, only around 600 vote difference between these two. Christina Tesser-Dirksen also ran in the provincial riding, also placed second as the Liberal candidate for Milton. Okay, a couple more ridings I want to get to. Oakville before we go. This is Oakville West. So this is one of the new ridings where we don't know any of the candidates so far. None are incumbents, none are MPs. So far we have the Liberals in the lead. Sima Akan is sitting at 8,168 votes. Not too far behind her is Tim Crowder. He's for the Conservative Party there. That's a 50% versus a 46%, with a 95 of 195 polls reporting so far. So we still have 100 polls to go. That could change, but so far the lead there going to the Liberals. And ending off in Oakville East. This is where we find our Manisa Danabalan tonight. She is at Anita Anand's headquarters, and so far they are leading the polls, but they haven't actually been reelected yet. She's a big name in the Liberal cabinet and is likely hoping for a slam dunk lead here. Of course, you can see we only have around a 2 percentage point difference between the two right now. We'll be watching this one closely throughout the night. Kelly, we're going to go over to the panel.
Lots of info. Thank you so much, Emily. All right, Elizabeth, I want to ask you, as Emily had mentioned, there still votes are being counted. It's still early, but Poilievre and Singh are both trailing behind in their ridings. If they lose, does this mean they're out as party leaders? What do you think?
It's pretty remarkable for a party leader to lose a riding. You can probably count on two hands the number of times this has happened in Canadian history. Poilievre, I would say, don't count him out yet, given the reporting and polls in that riding. I think either way, they're probably going to face questions from party members and from the caucus about their capabilities going forward, given that this was expected to be a slam dunk election, and the fortunes have kind of turned.
So if they lose, so if a party leader loses a riding, but they stay on as leader, what kind of challenges do they face?
So they usually, conventionally, the party leader will have a seat in a riding somewhere. So if they lose, they can run in a by-election if another member were to step down, and then that member is usually kind of shuffled off and given some sort of nice position elsewhere in the party. So they would basically scoop up another seat somewhere else. Or what is probably more likely, if in the case that the party performs poorly overall, is that the party will call for a leadership review, and it'll look like kind of trying to move that party leader out, given the performance of the party overall.
Very interesting. Randy, is a Liberal government better or worse for Ontario and Doug Ford to deal with?
As Doug Ford says, he'll work with anyone. I really don't think that it makes that big a difference, but I do think that Carney's and Ford's thoughts on moving the economy forward are essentially the same. And I think that Doug's already proven that he can work with the Liberals, and he'll continue to do so. I don't think it matters to Ford, and I think he actually would prefer Carney over Poilievre because their thinking is more closely aligned.
Right. There's a little bit of tension there during the campaign.
Oh, yeah. More than a little bit.
Stefan, we saw a historic voter turnout at advance polls. What do you think this says about how Canadians were feeling about this election?
Well, I think there was a lot of anxiety out there, and that, oftentimes anxiety is good for the numbers, in terms of actually getting people to come out. When people are concerned, they're going to come out. If they're happy, if they're satisfied, they're, maybe more likely to just kind of stay home and let things, go on. But I have to say, I'm surprised to see the strength of the Conservative numbers, looking like in the high 140s right now. And so it seems like a lot of Conservative voters may have turned out.
What do you, this question for any of you, or perhaps all of you, looking at the numbers right now on the screen, it's looking pretty close. What are we thinking in terms of, majority and minority government? Elizabeth?
You pinned that one on me.
Is it still too early to tell?
I don't know, because I'm not looking directly at all the numbers and polls reporting on the computers back there. But I don't know if it's too close to tell, but it will be, I think, still an interesting night to watch, going ahead. I think at some point, my mindset started to shift to calculating who's holding the balance of power, which may mean, we're thinking about a minority government at least.
Right. And Randy, so far, I believe Emily was saying no orange in Hamilton so far. What does that say to you? Are you surprised?
Well, the last number that I saw, the NDP lost 13% of their popular vote in Ontario, and that translates into lost seats. I am quite surprised that there isn't a NDP win in Hamilton yet, or there's not going to be, it doesn't look like. But I think that plays back to the essential collapse of their party, and you know, Poilievre orchestrated that. Right. In the early days, before the election was called, he successfully attacked the NDP and marginalized them and made them look bad. And I think that people in Canada picked up on that, and also strategic voting has hurt them. People that normally vote NDP have voted for the Liberals, I believe, and you know, that's reflected in the seats.
Okay, thank you very much. Matt, back to you.
All right, thanks very much, Kelly. I got Keith Leslie with me again. Keith, let's continue going through the many things I would like to ask you about. I want to ask you about Toronto. So Toronto St. Paul's, we're seeing that Leslie Church, the Liberal candidate, looks to have defeated Dawn Stewart to hold on to that. I know some experts have said, look at Toronto St. Paul's as a kind of bellwether for what's happening tonight. What are your thoughts on what we're seeing in Toronto, where Chrystia Freeland, Evan Solomon, a lot of high-name Liberals are holding on to seats or winning seats?
Well, Fortress Toronto is indeed Fortress Toronto again for the Liberals, and taking back Toronto St. Paul's was a must for them tonight if they hope to form government. I mean, losing it last June in the by-election was the shock that started the resignation, the final downfall of Justin Trudeau. So I think there's no surprise in what we've seen there.
Now, going forward for the rest of the evening, I know we're going to see a lot of Conservative ridings as the West starts to report, but we had been talking about earlier in this election about the Liberals having potentially the best showing in Alberta in years. They could win as many as 4 seats. With what we're seeing so far, this kind of maybe minority Liberal mix, the Conservatives doing better in some ways than we thought they would do. Do you think the Liberals still have a shot at securing a good result in Alberta?
No. Well, I mean, a good result in that they're going to pick up a couple of seats, but they're not going to get as many as they thought. This election is far, far closer than people actually thought. Not only in, you know, we knew the two parties were getting very, very close, the Conservatives and the Liberals, but look at the seat count. Poilievre and the Conservatives are up over 20 seats. I know it's leading and elected and we're still early, but right now they're up over 20 seats. That's a stunning result. Even if he does lose his own seat, which I still have doubts that will happen, but even if he does, he's brought that party up to, you know, their highest number of seats in a heck of a long time. The fact that they couldn't stop the Liberals, I don't think will stop him from remaining as opposition leader. It's been a heck of a show for the Conservatives. It's just that the way that the vote efficiency is a little better for the Liberals at this point. But it's not just Fortress Toronto for the Liberals. If you look outside, the Conservatives are making some real gains in the 905 area around there, and that's what's holding the Liberals back from getting their majority.
As we're going forward with this and look at some of these, I'm looking specifically at, what was the name of this one? Sorry, I've got my map up here. Parm Gill in Milton East, Halton Hills South. That's a new riding. He's leading there. He's a former Ford government minister who, of course, stepped down to run in this federal election. If the Tories can continue to hold on to some of these 905 ridings, it pretty much puts a Liberal majority out of reach. It's so close right now. I guess Poilievre was right, perhaps, in choosing to stick with taxation and crime and these sorts of issues instead of focusing all his attention on Donald Trump. What's your assessment of how his campaign is leading to this result?
Well, I think they were kept being urged to, start attacking Trump more, and they didn't really want to do that. They did a little bit, but they were focused more on policy and on convincing Canadians that it's time for change, that we'd had 10 years of Liberal government, that the carbon tax was a disaster, the economy has not grown at all, housing prices have more than doubled in the last 10 years. They really thought that they could campaign hard on time for a change, and I think that's what got them so many seats that they won tonight. Yes, the Liberals were able to use, and this was brilliant, to bring in a new leader. Justin Trudeau resigned. They bring in Mark Carney and claim he's changed because he's not a former politician, even though he's surrounded by Trudeau's people. So I think this is what's kept the Conservatives so tight in this race, is that they actually were a real change, and they convinced an awful lot of voters that 10 years of Liberal government was more than enough. It's time for real change. And they didn't see Mark Carney, quite frankly, as real change, unless he, of course, had been leader of the Conservative Party, which I think would have really changed the outcome tonight.
All right, that's Keith Leslie, political analyst, joining us once again. Keith, I think we speak one more time tonight. I hope so. If not, I'll probably talk to you tomorrow night during the evening news for more of your commentary. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
All right, stick around, folks. One more break, and then we're back with more results with Emily and the gang here at the CHCH Your Home, Your Vote Federal Election Coverage 2025.
Sundays on CHCH.
Get ready to lose your freaking mind, dude.
Animation domination is here. The Simpsons, Family Guy, The Great North, and Krapopolis. Sundays starting at 8.
Look, it's not you.
That means it is me.
I just need space.
You're leaving me for a panda?
With thousands of games, mix it up. Casino days.
Being house rich to me means more control over how I retire. But to my house, it means so much more.
Francis, I do believe our petunias could use another splash.
Thanks to a reverse mortgage from Equitable Bank, he started to truly realize his worth.
It was the best thing Francis ever did for us. Like fresh caviar for brunch. I highly recommend it. Only you could get through my concrete exterior and bring out my emotional side.
That's uncomfortable.
Help is on the way with Leon's Price Cuts event. Get savings on everything comfortable for your home.
There you go. Soft upholstery.
Now that's comfortable.
Men, are you urinating more often? Reduce the symptoms of BPH with Super Beta Prostate. It's proven to help you reduce the extra bathroom trips, reduce getting up at night to urinate, and take back control. Get Super Beta Prostate. Advertise with us and let CHCH connect you to local success. Collaborate with our experts for custom campaigns that deliver your target audience with both TV and digital ad solutions. Together, we'll help you reach new customers because we're local and trusted by millions. CHCH is the #1 source of news and information, reaching 90% of the Halton Niagara market, making us a valuable place for your brand. Contact CHCH today and let us connect you to local success.
This is a live shot of Conservative headquarters in Ottawa as supporters of the party await Pierre Poilievre, who is expected to address the crowd at some point this evening. Although it's getting later and the results are very close, we don't expect any of the party leaders to come out and speak until there is a more definitive result. But of course, that could change in a moment's notice. All right, welcome back. I'm Matt Ingram. You're watching Your Home, Your Vote. Let's head back out east and check in with Sean Fraser's riding of Central Nova. We had been watching that earlier because he was behind, but now we can say he is going to be reelected with 17,926 votes, 197 of 229 polls reporting. It looks like Sean Fraser, a stalwart of the Trudeau government, is going to hold on to his seat. All right, we now have got a look at the popular vote so far tonight. Let's bring up the board and take a look. Here it comes, folks. The anticipation is palpable. There it goes. All right, Liberal, 42.7% of the vote so far, to the Tory, 41.7%. Just 1 percentage point between the two parties. The Bloc Québécois earning just over 8% of the vote. The NDP, got to be a disappointing night for them, just over 5%. The Green Party, 1%, and the catch-all other, 1.2%. All right, let's bring back in Emily Taylor, who's going to go through some more results for us this evening. Wow, 1% difference in the popular vote, Emily. This is quite a tight night.
This really is, and I think many people hadn't predicted the Conservatives to be sweeping quite as much as they are, especially in Hamilton. I do actually want to start over in Ottawa again. This is Carleton riding, so Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre currently still in second place. We do only have now 10, so we previously had, I think, around 5 last time we checked, 10 of these 266 polls, but he currently is sitting in second, so we're watching closely to see, I mean, if he's one of what seems to be several party leaders who may not get their seats tonight, or if he'll end up getting that one in the end. Speaking of party leaders who are not getting their seats tonight, I want to head over to a Montreal area riding called Outremont. This is where Jonathan Pedneau Green Party co-leader. This is where his riding is. So this is my board. See how you don't see him on it at all. This means that he's either polling 5th or 6th or below that. He's not in our top 4 in this riding here. I understand he's from this Montreal area riding, but it is a Liberal stronghold at this point because we do have a cabinet minister in it. Rachel Bendayan is at dissolution, the Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship in Canada in Mark Carney's cabinet. She was expected to re-win this result, and of course we can say at this point that she has been re-elected. She's currently polling at 52.33% of the vote. All right, speaking of Green Party, let's head all the way across the country and go over to BC. This is Saanich Gulf Island. At this point, it does look like Elizabeth May is holding on to her seat. There was some talk about whether that be Conservative or Green Party. Leading so far, has not yet been re-elected. We're watching that one closely. And then over in Burnaby Central, right near Elizabeth May, this is Jagmeet Singh's riding, the NDP leader. He is currently going back and forth between the Conservatives and the Liberals leading, but he is remaining relatively stagnant in that 3rd place result right there. Only 19 polls. This one is still very early. BC had closed after us, so we're just getting some more results in. This one is still early, but at this point, he hasn't broken that top layer yet tonight from the results that we have seen. Okay, let's go over to a couple of local ridings for us. We're watching a few very closely. Hamilton Centre gone back to Liberal right now. We keep seeing a flip-flop between Aslam Rana and Hayden Lawrence, the Liberal and Conservative candidates. Our incumbent, Matthew Green, sitting in 3rd right now. He's got 4,300 votes. That equals around 29.93% of the vote. But I mean, 31%, 34%, nothing's that far off so far in the night. We still have lots of time. Those are all relatively close numbers between the two. One last riding before I let you go. I want to go over to Niagara South. This is a surprising riding so far. It's the only one in the area that we haven't called yet. Last time I checked it. Oh no, now we can call it. This has been a flipped riding. This was previously Vance Badaway's riding, the Liberal candidate. Now we can say Fred Davies, Conservative candidate, has been elected. He was a Niagara-on-the-Lake councillor. So some flips going on here. Matt?
All right, thanks very much, Emily. I want to bring back in Liberal strategist Charles Bird to dig in a little bit more with the results tonight. Charles, when we spoke earlier, you made a prediction, majority Liberal government. It's looking pretty tight. I'm wondering if you want to revise your prediction.
Well, as I wipe the egg off my face, now I will say an hour ago, the popular vote was 47.5% Liberal and less than 40% Conservative. But in the past hour, what has happened is Ontario. Ontario has really come through for the Conservatives, and we're seeing that in terms of Conservative seats that were supposedly in danger of being held. And in fact, the Liberals losing as many as 9 seats in the GTA. And I think that's catching a lot of people by surprise. And so it looks like right now, I think the Liberals are on track to win about 65 seats, which would be a majority of seats in Ontario, barely, but is a significant downturn from even the 2021 election, and especially 2019 and 2015.
So why do you think there's been a change in Ontario? What do you think it is about the Conservative message that has resonated that perhaps Liberals didn't think would resonate, or is there another factor that you're looking at?
Well, I think at the core of people's thinking was this sort of dichotomy, because for Carney, the message was Trump and tariffs, and for Poilievre, the message was cost of living and affordability. And it's clear that Ontarians responded to both messages in almost equal measure. And in fact, if you look at the popular vote across the country, I mean, it is razor thin. And I think that's really the fulcrum upon which the balance is struck. But, you know, I will say a couple of other things. First off, Quebec really came through for the Liberal Party. In fact, if it wasn't for Quebec, Mark Carney would not be the next prime minister, as he now appears that he will be. But you know, what we're seeing is the makings of a fairly disjointed parliament. But I will say it's prudent to wait until all the votes are counted across the board, because there could still be some significant shifts. It's not entirely impossible that the Liberals could find their way into majority territory once all the votes are counted, especially given the kind of crazy seat swings we've seen earlier this evening.
Now, as we go forward and start thinking about what this next parliament is going to look like, if we do have a situation where it's very narrow between Liberals and Conservatives, what does that mean for Canadians who are just looking for a government to deal with Donald Trump and the economic threat he poses?
Well, I think Mark Carney, if he is elected Prime Minister and is sworn into office, as appears will be the case, will probably have a period of time where he will correctly assume that neither the Bloc nor the NDP want another election. So that will give him somewhere in the neighborhood of 18 to 24 months. Not so much to act like he has a majority. I think that would probably be a tactical mistake, but at least to be able to make some fundamental decisions over the next period of time. That said, it will be very, very difficult. I mean, we can expect Pierre Poilievre, if he is in fact re-elected tonight, because that does appear to be in some doubt, we can expect the Conservatives to maintain a fairly high degree of aggressiveness as in the House of Commons. I mean, they're the official opposition. That would be well within their rights to do that. So some bumpy times ahead, to be sure, but I think Mark Carney will probably do what Stephen Harper did in both 2006 and 2008 and simply say, listen, I am governing as if I had a majority, although he won't say that. That will give him a little bit of leeway going forward. We'll see how much. It's a remarkable result tonight, and I'm just astonished that the popular vote is so close across the country.
And Charles, I got to let you go, but I just want to ask you one more quick question before I do. We've been talking a lot tonight about the falling apart of the NDP. But if we end up in a situation where the Liberals are just short of majority government, could this party that really had a terrible evening overall become a kingmaker in the next parliament?
It's conceivable. It really does come down to the numbers, and I wouldn't trust what we see before us. But at the moment, obviously, if you combine the Liberal seat count with the NDP seat count, at this exact moment in time, you have the makings of a majority of the seats of the House of Commons. That said, best to let the votes be counted in their entirety, and let's see where the chips fall.
Absolutely. All right, Charles Bird, thank you so much for joining us, Liberal strategist from Earnscliffe Strategies. Thank you very much for your time this evening.
Thanks, Ben.
All right, we need one more break. Here's a look at Liberal headquarters in Ottawa, where Mark Carney is expected to address supporters eventually at some point this evening. We will bring it to you live when it happens, if we are still on the air. So many moving pieces tonight. Truly an exciting night in Canadian politics. Stay with us.
I'm both country and class.
I am ready to fall in love again.
He's hot, y'all. Matt did not kiss me. Yeah.
Farmer Wants a Wife, all new Thursday at 9.
Get the right mattress for less during the Bricks Tent Sale. We've got mattresses for every budget, plus incredible 5-day deals. Mattresses start at just $89 and get up to 50% off select mattresses. The Brick Mattress Store. The right mattress guaranteed.
Look, it's not you.
That means it is me.
I just need space.
You're leaving me for a panda?
With thousands of games, mix it up. Casino Days.
There are a lot of things about Desjardins that might surprise you. We're financially empowering 7.8 million clients. We're helping over 400,000 businesses thrive. We gave over $500 million back to communities in 2024. And we've been helping people, businesses, and communities move forward for 125 years. Desjardins, we might surprise you.
Tina's smart. She uses Wise to send and spend money overseas. Tina's gone. Whether she's sending money in another currency or paying with the Wise travel card abroad. She's saving up to 70% on average compared to using major banks. Join 12 million people like Tina who found a smart way to send and spend money overseas. Get Wise.
Buying a home? With Wahi, you can get thousands in cash back, up to 1% of your purchase price. Work with expert realtors to put more money in your pocket. Buy and sell with a Wahi realtor and get even more cash back. Wahi, the smarter way to buy and sell your home.
All right, welcome back. We're going to head back out to Halton, where a couple of high-profile Liberal candidates are looking for re-election, beginning in Oakville East. That's where we find our Manisa Donabalan, who's covering the rowdy and already kind of celebratory Anita Anand campaign, although she hasn't won yet.
No, not yet, Matt, but there's lots of energy. Anytime there's any red on the screen, there's lots of cheers here in at Anita Anand's headquarters right now. So she is in the lead as of now, but it's still too early to tell. You can hear the cheers behind me. But earlier projections were suggesting that it could be a toss-up in this riding, and we're still waiting to find out what exactly whether she's going to actually keep her seat tonight. So before I get to a recap of the candidates, let's talk about some of the issues that are top of mind for those living here. The economy amid U.S. tariffs, housing, affordability, and job security, especially since there's a Ford plant here in Oakville. Crime is also a concern. According to reports, Halton's police chief has noted that crime rose slightly in 2020. And the chief called for changes to keep certain offenders in jail and funding to make sure cases are brought to trial sooner and not thrown out. Now let's talk a little bit about the top candidates right now. We have Anita Anand, who was first elected as the Liberal MP for Oakville riding in 2019 and then later re-elected in 2021. Since she took the seat, Anand has served as the Minister of Public Services and Procurement, Minister of National Defense, and the Minister of Transport and Internal Trade, among other titles. We also have Conservative candidate Ron Chinzer, who was a police officer for about 20 years and now is the VP for a Canadian financial tech company. So once again, it's still too early to tell, even though there's lots of energy in here, very loud, lots of supporters who are cheering, but still too early to tell if she's going to keep her seat. We'll keep an eye on this and keep you posted. Matt?
All right, thanks very much, Manisa. From one close race to another, we're going to head to downtown Hamilton, where Jason Gaidola is with the NDP's Matthew Green camp. I'm guessing it's not as loud there as it is at Anita Anand's headquarters right now, Jason.
Not quite, Matt. So far, things they're still waiting aside, watching the results come in slowly, because we have one that looks like they're razor thin apart at this point of time. Aslam Rana for the Liberals still in the lead, but not a very large lead. Hayden Lawrence of the Tories is still trailing behind Aslam Rana, and Matthew Green, of course, shortly behind Hayden Lawrence. This not even half the polls have been counted yet. Tonight, this is the scene right now. Everyone either on their phones or watching the coverage on television. There's still some hope, because this night is far from over. But as what we thought was going to be a two-candidate race now turns into a three-way race between parties that it appears that voters have looked towards a national platform in this election, and that seems to be showing so far in this riding, given the fact that Hayden Lawrence is just so close with Aslam Rana right now, and Matthew Green trailing behind. This one could go on for quite a while so far, so everyone's going to be staying put, watching it slowly come in. And for now, we'll take it back to you, Matt.
All right, thanks very much, Jason. Let's head back over to Emily Taylor, who's going to go through a couple more key ridings. Emily, I believe you got an update on Poilievre's riding.
We do. We're going to take a look at a few of the leaders, including Poilievre. So we're going to go over to, he's in Carleton, that's in Ottawa. And so far, still red. So we are tracking some of the polling. I did warn you earlier, the polling was going to take a little bit longer in this riding because of that electoral reform protest that we saw. So again, ballot 1 meter long. So they had permission to start counting early. Looks like they are still counting. We're currently at just 35 polls, but every time we check back, I mean, the Liberals are still in the lead. This is Bruce Fanjoy. He has 7,667 votes, adding up to around 53%, whereas Poilievre sitting at just over 6,000 votes. So over 1,000 vote gap between the two right now. We are still waiting to see if this does change throughout, but every time we've checked in, Matt, it has so far been the Liberals in the lead there. Now, I do want to go over to some of our surrounding areas here in the Golden Horseshoes. Absolutely. We're going to, I just want to check in with Kitchener Centre here. This is the one I was looking for. So this is one of the Green Party's 2 ridings that they had going into this election. As you can see, that's some pretty dark blue there, and definitely not green. 125 of 213 polls there. Look, Mike Morris, the incumbent, is still in the race here, not so far behind, just a couple hundred votes, but it's been a while since I've seen that green pop back up. For a while now, it has been consistent on blue. All right, and we're going to go back over to Matt.
All right, thanks very much. Green Party leader Elizabeth May is about to address her supporters. Let's listen in.
About some of the other spectacular Green candidates. Mike Morris in Kitchener Centre is too close to call right now, so all my thoughts are with Mike. It's terrible. I have to thank so many people because obviously the Green team across the country worked so hard. Je suis tellement triste que mon collègue et co-chef Jonathan Pedneau n'a pas réussi à Outremont. But it was almost guaranteed that we weren't going to be able to make a breakthrough in Quebec once we were thrown out of the leaders' debates. And we'll leave the federal court to decide whether it was just morally wrong or illegal. But I want to thank Jonathan. I want to thank our whole team, but particularly the spectacular candidates, Paul Manley and Nanaimo Ladysmith, who should be the next member of Parliament for Nanaimo Ladysmith. And as I said, Mike Morris is still, it's too close to call in Kitchener Centre. Anne-Marie Zedluck in Guelph, another spectacular candidate. If I go right across the country and mention everyone, I'll forget someone, which is a problem. So I just want to start with thanking everybody who helped my election. I want to acknowledge that in the room tonight we have the entire Provincial Green Caucus, Jeremy Valerian and Rob Botterill, yes. And the Deputy Leader of the BC Greens, Lisa Gunderson. And I want to thank, in particular, there's so many people, but let me just start with what really matters. How was it that I got reelected? Other leaders of opposition parties are still not sure they'll hold their seats. That includes Pierre Poilievre and Jagmeet Singh. Now, I have no schadenfreude about Jagmeet, but forgive me a little for Pierre. I think we'll see what happens in those ridings. There's too early to say. But it's been a hard election because so much of the mainstream media has promoted the idea that I was going to lose in Saanich Gulf Islands. It developed a momentum based on a rumor. And
all right, we're going to interrupt Elizabeth May to take you back to downtown Hamilton, where Matthew Green, NDP incumbent in Hamilton Centre, is addressing his supporters. Take a listen.
The riding going door to door, street to street, neighborhood to neighborhood. Completing an effort that started 5 weeks ago. 5 weeks ago. Where we knew that national headwinds were blowing against us, to say the least. But we didn't let that dissuade us. The community came together. People continued to show up day in and day out, having conversations in the community, talking to their neighbors, listening to people who don't always even agree with our ideas. We know that elections matter. We know that in order for our democracy to function, there must be a deliberative process that allows us to test the ideas of the day. And certainly the ideas of this particular election cycle were framed very early on about the existential threat that is Donald Trump. And I think that there was and has been a concerted effort to reduce and diminish our democracy to a two-party system in order to avoid, get this, in order to avoid the outcome of a two-party system. And what we know is that tomorrow when we wake up, this country will be a different political landscape. And the truth is, things aren't looking really great for us in this moment. We're just going to be honest. But I can say this, despite the fact that there's still thousands of advanced votes that have yet to be announced, I can say this in my heart, that I am at peace with what we accomplished over the last 5 weeks. Now, this is what I know about all of you. This is what I know to be true. Again, I don't know what's going to happen at the end of this election. It's not looking good. But what is looking good is what we've been creating in Hamilton Centre over the last 10 to 15 years. We're in this room because...
All right, you've been listening to Matthew Green, NDP incumbent in Hamilton Centre, sounding like he's not thinking he's going to win re-election. He hasn't lost yet, but he is running in third place. We want to take you now to Burlington, where former Liberal Party leadership contender Karina Gould is about to address supporters. You see her coming in. She's just getting the crowd fired up. Let's get quiet and hear what she has to say.
Amazing to see everyone here. Congratulations. Another Liberal victory in Burlington. I just need to say a huge thank you to every single one of you. This was an outstanding campaign. We knocked on thousands of doors. We covered this city of each and every one of you. So thank you to my amazing volunteers. And I need to give a couple of special shout outs. I have to say thank you to Samantha Smichuk, my campaign manager. Supports me through all of this, so thank you. My dad and brothers who are here, thank you so much. And my amazing team, Matthew Powell, Sandy O'Reilly, I mean the whole BFLA board, my staff, my friends, thank you, thank you, thank you. I am so honored and privileged to have been elected for a 4th time. And you know, this election was just incredible. I mean, talking to people at the doors who understood how consequential this election was for our economy, for jobs, for our sovereignty, right? And for standing up for Canadian values, for building an inclusive and prosperous country, one that stands up and fights for who we are, but protects the most vulnerable in our country as well. Time and time again at the doors was that people wanted serious leadership. They wanted a leader who had the experience, who had the know-how, and who could stand up to Donald Trump. And so I am so thrilled to see that Mark Carney was elected in Nepean and that he's going to be the president. We're going to have a lot of work ahead of us when it comes comes to standing up for Canada, for protecting all that is important, for fighting for our jobs and our industries. I mean, right here in Burlington, it is so important. We have the auto sector, we have steel manufacturing. You know, the things that Donald Trump is targeting impacts people right here. And my commitment to everyone in Burlington, but also across Canada, is to stand up for your jobs, to fight for you, to fight for your families, and to fight for Canada. Because so many of you were here on Friday when we had the privilege to have Prime Minister Jean Chrétien come and visit Burlington. And if there's one thing that we know about Liberals, it's that Liberals fight for Canada! And so, friends, supporters, volunteers, family, thank you, thank you, thank you for all of your incredible hard work. None of this would have been possible without each and every one of you. So tonight, let's celebrate, because tomorrow morning, it's back to work for the folks of Burlington. Thank you.
Re-elected Liberal Burlington MP Karina Gould addressing supporters at her campaign headquarters in Burlington. She has won re-election, a very happy candidate this evening. Let's send it over to another very happy person, Emily Taylor, who's happy because we have more results to tell us about, and we're kind of nerds about this stuff.
I know. I'm kind of feeling a little nerdy. I'm really excited about it, Matt. I'm glad that you are too.
I am too. Let's keep this going.
Amazing. Okay, well, we just heard from Karina Gould, as you said. She, of course, has been re-elected and is polling currently just shy of 52% in her riding. Almost all the polls there. We have 225 out of 267 polls that are reporting Karina Gould going back to Ottawa. Okay, there's a few places I want to take you to that are a little bit further away from us, starting with Cambridge. Now, this is, there we are, there's Cambridge. Cambridge is a Liberal incumbent, but of course, quite a bit of blue there. We do see that Connie Cody, a Conservative candidate, has been elected over the incumbent, Brian May there. Connie Cody taking nearly 50% of the votes so far, with just 12 polls still to report, so very close to the end of Cambridge tallying. They will be sending a Conservative to Ottawa instead. All right, let's head over to Kitchener-Conestoga. Now, this... There we are. We also here don't have an election quite yet, but we have another Conservative candidate leading. That's Doug Treliving over Tim Lewis, who is the Liberal incumbent in this area. Still pretty close, though. We have just over here, 48.40, so that's 24,000 votes being tallied there, to just shy, that's 23,963. So just a very tight race so far happening in this area, but yet again, could be another Liberal incumbent in this region that is not going back to Ottawa come the new session. All right, let's just head a little bit further down, Kitchener South Hespeler. So this has been declared an election for Matt Strauss. Now, you may remember he was the medical officer-in-chief of Halton and Norfolk during the pandemic. He was known for some of his more controversial views, not liking masking and his talks about vaccines. He will be heading to Ottawa this time around as an MP. He's got 49% of the votes so far. That's 164 of 203 polls reporting, so still more to come in, more data, but of course he has been declared elected in the riding Kitchener South Hespeler. Okay, just a few more I want to get to also. Let's go over to London Fanshawe here. This was a NDP riding in the area of London Fanshawe. So London still has many of its Liberal incumbents who are going back. London Centre's Peter Fratrascatos has been re-elected. He is going back. And then also in the London area, Ariel Kayabega, Liberal candidate, is going back. She's been re-elected. This time around, we have an NDP incumbent who has placed third. So we have 27.3% of the vote here on 12,000 votes. That's compared to Kurt Holman, the Conservative candidate in this area, just shy of 41% there, 18,000. So plenty in this region, plenty of flip-flops, plenty of NDP or Liberal candidates that have been overturned by Conservatives who will be going to Ottawa. Okay, I want to take you to a few of the leaders just to check in, see how they're doing. Of course, we're going to check in first on Pierre Poilievre, whose riding is still in contention, still red here. They are now looking up the 266 polls, just 47. Of course, those polls coming in a little bit slower than most of the rest of his area. But Bruce Vanjoy still in the lead. Every time we check this riding, that has been the case so far. He's now at 52.75%. That's just shy of 8,000 votes, where Poilievre is sitting at around 6,500 votes. Still plenty of polls to come in, but this is a really interesting thing. He could be one of the several leaders that we are expecting to see lose their seat, or of course plenty of time to come back and to gain that seat again. He has held it since 2004. All right, over in Nepean, this is where Mark Carney is running and has been elected for the first time, was prime minister before, and now has been elected for the first time as an MP in the Nepean riding. Quite a strong showing so far, 63%. That might be one of the highest that we've seen so far. Many of them end up around 50 or so. We still have around 20 polls to go in this area, but 63%, quite a strong showing in Nepean. Okay, last check. I want to go to the Outremont, which is a Montreal area riding. We checked this one earlier. This is Jonathan Pedneau's riding. He is the co-leader of the Green Party. We can say Rachel Bendayan has been re-elected. She is, as of the new Mark Carney cabinet that was formed even just briefly before before the government was dissolved. She was named the Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship. We'll see if she's added back to the cabinet in this new government, but currently sitting at 53%. And that does mean that Jonathan Pedneau is not currently on the board, so he is placing 5th or 6th at this point. I'll look into that and get back to you. Matt?
All right, thanks very much, Emily. Time for a quick break. We're going to give you a shot of Liberal headquarters, where Mark Carney is expected to speak very soon. As we go to break, I just want to mention former U.S. President Joe Biden has now congratulated Mark Carney, writing on X, "I congratulate Prime Minister Mark Carney and the Liberal Party on their success in Canada's election. I'm confident Mark will be a strong leader for the fundamental values and interests Canadians and Americans share." Still no word from Donald Trump. Stay with us.
I'm both country and class.
I am ready to fall in love again.
He's hot, y'all. Matt did not kiss me. Yeah.
Farmer Wants a Wife, all new Thursday at 9.
Get the right mattress for less during the Bricks Tent Sale. We've got mattresses for every budget, plus incredible 5-day deals. Mattresses start at just $89 and get up to 50% off select mattresses. The Brick Mattress Store. The right mattress guaranteed.
Look, it's not you.
That means it is me.
I just need space.
You're leaving me for a panda?
With thousands of games, mix it up. Casino days.
There are a lot of things about Desjardins that might surprise you. We're financially empowering 7.8 million clients. We're helping over 400,000 businesses thrive. We gave over $500 million back to communities in 2024. And we've been helping people, businesses, and communities move forward for 125 years. Desjardins, we might surprise you.
Tina's smart. She uses Wise to send and spend money overseas. Tina's gone. Whether she's sending money in another currency or paying with the Wise travel card abroad, she's saving up to 70% on average compared to using major banks. Join 12 million people like Tina who found a smart way to send and spend money overseas. Get Wise.
Buying a home? With Wahi, you can get thousands in cash back, up to 1% of your purchase price. Work with expert realtors to put more money in your pocket. Buy and sell with a Wahi realtor and get even more cash back. Wahi, the smarter way to buy and sell your home.
Welcome back. You're watching Your Home, Your Vote, our federal election special for 2025. Liberal leader Mark Carney has been elected Prime Minister of Canada. We have not called whether it will be a majority or minority. If you take a look at the bottom of your screen, you can see the projected seat count in Parliament, very tight between the Liberals and Conservatives, just 9 seats apart. That story playing out in the popular vote. Let's take a look at the numbers right now. Popular vote showing 42.6% for the Liberals. The Conservatives just behind at 41.9%. The Bloc Québécois with 7.5%. The NDP with 5.7%. The Greens with just over 1%. And other just over 1%. Truly a split vote in Canada this evening. That has been the story of the evening, not the showing that many predicted the Liberals would have. Let's head on over to the panel for their thoughts on this very tight race this evening. Kelly.
Hey, thanks, Matt. And I wanted to ask Tamara, what does an extremely popular vote tell us?
In terms of what? I'm sorry.
Sorry, an extremely close popular vote tell us about how people are feeling.
I mean, this is just fascinating. I've been trying to like sort of rack my brain to think about an election that sort of has looked like this in the past, and I can't think of one. Even I was actually just looking through. I was going back to like the 30s and stuff and looking at election results, just trying to see if I could put this into context. And I could be wrong, but as I think about this looks like a very different election result, and I think that in part it's because, it seems to me two things are true at the same time. There are a whole bunch of voters that voted for that were voting for the Liberals and in this existential threat, and then there was another set of voters who were voting for something else, which was the message that Pierre Poilievre was delivering, and they both have come out even. Yeah. But it's it's this very interesting result where you're like trying to figure out who has failed and who has been successful. The Liberals have been successful in the fact that they were going to be wiped out, 6 months ago. The Conservatives are clearly more successful than they were 4 weeks ago. So it's really just a fascinating result that I think that we'll have to think through. I think the other thing that's probably worth thinking about that we haven't talked about, and I get that the BQ is like the Voldemort of politics, but I think it's worth talking about, is that their popular vote has held even though the seats have left. So this sort of pathway that that Quebec was going to give, it gave the Liberals a little bit of a boost, but not as what we thought that they thought.
Right. And Randy, the Conservatives obviously picking up seats in Ontario. What went wrong for the Liberals here?
She has a good point. Did anything really go wrong for the Liberals here? I mean, at Christmas time, they were going to get wiped out completely in an election. So they've done a remarkable job of climbing back out of that hole. But recently they thought they would win more seats in Ontario, and I think they misjudged the popularity of the Conservatives and the calls for change in our province. And it's one of those things that it's sort of intangible. It's hard to judge the voters on how much they want change compared to how much they want stability that Carney seemed to represent in this election.
Do you think affordability was a huge topic in Ontario?
Yes, particularly among young people, and I think that we'll see that young people came out to vote in numbers that may be unprecedented.
Right. And Marie, what happens next if it is a Liberal minority? What should we expect to see next?
Well, I agree with what Charles Bird said earlier in the show, that there won't be a stomach for another election for a while. I mean, the Canadian people won't want one, and the parties won't want one, particularly if there'll be a couple of leadership races. So we'll see what happens there. It's up to Prime Minister Carney now to see if he can muster enough support from the NDP and the Greens to keep the government going, basically. And to have the votes that he needs, the confidence votes, basically, which are usually financial budgets, etc. He'll have some time. I think we'll be back here, if we're still all invited, in 18 to 24 months for another election, if this is a minority government.
If not sooner.
If not sooner, yeah.
Randy, do you think we have voter fatigue or election fatigue around here?
Well, I do. I don't know if the voters have election fatigue, right? So, clearly people were into this election, and it may not be the same if there's an election in 18, a year, 2 years, whatever. We might not get the same voter turnout.
Randy,
sorry, I will go back to my earlier point. Yeah. I actually have faith in the Canadian people, and I hope our leaders do, because I think we do have to talk about the renegotiation of the trade agreement with the United States, the tariffs, and all of the other things that, the fears, as well as the everyday. I mean, I have 2 millennial kids, and I know how hard they work just to stay above water. So it is a generation gap with respect to my generation and theirs as far as opportunities and able to get ahead. So those issues are real. Those aren't going to go away.
I think I'll just add one thing in here that I think that, you know, those of us who are older who remember majority governments as the norm, it has not been the norm since 2004. So the idea that, I don't know if you can have voter fatigue if you're the people constantly electing consistent. We've only had 2 majority governments in the last since 2006. So this is the norm that this is the norm. The norm is that we don't have majority governments anymore.
Right.
And so therefore, if you don't have majority governments anymore, and you're not really into coalition governments, that's the thing we can all have a conversation about. If you're going to have governments in which people are making deals, you will only have parliaments that last 2 years, and so you can expect to go to the polls in 2 years.
Very interesting. All right, thank you guys. Matt, back to you.
All right, thanks very much, Kelly. I want to bring Keith Leslie back in. Keith, it's getting a little bit later, so we can have a little bit of fun now. I want to game something out with you. Pierre Poilievre running second right now in his riding, but of course the Conservatives have had a pretty great night. What happens if Pierre Poilievre can't win his seat, but the party has this great night?
Well, it makes for a difficult and awkward night for Mr. Poilievre, but one I think he can still take some pride in. I mean, clearly, he's increased their seat count by more than 20. He's held the Liberals to a minority, despite what the polls showed that they were going to run away with it after, you know, up till about a week or so ago. But it's awkward for him. Does he, you know, turn to one of his fellow Conservatives who's just won election and say, how would you like to step aside so I can get a seat as leader? Or does he wait till there's a by-election? As our panel was just discussing, minority governments tend to last 18 to 24 months. So that could mean, you know, 2 years of him sitting outside the parliament trying to lead the Conservative Party. Now, are they going to be vicious and want to get him out of there simply because he didn't win his own seat when he actually has them winning like 150 seats in parliament when they had 128 or so going in? I don't think they're going to want to force him out. It'll be up to him, I guess, to decide how he can either get a seat or, you know, convince someone to step aside for him and then run in a by-election. And I suspect that by-election won't be in an Ottawa area riding, which, of course, they've all gone Liberal tonight.
I want to ask you your thoughts on his perspectives on crime. I think by most accounts you could say that the Conservatives were pretty strong on their messaging on cracking down on crime. This weekend we had a horrific act of criminal violence in Vancouver. Do you think that perhaps Poilievre's belief that Canadians were more concerned about their security than polling would suggest was correct? Are Canadians worried about feeling safe in their own country?
I think there's absolutely an issue with crime, and I think that the best tack for the Tories to take on that was when they talked about the catch and release bail, that so many people out on bail were getting rearrested and rearrested and rearrested. I don't think, however, though, that most Canadians felt there was crime in the streets and this crime wave had made life, you know, unlivable for most people who were afraid to leave their houses. I don't think that played with most people. I was visiting with some friends in Riverdale and Toronto. There was a shooting, and, you know, 2 young men were shot to death in their street, about 2 blocks from their house. They don't feel afraid in their neighborhood. They were, you know, saddened by that tragedy, but they don't feel the crime wave isn't making people stay home, being afraid to be on the street. So I think the Conservatives overplayed their hand on the crime file. As I say, I think they had a real good tack by just saying, you know, sticking to the bail thing, the catch and release bail thing. People hate that, and I think that was a winning argument for them.
When we look back on this, election, there was so much talk about Donald Trump and the effect of tariffs. Yet here we are, a party that, while it touched on tariffs and Donald Trump, really ran on affordability and crime. Is the ballot box issue, were there many? Was this not just a Donald Trump thing? Was this an affordability thing mixed in there?
Both. We had 2 ballot box questions is what it comes down to. And when we see a popular vote difference of less than 1 percentage point, I think that proves it. So the Liberals were right. In the Liberal minds, the ballot question, and in many progressive minds, the ballot question was Donald Trump and who's the best leader suited to take him on. In the Conservatives' mind, and in many, many Canadian voters, obviously, nearly half of the felt that 10 years of Liberal rule was enough, that the Liberal policies, especially the carbon tax and the capital gains tax, the funding of the media for hundreds of millions of dollars a year, people hated some of these policies and really wanted them out. So I think we had two ballot questions. Was it time to change, or was it time to have someone to stand up, or, who was best to stand up to Donald Trump? And that's why we got the results we did tonight. And just because the Liberals' vote is just that little bit more efficient, they got a handful more seats than the Conservatives. But if you look right now, the Liberals, as the math stands right now, the Liberals, even if they convince the NDP and the Green to join with them, they still can't get to majority territory. They'd probably have to appoint a Conservative as Speaker, and maybe then they'd have enough to be able to hold on for a couple of years.
That's political analyst Keith Leslie. Keith, thanks again for joining me once again. Much appreciated.
Thanks, Matt.
All right, folks, we need one more break here on Your Home, Your Vote. There's the stage where we're all waiting to see if Pierre Poilievre will come out. We're also monitoring for Mark Carney, Jagmeet Singh, and the rest of them. Stay with us here on CHCH News.
I'm both country and class.
I am ready to fall in love again.
He's hot, y'all. Matt did not kiss me. Yeah.
Farmer Wants a Wife, all new Thursday at 9.
Get the right mattress for less during the Bricks Tent Sale. We've got mattresses for every budget, plus incredible 5-day deals. Mattresses start at just $89 and get up to 50% off select mattresses. The Brick Mattress Store. The right mattress guaranteed.
Look, it's not you.
That means it is me.
I just need space.
You're leaving me for a panda?
With thousands of games, mix it up. Casino Days.
There are a lot of things about Desjardins that might surprise you. We're financially empowering 7.8 million clients. We're helping over 400,000 businesses thrive. We gave over $500 million back to communities in 2024. And we've been helping people, businesses, and communities move forward for 125 years. Desjardins, we might surprise you.
Tina's smart. She uses Wise to send and spend money overseas. Tina's gone. Whether she's sending money in another currency or paying with the Wise travel card abroad, she's saving up to 70% on average compared to using major banks. Join 12 million people like Tina who found a smart way to send and spend money overseas. Get Wise.
Buying a home? With Wahi, you can get thousands in cash back, up to 1% of your purchase price. Work with expert realtors to put more money in your pocket. Buy and sell with a Wahi realtor and get even more cash back. Wahi, the smarter way to buy and sell your home.
Welcome back. You're watching special federal election coverage right here on CHCH. I'm going to bring in Emily Taylor, who's got another look at some of the races in Niagara and some of the party leader races. A couple of them pretty tight.
They definitely are, Matt. And like you said, we're going to start in Niagara, specifically with Niagara South. I mean, look at this Niagara riding. Almost all of our ridings have gone Conservative in this area. Like I said, starting with Niagara South there. Now, this was previously Liberal incumbent Vance Banaway's riding. It's now gone to Fred Davies. So Fred Davies is a Niagara-on-the-Lake regional councillor. He'll be heading to Ottawa with 50% support from his riding. We have 170 of 266 polls, so still many polls to go, but he has enough of a lead there that has been called. He has been considered elected. Okay, let's go through all of our Conservatives first and then round out in St. Catharines. Niagara Falls, Niagara-on-the-Lake. This riding goes to the Conservative incumbent, Tony Baldinelli. Now, this was a pretty close race. This is the third time he's faced off against Andrea Kaiser. Again, a much larger margin than we had previously seen between these two in the past couple of years. It was 3,000 votes, 2,000 votes. Now we're looking at Tony having 19 and Andrea having around 18,000 votes. Oh, you know what? I thought 14, excuse me. That's what I was looking for. So that's several thousand votes, around 5,000 votes between these two candidates. All right, let's head over to Niagara West. Now, this is also where we have an incumbent who was reelected, Dean Allison. He's taking home 52% of the vote. Quite a large margin there for Dean Allison. 225 of the 237 polls reporting. So we really are almost through all the polls in Niagara West there. Dean Allison coming in with a strong lead. All right, St. Catharines, now the lone Liberal incumbent who is returning in this area. That's Chris Biddle. He has been reelected with 51.58% of the vote. And we're almost through all those polls there as well. Chris Biddle, of course, is our incumbent, and he is facing off against Baz Slimers, who is 40% versus 51 there. So a pretty substantial margin against his opponent there. Okay. We're going to go to a few of our leaderboards. We keep checking in with Pierre Poilievre's riding in Carleton. This is a really interesting riding. If this does end up being flipped over to the Liberals, we are currently seeing 75 polls of the 266, so slowly inching forward. It's around 45 last time we checked in with this. Liberal candidate Bruce Vanjoy still in the lead, and this margin is growing. We're around 2,000 votes difference between them now. This used to be a couple hundred, and then it was around 1,000. We're looking around 2,000 votes difference between our two candidates right now, but still really early polling. That would be quite the upset for the Conservatives if their leader didn't end up taking home his seat this time, especially because he's held the seat since 2004, long before he was ever the leader of the Conservative Party. Okay, we're going to go over now to Burnaby Central. Speaking of leaders who might not end up with their seats this time. This is Burnaby Central, and as you can see, it is, of course, not orange. This is the NDP leader's Jagmeet Singh's riding. He's had it since around 2017. That's when he won a by-election for the riding, and he's held it ever since. This time, of course, we see he's polling third. So this is very similar to what we were seeing in aggregate polling, though we only have 80 of 200, so keep switching a little bit. But we saw in aggregate polling, we were predicting Liberals leading there, Conservatives coming in second, and Jagmeet Singh in third place there. He is at 3,444 votes. Second place, 6,755. That lead is growing every time that we check in there. Before we had seen these two candidates were relatively close, but the third place there is becoming more and more distant. So we do have some good news for some leaders. Mark Carney has been elected in Nepean, so he is taking that riding. As this is the first time he's ever run, he's now been elected. He has quite a substantial margin at 63.5%. Also good news for Yves-François Blanchet of the Bloc Québécois. He is taking his riding as well. He is sitting currently at 48.71%. And then, of course, over back in BC with Elizabeth May, we heard her speak earlier in the Saanich Gulf Islands riding. This is currently the only Green Party riding that we're seeing right across the country. Instead of those two ridings, we're seeing one. This is Elizabeth May. Not as good of a story for her co-leader, Jonathan Pedneau, over in Montreal. Keep jumping back and forth across the country. Let's go back over to Montreal, over to Outremont. And this has already been declared for the Liberals. Candidate Rachel Bendayan. She, of course, is a cabinet minister as of the most recent cabinet shuffle with Mark Carney. We'll have to see if she's reintroduced to the cabinet now that Carney has been elected again in his riding of Nepean. Matt?
Thanks very much, Emily. Let's send things back over to the panel for more analysis on these very close election results tonight. Kelly.
Thanks, Matt. And Marie, I wanted to ask you about these this close margin between the Liberals and the Conservatives. Do you think they'll be able to work together effectively for Canadians?
Well, I don't think they'll have a choice for at least a few months. That's what the people voted for. They vote, and as Tamara said, this has been the way it has been. It's been minority governments for the last number of years. This is the way Europe governs all the time, and they don't see anything wrong with working together, negotiating as well. So I think they will be able to work together. I think they will be punished if they don't. I think if, for example, whoever is the leader for the Conservatives doesn't want to work with the Prime Minister, I think their party will be punished in the next election. And the other part is true, too, that if the Prime Minister does not listen to the opposition that represent basically half the country and more, if you count the other parties, he will pay the price in the next election.
Right, because it's so split.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
And Tamara, we are expecting to hear from NDP leader Jagmeet Singh within the next few minutes. Looks like that they might not get official party status. What does that mean for the NDP?
I mean, this is a tough election in a number of ways for the NDP. I mean, not getting official party status, it makes the work of being an MP more difficult. research, money, all of these types of things are not for you. The ability to sort of speak in Parliament more regularly. So this is a really devastating thing. And I think the other thing is also I mean, when you look at all of these results over the night, one of the things I've been really struck at is that how high some of the percentages people are winning at. And I'm like, this is not normal. But the reason that it is that people didn't vote for the NDP. Like, that vote has either gone Liberal or it has gone Conservative. That being said, I think, Jagmeet Singh has been the leader of the NDP for a very long time. The party has sort of oscillated between, not great success, but, sort of following the Orange Wave in 2011. It is probably time, I think it was probably time for a new leader of the NDP anyway, so this is probably a very good time for them to have a bit of soul searching and to sort of figure out where they belong in this new political dynamic, and I think that that's probably healthy and a good thing to be looking at. But and again, I'm not. When I think on this election, particularly vis-a-vis the NDP, I'm not sure this means anything long term. Again, they might get back to their sort of standard 20%, because I think that just NDPers made different decisions this election, and then given sort of the normal politics, they will. I mean, I think as one of your guests was on today, we have several. We have a government in British Columbia. We have a government in Manitoba. We have an opposition in 2 other provinces. Canadians vote NDP all the time, millions of them. They just didn't do it in this election at this time, and it sort of happens.
And so do you think that if Jagmeet Singh doesn't win his seat, that then it'll be really obvious that it's his time to go?
It's probably his time to go, regardless of. I don't think this is a question of his seat. I think that the party has never really excelled, and I think one of the things I'm struck by these election results is some of the seats that when we think about some of the seats that the Conservatives picked up, they took them from the Liberals, but they also took them from the NDP. That's actually, I think, now that I'm sort of thinking about these election results, I'm thinking back to the fact that Pierre Poilievre has been campaigning for this campaign for 2 years, and for longer than that, many people, those messages resonated. And so I think that the NDP has to figure out how they can get back their core voters to speak to them, those people in union towns, those sort of blue collar workers who are now literally blue, in addition to being blue collar workers. And I think that the NDP has to do some work, but also I think they can, as I said, they can look to the Wab Canoes and the David Ebes across the country, the Nahid Henshis in Alberta, as being like, we're not dead. It's just not a great time. And, we've been here before. This election result, this is almost similar to what they did in 1993. I think that we didn't think there was going to be, that no one could have said in 1983 that, they were going to be the official opposition in 2011. So you just never know with parties.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, we are getting word that Anita Anand is about to speak, so let's take a listen.
GTA in Ontario who came out to support, and I am absolutely humbled and honored to be the Member of Parliament for Oakville East. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you from the bottom of my heart. But to be honest, this victory is not about Anita Anand, it is not about Mark Carney, and it's not about us as volunteers in this room. What it is about is Canadians and Canadian values, and the Canadian values that we will continue to fight for. And to start that off, we will never be the 51st state. Never. We will always stand strong for Canadian sovereignty, for Canadian economic sovereignty, for Canadian values, and that includes dismantling barriers to internal trade and diversifying our supply chains. Never again will we be 80% dependent on one country for our stability economically. We will always fight for the most vulnerable, The Canada Child Benefit has lifted 600,000 children from poverty. $10 daycare, dental care, pharmacare, these are the programs that we will fight for and maintain that the Conservatives voted against. We will stand strong for the most vulnerable in this country, and that means choosing unity over division, hope over fear, and always choosing empathy and compassion above all else. And that, my friends, is what we started this campaign with. Remember what we said? We will be positive at the doors. We will not speak negatively. We will make sure we are talking about the values that matter to Canadians. And you did that. You did that by making over 22,000 phone calls, over 110,000 attempts at the doors. You were the best volunteers in the country. And I couldn't be more grateful. I need to say a few thank yous. I need to thank, in addition to all of you, I need to thank my family, my 4 children, and my husband, John Knowlton. Who loves John Knowlton? He's amazing. My sisters. Sisters? Yes. My nephews and nieces. Of course, I mentioned my 4 kids, and we're all thinking about my parents today. They instilled in us a love for public service, a commitment to public service, and tonight they are in our hearts. Thank you, Mom and Dad. And next I want to thank Zachariah Downey. Zach, you are beloved on our team. We just love you, Zach, and we are so proud of the work you did on this campaign. Thank you so much. Of course, there's so many people I need to thank, and we were going to have a separate volunteer appreciation night, but I am going to just read a couple of names from the core team with us. Honor Jean, Elizabeth, and Yusuf, thank you for your outreach. Danny, Rachel, Nina, thank you for making sure we reach our neighbors.
All right, you've been listening to Anita Anand, the Liberal MP in Oakville East, who's just won re-election. It was a very tight race with Ron Chinzer for the PC, for the Tories, running a very close race with her. Oh, I'm just getting word that Jagmeet Singh, the NDP leader, is about to address his supporters. Let's go to that right now. There you can see he's coming in with his wife. It's been a tough night for the NDP. Jagmeet Singh running 3rd right now in his riding of Burnaby Central, behind the Tory candidate and the Liberal who looks like he is going to win election. Jagmeet Singh on the verge of losing his seat as NDP leader. The NDP, one of the main stories of the night has been the falling apart of this party. Right now, they're looking at only about 8 seats that they're going to win. It is going to be interesting to hear what Jagmeet Singh will say. Will he step down as leader? Let's find out.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. We're good. Thank you. Thank you. That was very nice, very sweet of you all. Thank you so much. You get me all choked up here, guys. Got to keep it together here, folks. Thank you very much. The love is amazing. I appreciate y'all. Big thank you to Suzanne. She's been with us from the beginning. Huge thank you. Appreciate it so much. Thank you, thank you. And all of you in this room, you guys poured your heart into this. Thank you so much for everything you've done. You're amazing. We love you all.
Thank you.
And I know in election parties, night parties across the country, people are gathered. I want to thank them all for all their hard work. They're amazing people gathered together across the country. I want to take a moment to congratulate Prime Minister Carney on his victory. He has an important job to do to represent all Canadians and to protect our country and its sovereignty from the threats of Donald Trump. Tonight and every night, all of us here, we're on Team Canada. We want Canada to thrive, and we're going to continue to fight for Canada. I want to congratulate all the other leaders on a hard-fought campaign. It's been the honor of my life to represent the people of Burnaby Central. Tonight they chose, thank you. Tonight they chose a new member of Parliament, and I wish them well as they continue to work hard for this community. Obviously, I know this night is a disappointing night for New Democrats. We had really good candidates that lost tonight. I know how hard you worked. I spent time with you. You're amazing. I'm so sorry you're not going to be able to represent your communities. I know you're going to continue to fight for them. I know on how many doors you knocked, how many family dinners you missed, how many nights your kids went to bed without you there to tuck them in. I know it was a tough sacrifice, and I just want to thank, and we can give a round of applause to every single candidate that ran for us. Thank you. Yeah. Thank all those incredible candidates and their incredible teams, because no candidate can do without a team. The volunteers, the staff, thank you to all those candidates and their incredible staffs. One more time. Choosing to commit your life to politics obviously comes with some sacrifice, but we choose this life because of the chance to change the country we love for the better. We may lose sometimes, and those losses hurt, it's tough. But we are only defeated if we stop fighting. We're only defeated when we believe that those that tell us that we can never dream of a better Canada, a fairer Canada, a more compassionate Canada. I have met New Democrats from coast to coast to coast who will never back down, even when they're told that there's no room for them at the table. We make room for everyone because we believe that there is enough wealth in Canada for all of us to live the life that we deserve. Honestly, I got to avoid making eye contact with certain people because then it's going to get too emotional up here. So I just made the mistake of doing that, so I'm going to look away now. You know who you are. Don't look at me again. Almost 8 years ago, I was elected the leader of this incredible party, this incredible movement. I've worked really hard to be worthy of this trust, to live up to the legacy of our movement. Hold on a sec here, guys. Thank you. One more sec. Tonight, I've been informed our party leader that I'll be stepping down as party leader as soon as an interim leader can be appointed. Now, I could not have done this incredible job without, here's a point, give me a second to break down a bit. I couldn't have done it without the incredible support of my wife, Kidden. She has been my rock. She's been my foundation. For the past couple years, I've been regretting that I didn't thank her on the night of the last election. So this is my opportunity to make up for it. She has literally been my rock. I couldn't have done this without her. She's backed me up and supported me. She has made so many sacrifices. She convinced me that she's enjoyed them all, but I don't know. But she's amazing. I'm just so thankful. Thanks for being on this journey. I'm gonna give you a hug. Hold on. Also, I might break down this part because, and Anhad and Dani, my daughters, remind me of the future. God damn it, that we are fighting for. That's just because I get emotional anytime I talk about my kids. I'm very sappy when it comes to my daughters, so I just get a little emotional. I've also been supported by my family, and I got to thank my parents who are here today. They're amazing. Love you both. My brother, I wouldn't have been on this journey without my brother. So big shout out to my brother, Kaptan. And honestly, this may sound funny, but my in-laws, I literally couldn't have done this without my in-laws. They're amazing. Where are my in-laws? They're somewhere here. Wherever they are, they're here. I wanted to look at them and point at them too. Oh, there they are. Yeah, I couldn't have done it without them. Literally, if you're a parent, you know how important your parents are. And your in-laws too, it turns out. So huge thank you. They've supported us. They've kept me grounded. Given us great advice. I'm so thankful to my family. You can't do this work without great people, and you can't do this without a great family supporting you. So thank you to my family. I'm spilling my water and everything. It's getting a little bit. I'm trying to be graceful here, folks. I also want to thank my NDP caucus. This is a team that together we brought historic change for people. We brought real change to the lives of Canadians. I know that people are concretely better off because of our work over the last 8 years, and no election result will ever diminish that. Yeah. So thank you to my my caucus, honestly, I'm so thankful to them all. We did some incredible work together. Seriously, every one of you, thank you from the bottom of my heart. And I might break down this part too, forgive me if I do. I can only do this, and we can only do this work because of a great staff. Yeah. And y'all just poured your heart into me, into the work that we did. So. It's a good thing that there's water here. This water is very strategically placed for me, so it's very lucky that I have. I might need a couple more glasses, so just if anyone can help me out on that, that'd be great. Y'all brought your talent, your heart to the fight every day. We treat each other with respect and dignity and with kindness, and I love you all.
You've been listening to NDP leader Jagmeet Singh. He has announced that he will be stepping down as leader of the NDP as soon as the party can vote a new leader in. Tough night for Jagmeet Singh. He's running third in his riding right now and has conceded defeat. Let's bring in Kelly Botello and the panel for thoughts on this excellent speech from Jagmeet Singh.
That's right. Hey, Matt, I wanted to ask Marie, you know, his legacy, what he leaves behind. What do you think are some of his proudest moments?
I think, first of all, I think winning the leadership. I think being from a different cultural background than most leaders, that gives so many young Canadians from his community hope for themselves. I think that's really important, symbolic and important. I think he's kept the party together all these years under many minority governments. And so that's the political legacy. I think his legacy, though, for the people of this country is to work along with former Prime Minister Trudeau to develop some really good programs for people that ordinarily may have been overlooked. So I think the dental program, I think the child care program, although that was on the Liberal platform, I don't think it hurt that there was a Liberal, there was an NDP there pushing for it as well. And he represents a whole slew of people in Canada that voted for the NDP year in and year out. This was mentioned so many times today, but it bears repeating. This was a very different election.
Right.
Yeah.
Tamara, you really enjoyed his speech.
I did. I thought he was extremely charming. I mean, it's a little bittersweet to sort of see somebody go out like this. But I agree with Maria. I think what's interesting is that, you know, in 2024-25, I'm not too sure Jagmeet Singh is going to get the credit for pharmacare and dental care that he probably deserves. And I think back to when I talk to my students about the NDP governments in the 60s, or sorry, the Liberal governments in the 60s, the minority governments in the 60s and 70s, we're constantly talking about how the things that the NDP was able to force the Liberal government to do. And so we're talking about that impact. And so I think in 5 years, 8 years, 12 years, textbooks will point to and talk about Jagmeet Singh as a significant player, even if tonight, in the last couple of years, he's not gotten the credit that he probably deserved for some really significant policy at the federal level. So, I mean, I think he can sort of, rest on that he made some really important changes, and I think changes that were really important to the people that elect NDP regularly.
Brandon, do you agree with that? Do you think he leaves behind some big social programs that he helped push for?
Yeah, absolutely. But more importantly, I think that his speech tonight showed the kind of person that Jagmeet is. And I've been around politicians for a very long time. I've worked for 44 years at Queen's Park with politicians of every stripe. And I think that's what is missed by the general public a lot of times is just how good a people most politicians are. There's a very, very small minority of politicians that I haven't liked, that I thought were jerks, but most of them have been really caring, really empathetic people, and they wouldn't have gotten into it if they didn't want to serve. And service is something that a lot of people in our society don't comprehend.
That's wonderful, and a perfect way to end our panel for tonight. I want to thank you all for being here. I know it's been a very long night, but thank you so much for your input. I also want to thank Elizabeth McCallion and Stefan Dolger for their input as well. Thank you, Matt.
All right, thanks very much, Kelly. Thank you very much, panel. We're going to head over to Emily Taylor, who's got some finite news on Hamilton Centre for us. Emily.
Matt, I know we're talking about leaders, but you're right. I want to start with Hamilton Centre, where we can say that the Liberal candidate, Aslam Rana, has been elected. This is the first time in the entire history of Hamilton Centre's riding since 2004 that it's not going NDP. Instead, it is going Liberal. We thought it would be a closer race, actually, between the Liberal candidate and NDP candidate, but I'll show you the breakdown here. This is Matthew Green, our incumbent. He's placing third here. And as you can see, it was a relatively close battle between him in first and second, just by a couple of hundred votes there. But of course, we have our Liberal candidate with 12,000 votes taking this riding with just around 36% of the tally overall. Okay, another big set of news in Hamilton. We have another big flip. That's in Hamilton East, Stony Creek. Now, this was where Chad Collins, Liberal incumbent Chad Collins, was seeking a second term. As you can see, we can now say the Conservatives, specifically candidate Ned Couric, has been elected in this riding. He's taking this with 50% of the vote. Now, if you remember right off the top of the show, I told you that this riding has one of the largest percentage of unifor workers in any riding in the entirety of the Golden Horseshoes. They are deeply impacted by auto tariffs and by steel tariffs as well. So it'll be interesting to see what a new face, what a new party is able to do in that riding, given all of those tariff threats. Now, I want to go to a couple of our party leaders. Of course, we keep checking back in with them. We heard from Jagmeet Singh just a little bit ago. Let's go over to Burnaby Central. There we are, Jagmeet Singh's riding. Currently, we have a leading Liberal candidate, but no one has yet been elected. This is pretty close to what we thought the aggregate polling was telling us, having Wade Chang, our Liberal candidate, in first. He's currently sitting at 10,900 votes. Just shy behind him, though, we have our second place right now, Conservative candidate James Yen, and that's 10,200 votes. So just a matter of around 700 votes between those two right now. But as we check throughout the night, every single time, those two staying relatively close. Jagmeet Singh falling further and further behind. He likely will end the night in third place unless, I mean, never say never. Still many polls to report, only 125 of these 200, but he's trailing quite significantly behind here at 4,800 polls there. So several thousand between there. As you just heard, he is stepping down as party leader. So new face coming to the NDP for this new session of government. Now another riding that's, you know, the leader is a bit in question. We're going to go back over to Carleton. This is Pierre Poilievre's riding. He, of course, is the Conservative leader. We're expecting him to come out and speak sometime shortly, but at this point, his riding is still in play, and we don't have an answer. So 145 of 266 polls reporting. Every time we have checked tonight, it has been Liberal candidate Bruce Fanjoy who has been in the lead, but they remain relatively close. He's at 17,822, while Pierre Poilievre is sitting at 15,570 votes. So that's getting a little bit larger of a gap the more that we check back in with them. But, I mean, aggregate polling had it as a toss-up. It didn't necessarily predict that Pierre Poilievre would lose his seat. This would be quite the upset for the Conservatives, who have gained seats overall right across the country. This has been a better night than predicted for the Conservative Party. But they could see their leader lose his seat, and he has held this one since 2004. So he is going for another term, his 8th consecutive term. We'll see if that happens or if he can be unseated by this Liberal candidate, Bruce Fanjoy. Okay, I think we have a little bit of time. I want to check back in with some more Hamilton, Halton, Niagara results if we have the time today. We can declare a few winners in these areas. Specifically, let's go to the Mountain. We thought this would be a closer toss-up between a Liberal MP, Lisa Hefner, and NDP candidate Monique Taylor. Lisa Hefner has won. We'll go back over to Matt.
All right, we're hearing that Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre is about to address his supporters in Ottawa. We're going to take that to you live. There he is getting up on the stage. Of course, a great night for the Conservatives. They had a much better showing than some of the polling had suggested. But like Emily was just saying, Pierre has not yet won his own seat, a seat he has held for a very long time, Carleton, in the Ottawa area. It's a very tight race, and the Liberal Bruce Fanjoy is up in the lead by a few thousand votes right now. Let's listen in and hear what Pierre Poilievre has to say.
Merci. Merci, chers Canadiens. Je vous aime aussi. I love you too. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It's with profound gratitude that I stand before you today at the moment of this historic election. Because only in Canada could the story that Anna and I bring to the stage be possible. Adopted son of school teachers and a Venezuelan refugee. Stand on this stage in front of our proud country, offering ourselves up to serve for the future. After millions of people have shown up and marked their X, spoken their voice, and exercised their democratic rights. We could not be more proud. We could not be more grateful for the opportunity the Canadians have given us. And speaking now of Anna, I want to take a moment to thank my incredible wife. She's been by my side. She's my rock. I love and cherish you and our little ones more than you'll ever know. And I could not have done any of this without you. Thank you so much. I love you. Now, my message to Canadians. The promise that was made to me and to all of you is that anybody from anywhere could achieve anything, that through hard work, you could get a great life, you could have a nice, affordable home on a safe street. My purpose in politics is and will continue to be to restore that promise. To the candidates who ran under our banner as Conservatives, to the volunteers who knocked on the doors, made phone calls, put up lawn signs, rallied at our events, donated their hard-earned money to our cause, I thank you from the bottom of my heart. To the millions of people who voted for the Conservative Party and put their hopes and dreams in our vision, thank you. It will be an honor to continue to fight for you and to be a champion of your cause as we go forward. Ça serait un grand honneur de continuer de me battre pour vous, parce que j'ai un honneur d'être votre voix, c'est un honneur de me battre pour les valeurs conservatrices pour lesquelles vous avez voté, et surtout, ça va être un honneur de continuer d'avancer la promesse du Canada, que chacun ici au Canada qui travaille fort peut avoir une belle vie et une belle maison abordable dans une communauté sécuritaire. C'est ça notre vision et on va le ramener chez nous. Merci beaucoup. To my fellow Conservatives, we have much to celebrate tonight. We've gained well over 20 seats. We got the highest share of vote our party has received since 1988. We denied the NDP and Liberals enough seats to form a coalition government, meaning and we did all of this in a very difficult environment. That said, we are cognizant of the fact that we didn't quite get over the finish line yet. We know that change is needed, but change is hard to come by. It takes time. It takes work. And that's why we have to learn the lessons of tonight so that we can have an even better result the next time the Canadians decide the future for the country. Canadians have opted for a razor-thin minority government, a virtual tie in the vote count. So I would like to congratulate Prime Minister Carney on leading this minority government. We'll have plenty of opportunity to debate and disagree, but tonight we come together as Canadians. We will do our job. Yes, we will do our job to hold the government to account, but first, we congratulate people from all political backgrounds on participating in the democratic process. And as I said, while we will do our constitutional duty of holding government to account and proposing better alternatives, we will always put Canada first as we stare down tariffs and other irresponsible threats from President Trump. Conservatives will work with the Prime Minister and all parties with the common goal of defending Canada's interests and getting a new trade deal that puts these tariffs behind us while protecting our sovereignty and the Canadian people. I want to thank my Conservative team, my caucus, my members of the Conservative staff and others who've helped. Conservatives have achieved major breakthroughs tonight. We brought in record support from blue-collar and unionized workers, youth, new Canadians. We gave voices to countless people across this country who've been left out and left behind for far too long. We won the big debates of our time on the carbon tax, on inflation, on housing, on the drug crisis, on crime. Conservatives have been leading the debate, and we will continue to put forward the best arguments to improve the lives of our people right across this country. But we will not stop there. Every single day, our Conservative caucus and I will be holding the government to account on behalf of the millions of Canadians who believed in the message of change. En tant que parti, on a grandement élargi notre soutien et chaque jour, le caucus conservateur et moi allons travailler à Ottawa pour rendre des comptes du gouvernement. au nom des millions de Canadiens qui ont décidé de voter pour un vrai changement. J'ai eu l'honneur de parcourir le pays et parler aux milliers de personnes qui ont partagé leurs préoccupations, leurs peines, leurs espoirs. Everywhere I went, hard-working people took precious time out of their day to tell me about their struggles, their pain, their fears, but also their hopes and dreams. Welders and waitresses, farmers and factory workers, seniors, small business owners, and single mothers, young Canadians and young families pleading for the chance to own a home, parents who worried that their kids would never be able to move out of their home, grandparents who saw their grandchildren suffering from the shortfalls of our economy, and countless others who are afraid to go outside because of the rising wave of crime. All of these stories touched my heart and gave me inspiration to work towards something better. These people continue to need voices, and I will continue to fight for them every day, and every day we will never give up on fighting for the Canadian people. Thank you. We hear your stories. We will carry those stories with us into Parliament. We will not forget the people for whom we work and for whom we fight every day. Now, I know that some of you might be disappointed that change did not get over the finish line tonight. Change takes time. Most of all, it requires that we never give up, because our people and our country are worth fighting for. Je vous ai entendu et j'ai apporté vos histoires avec moi tout au long de cette campagne. Et vos histoires vont rester avec moi lorsque je me bats avec mon équipe conservatrice pour vous défendre et pour avancer vos intérêts. À ceux qui ont désespéré besoin de changement, je sais que vous êtes déçus. Le changement est difficile et ça prend du temps. Surtout, ça veut dire qu'on peut jamais lâcher. Parce que notre pays et son peuple méritent qu'on se batte pour eux. I will never give up on fighting for everyone who stood with us today and the millions of people who voted for other parties. And so, my message tonight, for the single mother working 2 jobs but still has an empty fridge and an empty bank account, for the young people who despair at never being able to afford a home, for the seniors on fixed incomes whose savings are eroded by inflation and no longer feel safe in their local neighborhood parks, for those who are now living in fear and terror because of crime, for those worried about losing their jobs because of unacceptable tariffs from the United States of America, for all of those who feel left behind and forgotten, my message is one of hope. Change will take time, but we will fight for that change, and we will deliver that change, and we will never give up on fighting for the great Canadian promise that anyone from anywhere can achieve anything, that hard work gets you a great life in a beautiful house on a safe street protected by our brave troops under our proud flag. Canada first, Canada always. Let's bring it home. Thank you very much, Canada. Merci beaucoup, Canada.
Yeah, we fight for what's right. We're wild and we're free from the mountains above us.
You've been listening to Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre addressing supporters after the Conservatives having a very strong showing tonight. Of course, he wasn't able to achieve government. The Liberals will form government under Prime Minister Mark Carney, who we are waiting to hear from soon. Poilievre making a very positive speech, congratulating Mark Carney on his minority government win and saying that he will continue to hold the Liberals to account in his role as official opposition, promising to continue his push to change the country by continuing to work for who he says are his supporters and for supporters of other parties as well. All right, we're going to bring in Emily Taylor now for a little bit more analysis on the results that are coming in. Emily, what are you seeing?
Well, Matt, I actually wanted to start with Pierre Poilievre's riding. We've been following this one throughout the evening. Just heard his speech there, and of course, they did better than expected as a party as a whole. We are still waiting to see if Pierre Poilievre will retain his seat in the Carleton riding in Ottawa. So currently, we have 175 of the 266 polls that are reporting so far. Our Liberal candidate, Bruce Vanjoy, still in the lead. He has been in the lead throughout the evening. He's currently polling 51%. There's around a 2,000 vote difference between the two at this point. So every time we check in, that gap seems to be growing just a little bit and a little bit, but it's not quite close enough to call just yet. Even though we have 175 of those polls reporting, we'll be checking back in on this one throughout the evening. I mean, maybe it'll go into the morning even if that result keeps getting closer and closer. Okay, a little bit closer to home, I want to go over to Halton and take a look at some of our ridings here. So we have Burlington. We have declared that in Burlington, Karina Gould is been reelected. He's at 52% currently, sitting there with this is a total of 267 votes. But there we are. 239 are polling in total. Okay, let's head back over to Hamilton as well. Take a look at some of these ridings. We had a few upsets in Hamilton. Hamilton Centre, namely, is NDP riding for many, many years, since 2004, ever since the riding was first created. We do have our NDP incumbent down here in third place right now. We have 29% of the vote. He's just shy of 10,000 votes there. And in 2021, I told you at the beginning of our broadcast, he won with a margin of 10,000 votes. That's looking like his total right now, though we only do have 175 of those 227 polls reporting so far. We can say at this point, the Liberal candidate has been elected. That's Aslam Rana. He'll be the first Liberal to ever represent Hamilton Centre. All right, another upset riding in Hamilton. Let's go to the east. This is Hamilton East Stony Creek. This was MP Chad Collins' riding prior to this. He was seeking a second term, but we can see now he placed second to Conservative candidate Ned Currick. Now, this is a difference. We have 50% for our Conservatives over here and 44% for Chad Collins, the incumbent. We have 209 of the 237 polls reporting, so we are nearing the end of when those polls are coming in. This, of course, will be a riding that is going Conservative over in Hamilton East. That does match up what we see provincially as well for this riding. All right, let's head over to the Mountain. This is where we can declare that Lisa Hefner has won another term in office. She's taking this with 45.23% of the vote. This is one of the ridings we've been watching throughout the evening because there was such a set of candidates that it really could have gone either way. Could have been into the incumbent Lisa Hefner, as we are seeing. Ken Hewitt's the mayor of Haldimand County, and Monique Taylor actually stepped down from her provincial riding of Hamilton Mountain in order to be able to run federally. She placed third this time around. We really are only seeing 11.65% here. That's 6,500 votes. This has been a pattern with the NDP right across the board tonight. I mean, Hamilton, our region, usually has a bit of orange in it. You take a look, we have mostly red and then all of this blue over here and in our surrounding areas as well. All right, continuing in Hamilton, let's go west now. Let's go over to Hamilton West and Castor-Dundas. This is where we have declared that John Paul Danko is taking the seat. This remains a Liberal seat. Previously was MP Philomena Tassi, and John Paul Danko's seat in City Council. Hamilton City Council is opening up now, it seems, so we'll probably have a by-election in that place instead. John Paul Danko takes this with quite a high margin. This is 54.55%. That's quite a staunch margin for a new candidate, and this is in the riding of Hamilton West and Castor-Dundas. Okay, last one in this area. Let's go over to Flamborough, Glanbrook, Brant North. So this riding's had a lot of changes geographically this year with the ridings, gaining the entirety of Brant North. It used to just be Flamborough, Glanbrook, but the MP who had Flamborough, Glanbrook has been reelected to this area. This is Dan Muse coming in at close to 53% overall. Okay, we have a bit of time, then I'll go over to Niagara. There we are. Let's start in our furthest corner, closest to the states there. That's our line, our border there. Niagara Falls and Niagara on the Lake is going to Tony Baldinelli. This is where our Eric Viana was throughout the evening. He is the incumbent, and he takes us with a 50% of the votes. I believe as mentioned on the panel, these numbers so far are very, very high for the people who are getting elected. And this is likely because we just simply aren't seeing very many votes for the NDP. Usually that would take up a good amount of the votes. In this case, just 4%. So that's 1,800 votes for the NDP candidate. Though they weren't necessarily a front runner in this race, this was a race between Tony Balnelli and Andrea Kaiser. Usually we see a bit of a higher percentage of those NDP or even the Green not even placing at 1% this time around in this riding. All right, let's go to a few more Niagara ridings. Let's do Niagara South here. This was an upset riding in our region. We do have a lot of changes coming to Hamilton, Halton, and Niagara, flipping Liberal, flipping Conservative. No NDP ridings left in our area. This is going to Fred Davies. Now, he is a Niagara-on-the-Lake regional councillor, and this is an upset over Vance Badaway's riding. So he was the Liberal incumbent. This isn't too far off, 49% versus 40%, a couple thousand votes difference. Usually Vance Badaway takes his riding with around 3,000 or 2,000 votes of a difference. Usually he's the one who ends up taking the riding, of course, tonight coming in second place. And a similar story again with the NDP, we see 6.3%. All right, so we'll do one more riding and then we're going to wrap up. I just want to take one quick look at Niagara West. Now, this is a riding that's going to Dean Allison. He has been re-elected yet again. This is his 8th consecutive term. We have a lot of change in this riding, not in this riding, excuse me, in our area overall in Hamilton and in Halton and Niagara. Many changes coming our way. Matt?
All right, thanks very much, Emily. Let's hear from a few winners tonight. Earlier, we spoke with Lisa Hefner, the former CHCH reporter, who's won re-election on Hamilton Mountain. Here's what she had to say.
It was amazing. It really was. I had, like, you look at this room full of people. I mean, this is a fraction of the volunteers that I had coming out every day. Amazing people that I got to know really well. People I hadn't known before. We all bonded over this crazy experience of going through an election campaign. Watching, it was such a tight race, and just going through all the anxiety together, going through all the experiences together. I think we've all formed an incredible bond that will last beyond this election.
Fellow Liberal John Paul Danko and Hamilton City Councillor, I guess not anymore, has been elected in Hamilton West Ancaster Dundas, keeping the riding Liberal. It was previously held by Philomena Tassi. Here's what he had to say about his win.
It was just an amazing campaign. The response that we got at the doors has just been so positive. Seeing all the houses with Canadian flags in the window, on the flagpole, on the tree, it's been, you know, just so exciting to see Canadians unite together around our common values and rise to the challenges that we have right now. Well, obviously the biggest issue is Trump and the U.S. government and how our economy recovers from the challenges that we're seeing from the United States. That's obviously going to be a focus of Mark Carney as Prime Minister, and also the local challenges of cost of living, the cost of housing, and making sure that we continue those federal investments in the city of Hamilton, which I'm really excited to get started on as soon as possible, because we are so lucky to have federal representatives in the governing party that are delivering for Hamilton and for Canada.
All right, we got one more we want to show you. Karina Gould, who you may have caught earlier in our broadcast during her victory speech. We were able to catch up with her afterwards. Here's what she had to say to CHCH News.
Well, look, as I was mentioning in my remarks, our local industries, our jobs are so impacted by what the United States does and what Donald Trump is doing. And so my commitment is to work with our manufacturers, it's to work with our communities, to work with our industry to make sure that we are getting rid of those tariffs once and for all, that we're supporting our businesses and making sure that we have those good jobs here in our community and in surrounding communities. It's to keep fighting for the things that families care about. You know, I was really proud to sign the child care agreements, but I know that we need to expand that program. I know how much people care about school food here. We're going to work on that. And, you know, I've heard from seniors across this community that we need to make sure that we're supporting them as well.
All right, we're going to take one more break here on Your Home, Your Vote, but stay with us. Mark Carney, leader of the Liberal Party and re-elected, well, elected for the first time, but continues to be Prime Minister thanks to that election. We're going to hear from him after the break.
I'm both country and class.
I am ready to fall in love again.
He's hot, y'all. Matt did not kiss me. Yeah.
Farmer Wants a Wife, all new Thursday at 9.
Get the right mattress for less during the Bricks Tent Sale. We've got mattresses for every budget, plus incredible 5-day deals. Mattresses start at just $89 and get up to 50% off select mattresses. The Brick Mattress Store. The right mattress guaranteed.
Look, it's not you.
That means it is me.
I just need space.
You're leaving me for a panda?
With thousands of games, mix it up. Casino Days.
There are a lot of things about Desjardins that might surprise you. We're financially empowering 7.8 million clients. We're helping over 400,000 businesses thrive. We gave over $500 million back to communities in 2024. And we've been helping people, businesses, and communities move forward for 125 years. Desjardins, we might surprise you.
Tina's smart. She uses Wise to send and spend money overseas. Tina's gone. Whether she's sending money in another currency or paying with the Wise travel card abroad, she's saving up to 70% on average compared to using major banks. Join 12 million people like Tina who found a smart way to send and spend money overseas. Get Wise.
Buying a home? With Wahi, you can get thousands in cash back, up to 1% of your purchase price. Work with expert realtors to put more money in your pocket. Buy and sell with a Wahi realtor and get even more cash back. Wahi, the smarter way to buy and sell your home.
Welcome back. It's just after 1:15 in the morning here on Your Home, Your Vote, special federal election coverage on your local station, CHCH News. You're looking at Liberal headquarters in Ottawa, where Mark Carney is expected to come out and address his supporters very soon. We're waiting for him. And in the meantime, I'm going to bring back in Emily Taylor, who's going to take a look at some of Carney's cabinet ministers who've won re-election. Many Trudeau-era ministers who were holdovers to the Carney government, they're going back for another term.
Absolutely, Matt. I mean, we saw a lot of the similar people who were in cabinet with Justin Trudeau make it over to Carney's cabinet, even though that was very short-lived. He did a shuffle and then he dissolved Parliament. So not necessarily that they had time in the role, but at the point of dissolution, they were in the cabinet. So we'll see if this is still true when we go back. I do want to start over. We started this evening in Atlantic, Canada. I'm going to go back to Atlantic, Canada and take a look at some of those cabinet ministers again and see who has been elected at this point. All right, we're going to start off in Beausejour. This is where we started this evening as well. This is the riding of Dominic LeBlanc. He was a Liberal cabinet minister through Justin Trudeau's time, as well as Mark Carney's. Of course, he has served a number of different roles, and he did take that initial trip down to Mar-a-Lago as well. At the time of dissolution, he was the Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs and International Trade. He has been reelected. Almost all the polls have been counted, 217 of 221, and he's got a really large margin here. 59.76%, 33,000 votes of the total. Let's go back and see how many votes we have. 33,000 for Dominic LeBlanc, and in total of the votes we have, this is 77,000. So that's a good majority of this riding who are voting to keep Dominic LeBlanc in his cabinet position. All right, let's head over to St. John's East. Oh, you know, we're getting word that Mark Carney might be out. Let's go back over to Matt.
Thanks very much, Emily. Actually, Mark Carney's wife is addressing the audience, getting ready for Carney to address supporters themselves. Let's go to Ottawa and hear what she has to say.
But most of all, I've seen him remain true to what he's always been. Consistent, compassionate, loyal, and driven by an exceptionally strong set of values. He's thoughtful, respectful, and honest. And I think and hope that you now have come to appreciate that alongside his capacity for dealing with the most serious of matters, he has a great mind for trivia, a wicked sense of humor, and a wonderful smile. He's been that way since our very first date, back when we were young grad students, when we went to that dinner, and he said to me, he stopped the conversation, and he said to me, I want you to know I'm committed to move back to Canada and to work in the public service. So here we are. As his partner, I could not be more proud of him. And as a Canadian, I'm so thankful that the man I met more than 30 years ago has held tight to that strong commitment to service. I'm lucky to have him. We're lucky to have him now more than ever. Without further ado, it's my great pleasure to introduce my husband, the Prime Minister who will make Canada strong. And Canada for!
That is Nepean. That is the spirit of Nepean behind me right there. Thank you. Bonsoir tout le monde. Bonsoir. Oh, quel bonsoir. C'est un bon bonsoir. I have a question. Who's ready? Who's ready? Who's ready to stand up for Canada with me? And who's ready? Who's ready to build Canada strong? Okay, we got that settled. That's good. Avant de commencer, je voudrais féliciter les autres chefs de parti de leur campagne et de tout le travail qu'ils ont fait. Je les remercie pour leur service envers le Canada, maintenant et dans le futur. I want to thank the leaders of the other parties. I want to salute the contribution of Jagmeet Singh. I noticed his remarks. Leading on progressive values. Elizabeth May, who will be returning to Parliament. Yves-François Blanchet. And I want to congratulate Pierre Poilievre on a hard-fought, fair, good campaign, his commitment to the country that we both love. They all have many, many more contributions to our land. Thank you, Diana. Thank you, Diana, for your work on this campaign. Thank you, Diana, for the commitment and compassion you bring to everything that you do. Tonight simply would not have been possible without you and without the support of our 4 children who inspire me to service every single day. I also want to salute the women and men who put their name on the ballot from all parties. Thank you for standing up to serve our country at this critical time. And for those who were elected, particularly those Liberals who were elected, I am looking forward to working together to deliver for Canadians. This says, Bruce. And Bruce, yes, Bruce Vanjoy. I'm looking forward to working with Bruce Vanjoy. Fantastic. He will be a great MP. We're going to have fun tonight. Yes, we're going to have fun. Bien sûr, je tiens à remercier les milliers de bénévoles ici ce soir et à travers le pays, qui ont donné de leur temps pour cogner au port, pour faire des appels, pour échanger avec leurs voisins et les membres de leur communauté, pour nous donner un gouvernement fort. Ouais, c'est ça. You know, I chose to enter politics because I felt we needed big changes in this country. But big changes guided by strong Canadian values. Values that I learned at the dinner table from my parents, Bob and Verley, and from my siblings. I appreciate this more in retrospect from my siblings. My siblings, Brenda, Sean, and Brian. Values that I learned on the ice from my coaches. Values that have been reinforced as I've met with Canadians across this great country. And those include three values that I want to highlight this evening. Humility. It's Canada after all. Ambition. It's Canada after all. And unity. It's Canada. I love you. Right back. Right back. These are good values. These are Canadian values. Values that I will do my best. I'm just getting worked up here. These are values that I will do my best to uphold every day as your Prime Minister. You betcha. Okay, well, you have to judge after this next section because I am going to begin with the value of humility and by admitting that I have much to be humble about. It's true. Over my long, that's not an applause line, it's just a statement of fact. Over my long career, I have made many mistakes, and I will make more. But I commit to admitting them openly, to correcting them quickly, and always learning from them. You know, humility underscores the importance of governing as a team in cabinet and in caucus, and working constructively with all parties across Parliament, of working in partnership with the provinces and the territories, and with Indigenous peoples. And at this time, it underscores the value of bringing together labor, business, civil society, to advance the nation-building investments we need to transform our economy. Humility is also about recognizing that one of the responsibilities of government is to prepare for the worst, not hope for the best. As I've been warning for months, America wants our land, our resources, our water, our country. Never. But these are not idle threats. President Trump is trying to break us so that America can own us. That will never ever happen. But we also must recognize the reality that our world has fundamentally changed. There is also, for me, as I stand before you this evening, humility in recognizing that, well, many have chosen to place your trust in me, trust in the Liberal Party. Millions of our fellow citizens preferred a different outcome. And my message to every Canadian is this: no matter where you live, no matter what language you speak, no matter how you voted, I will always do my best to represent everyone who calls Canada home. You know, during this short campaign, I went to Saskatchewan and Alberta a couple of times, even though, you know, we're Liberals. It's tough. It's tough out there. I grew up there. But I went because I intend to govern for all Canadians. And au cours de cette campagne, plusieurs Québécois et Québécoises m'ont ouvert leurs portes, m'ont accordé leur confiance. J'en suis profondément touché et je vous en remercie. La langue française. La langue française, la culture québécoise, elles sont au cœur de l'identité canadienne. Elles définissent le pays que j'aime tant. Et je vais les défendre sans relâche. Avec la forte équipe de députés québécois, que vous venez d'envoyer à Ottawa. Nous allons faire en sorte que le Québec continue de prospérer au sein de Canada fort. Et que vous soyez un travailleur des sables bitumineux à Fort Mac, une infirmière de Joliette ou un comptable de Toronto. Il y a plusieurs comptables à Toronto. Mon gouvernement va travailler pour vous tous. So, as we come here after this consequential, most consequential election, let's put an end to the division and anger of the past. We are all Canadian, and my government will work for and with everyone. I began with humility, but Canadians are ambitious. And now, more than ever, it is a time for ambition. It is a time to be bold, to meet this crisis with overwhelming positive force of a united Canada. Because we are going to build, baby, build. Exactly. Throughout, not for, well, no, we're building now. We've gotten over that bit. Throughout our history, there have been turning points. Throughout our history, there have been turning points when the world's fortunes were in the balance. That was the case at the start of the Second World War, just as it was at the end of the Cold War. And each time, Canada chose to step up, to assert ourselves as a free, sovereign, and ambitious nation, to lead the path of democracy and freedom, and, because we are Canadian, to do so with compassion and generosity. We are once again at one of those hinge moments of history. Our old relationship with the United States, a relationship based on steadily increasing integration, is over. The system of open global trade, anchored by the United States, a system that Canada has relied on since the Second World War, a system that, while not perfect, has helped deliver prosperity for a country for decades, is over. These are tragedies, but it's also our new reality. We are over the shock of the American betrayal, but we should never forget the lessons.
But you're going to take us forward.
We have to look out for ourselves, and above all, we have to take care of each other. When I sit down with President Trump, it will be to discuss the future economic and security relationship between two sovereign nations. And it will be with our full knowledge that we have many, many other options than the United States to build prosperity for all Canadians. Nous allons renforcer nos relations avec des partenaires fiables en Europe, en Asie et ailleurs. Et si les États-Unis ne veulent plus jouer un rôle de premier plan dans l'économie mondiale, le Canada le fera. We will lead, not the Americans. Nous sommes maîtres chez nous. Nous allons bâtir des millions de logements, une superpuissance énergétique, de bonnes carrières dans les emplois spécialisés et une seule économie canadienne patrise. We will chart a new path forward because this is Canada and we decide what happens here. We will need to think big and act bigger. Your phone's ringing. Sorry, just okay. All right. Just hang on. It's okay? Yeah. That might be important. We will need to do things previously thought impossible at speeds we haven't seen in generations. It's time to build twice as many homes every year with an entirely new housing industry using Canadian technology, Canadian skilled workers, Canadian lumber. It's time to build new trade and energy corridors, working in partnership with the provinces, territories, and Indigenous peoples. It's time to build hundreds of thousands of not just good jobs, but good careers in the skilled trades. It's time to build Canada into an energy superpower in both clean and conventional energy. And it's time to build an industrial strategy that makes Canada more competitive while fighting climate change. We will build one Canadian economy, not 13, with a government committed to free trade in Canada by Canada Day. The point is that we can give ourselves far more than the Americans can ever take away. But even given that, I want to be clear. The coming days and months will be challenging, and they will call for some sacrifices. But we will share those sacrifices by supporting our workers and our businesses. Les défis devant nous sont intimidants, et c'est normal. Les grands changements, comme ceux que nous vivons, sont toujours inquiétants. Nous avons beaucoup de chemin à faire, mais j'ai confiance. J'ai confiance en vous. J'ai confiance au Canada. Because Canada is more than a nation. We are and we always will be a confederation, a sacred set of ideas and ideals built on practical foundations. That we know we're not always perfect, but we always strive to be good. We do things because they're right, not because they're easy. That we see kindness as a virtue, not as a weakness. Most importantly, we know that our strength lies in our resolve to work together as a country. It relies on our unity. You know, on the second day of this campaign, I went to Gander, where on 9/11, they welcomed thousands of passengers into their homes without question or hesitation. I sat down with two of the many heroes of the time, Diane Davis and Beulah Cooper. And during our conversation, they showed me a thank you card that they'd received from a young girl called Ellie, who wrote, "Your kindness motivates me to use my kindness." That touching phrase captures what Canadians instinctively know, that virtue is like a muscle that grows with its exercise. We become just by doing just acts, brave by doing brave acts. When we are kind, kindness grows. When we seek unity, unity grows. When we are Canadian, Canada grows. And united over our history, we have done hard, seemingly impossible things. United, we have built one nation in harsh conditions, despite a sometimes hostile neighbor. Yes, they have form on this, the Americans. United, we have confronted our own past with Indigenous peoples. Unis, nous avons bâti un pays qui rassemble des langues, des cultures et des croyances différentes. Unis, nous avons bâti des institutions culturelles essentielles comme CBC Radio-Canada. United, we have created universal public health care. And now, And now, in the face of this crisis, united, we are buying Canadian. We are exploring everything this country has to offer. We are supporting our friends and neighbors in the crosshairs of President Trump through a crisis that we did not create. United, we will win this trade war and build the strongest economy in the G7, an economy that works for everyone. Au cours des derniers mois, les Canadiens et Canadiennes ont fait leur part, se sont rassemblés pour défendre notre pays et notre façon d'être. Je promets que, lorsque nous sommes menacés, nous allons nous battre. We will fight back with everything we have to get the best deal for Canada. We will protect our workers and businesses, and above all, we will build an independent future for our great country. A future that makes the greatest country on the earth even better. Together, we will build a Canada worthy of our values. We will build Canada strong, Canada free, Canada forever. Vive le Canada. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup.
You've been listening to Prime Minister-elect Mark Carney, leader of the Liberal Party, after he has won this election tonight. The Liberals predicted to form government by CHCH News. We haven't said whether it will be a minority or a majority, as the results are still coming in. And in some of the ridings, because of delays, it could be a while before we know 100%. Now, this speech, a unifying speech, a speech where he says he will be a leader for all Canadians, acknowledging the fact that just as many people voted for the Conservatives almost as voted for him and his party. He, of course, referencing Donald Trump and the threat of American annexation, promising it will never happen and promising to be a unifying force for our country. But Emily, there was a moment there early on that had both of us kind of chuckle. Why don't you explain to people what happened when somebody kind of yelled up to him?
Yeah, so, I mean, Mark Carney was thanking Pierre Poilievre for his campaign, and then he had a little ad-lib moment with someone in the crowd referencing Bruce Fanjoy. He's a Liberal candidate in Poilievre's riding in Carleton in Ottawa, who's currently leading in the polls. We still don't know at this point in the night, 1:43 in the morning, if Pierre Poilievre is going to win his seat. As of the latest polling, we have it here on our CHCH website, 221 of the 266 polls have already reported we're getting down to the wire, a 2,000 vote difference between the two, 50% for the Liberal, 46% for the Conservative leader. This is one of those polls we're going to be watching for quite some time now, Matt.
Absolutely. But other than that one moment, like I said, this was a very unifying, powerful speech from Mark Carney, who will now continue as Prime Minister of our country. We want to thank you so much for tuning in and sticking with us. 1:43 in the morning. You're pretty good, viewer. We appreciate you. Tune in to Morning Live coming up in just a couple of hours for more results from the election night. Thank you for watching. Your home, your vote. She's Emily Taylor. I'm Matt Ingram. Good night.